to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. Cause Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate, take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
What's up? What's up? What's up? Happy Saturday, right? It's our last Saturday for 2025. Can you believe that? This is the last one. I woke up this morning and I was like, I didn't even realize yesterday was the last Friday. Well, we here now. Hey, Christine. Hey, Barb. Hey, Jason. What's up, SD? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hey, Lynn. Hey, therapist. Hey, DB. Hey. You say, woo. You know what, Lynn? I promise y'all, like, this was not planned like this. It's so funny because, shout out to Kat. I was on her stream earlier because she started earlier, right? And I was listening to her stream the entire time. And I listened to it and I'm like, oh, okay, well, you know, I knew I had planned for us to start about 1. And I said, well, dang, y'all. I said, well, look at there. Great minds must think alike, because I don't know if she's seen that I had planned a stream, but it was so funny that her stream, I think it literally just ended because I was on her stream. I was listening. I was kind of like in the background, of course. Unfortunately, a lot of times I don't get a lot of time to chat in the thing with everybody, but I definitely try to, you know, get in there for a minute. But yeah, she was streaming earlier going over some motions and stuff. So like I said, I enjoy absolutely, totally listening to this stuff 1,000,001 times. Yeah, I seen you over there, Lynn. Oh, wow. Yeah, so that was nice. So yeah, when it did just end, I was like, wow. And I'm about to start. I'm like, it's perfect timing. I had her to keep me company, right? She was able to keep me company on stuff that I wanted to hear about until it was time for me to go actually and do the stream. Good, good, good. Each time that you listen, Liam, and what I found is, and I'll keep repeating, I probably sound like a broken record, but y'all know every time that I listen to something, I find something different. But I know that it's very important that us over here at Take It to Trial, we actually get through the testimony. Last night we had such a wonderful show. Shout out to Dana with the Trial and Error podcast that came on and assisted us with Dr. Walker's testimony and just all his knowledge, a wealth of knowledge with him being boots on the ground. Like, he's in the case, like he knows the ins and outs, like he has lived and breathed this in some shape, way, form, and fashion, right? So it was awesome to hear about his experiences, things that he knows just from being a defense attorney. So I really, truly, truly appreciate Dana coming on. And like I told him, he always has a place here to come. So once again, shout out to Dana from Trial and Error podcast that came on to assist us. Hopefully he'll be in the courtroom on Monday and Tuesday, if they have court on Tuesday. I know they do have it on Court TV scheduled for Monday. So of course we'll be in there. But we'll be in there on Monday, so that'll be awesome for us. And hopefully he can pop in and say, hey, right? So what we will do is we are going to go back into our Walker's testimony. As I stated before, BZ put us a nice playlist together. So I'm really just going in the order of the playlist that she has. This order is going to put us all the way together. So when we go into court on Monday, we should be right where we need to be. So hopefully we should be able to get through everything. And if we have to do it, some of the hearings we already seen, to be transparent, but I might be the only person. I really like watching everything in order. So we will be kind of like watching everything in order. So if we can, for most possibly. Yep. So that's what we will do. Yeah. And Leon, anything that you done learned or anything that you could share with us in regards to what you've seen, definitely make sure you put it in the chat. Share that wealth of knowledge that you have with us. Okay. So yesterday we left off, like I said, with Mr. Walker's testimony. It's about 2 hours, guys. We only got about 30 minutes of it in. So I am going to put us back in the courtroom so we can listen more to his testimony, because he's a very important witness that they did not allow the first time. Remember, he was not considered an expert the first time going around. And this judge here, he's willing to listen to some things that he has to say. So in the first trial, Walker testified as like an investigative witness. He was not qualified as an expert. The court restricted him from giving any technical opinions, explaining any limits of cell phone tower data. So the jury didn't get to hear all of this cell phone data and GPS and stuff. And, he did a lot of work on this. Like, remember, this is the guy that said, look, she is going to be found here, goofies. This is where y'all should be looking, goofies. But, they said, no, you're not going in the direction that we want you to go in. No, you want to lead to something else. We want it to be this. So they disregarded everything. And 3 years later, she's found in that area. So when the state presented their cell tower evidence, it went unchallenged, because who the defense thought they were going to be able to put on as an expert in this 2G cell phone, he was denied that opportunity. So we looked at parts of the 2017 hearing, and now we are going to go into the 2025 hearing, where we can hear more in regards to um, why this judge may consider letting him in and what difference this would make. What's up, SD? All right, well, let's go in here and see how much of this we can tackle. Hopefully we'll get through his testimony, be able to get through some more testimony. That way we can, we'll do some tomorrow. I won't keep everybody here on this last Saturday of 2025. Anybody got any plans for the new year? Curious minds. All right, well, let's go in and let's see what we have here.
Can you show the, okay?
I'm gonna back this up just a little bit, y'all.
Can you put a square where you understand Mr. Britt's home to be?
Proceed, sir.
Mr. Walker, you prepared the map.
Yes, sir.
You identified first where you thought the remains would be.
Yes.
And that was validated.
Yes.
Did you apply your experience and training to make sense out of the locations of the cell phone and the discarded evidence from there until the last evidence was found?
Exactly. I always thought that the route ended at the Gooch Creek because her lunchbox was found at the creek on Gooch Creek Road, the creek there. And when I talked to the person that found the lunchbox, they said that it was. Okay, I'll tell you.
What's the objection?
Hearsay.
He was about to testify to something somebody else said, so objection sustained, but you can rephrase your question.
And just an expert is allowed to use hearsay in reaching conclusions that would otherwise be inadmissible.
All right. He's responded that this is part of his conclusion. Ms. Wyrick?
Yes, sir.
All right, so objections overruled. He may proceed.
Okay. The person that found the lunchbox said that there's a huge culvert there that washes south. And I was under the impression that was probably in the route where all the large items were thrown because her lunchbox was found there. It was hanging on a stick, like I had thrown it out, but the strap of the lunchbox had caught a stick, so it didn't wash down the creek. And I believe that was where all of her large items were, which was missing a biology book, a purse, her notebook, and her lunchbox. And I asked Terry Dicus, I said, I think that's the end of the route. There was people around me that disagreed. When I went down to the creek and asked Dicus if I could go look, and within half an hour, I found her notebook. It had been washed down the creek about 75 yards up in the branches. I found her notebook.
When was this?
I don't know the exact date. It was probably a month into the investigation.
Okay.
Because it looked to me like from the cell records that the phone traveled to the freeway, paused, and then came back south to that area. And I said that would make sense to me, thinking that if the person abducted her and had this stuff in his vehicle, that would be the best place to get rid of it, is this creek with the big large culvert and the creek was washing down into the woods.
Have you been physically to the places along this route on your map?
Many times, because I had to figure the map out by driving it, by overlapping, like I said, by overlapping cell sections, pings, drive times. You have to make the roadways match. You can't be out in the middle of nowhere. You have to make it all match. So no, I've driven this route more than 50 times.
You able to determine general location of Mr. Terry Britt's home on the map that you've prepared?
Yes, it's just north of it. Because I told Terry Dicus when I was developing this map and thinking the end of the route was where the creek is, I said, your suspect probably lives in this area because they're going to have to know this road. This is a very rural road, Gooch Creek, where the creek is. You would have to drive that. Not the average person out there, even the average person in Decatur County would not know this road. It's a very secluded road. I said, the person probably drives this and they wouldn't know where that creek's at. And I told early on, I said, I'd say in 2012, I said, your suspect likely lives in this area.
And I'm going to hand you a purple marker on the map that you've provided. Can you identify this? And yes, on the exhibit itself.
What do you want me to,
We have not moved this in.
I apologize. Yep.
talking about this map here?
Yes, hold on, Mr. Walker. You have a map with the abduction investigation and a timeline, part of a
Yes.
3-page exhibit.
Yes,
First, and this is all data you prepared.
yes, I prepared this, yes.
And I move to enter it into exhibit.
Objections, Ms. Wire, moving this.
Yeah.
Or without objections, we'll mark this as Exhibit 5, 3-page document.
Now, on the map portion of exhibit 5, can you place the circle where you identified years ago where you thought the suspect
Would live or does live?
would live first?
I would say a circle, I would say a quarter of a mile around that end of the route on Gooch Creek Road. Circle like that
And
right
can you
there.
show okay?
Circle like that.
And can you put a square where you understand Mr. Britt's home to be? And show the general, please. In arriving at this, did you use your experience and training of tracking fugitives for a living?
Yes,
You sent Exhibit 5 to the TBI after the remains were found.
yes, there's a reason for that.
Why?
Because of the 8 months since she was taken down to the river and thrown in the river, and I completely disagree with that based on my timeline, that this timeline is from 8 a.m. to 9:30, and she was likely killed around 8:45, my timeline. And they said she was taken down there, the vague idea is, my fear was this, is that I knew that I created a map like this and put it in the file. I don't know where it ended up at, but I gave it to TBI, Terry Dykes,
Before the remains were found.
way before 2012. And my fear was this, is that this goes to trial and it's a potential death penalty case and there's convicted. Every lawyer in Harvard and Yale hates death penalty cases. They're going to be all over it and they're going to dig through the file. And I had a moral obligation to bring this up because not only that, but I was fearing Brady material that later on, they're going to dig through the file, comb through it, find my map in the file and say, why did I not bring up Brady material? Because I had something that says something very different than what was being accused. And I did not want to personally be liable for Brady material or my agency to be liable for Brady material. So that's why I typed this up and sent it to TBI to remind them there is a different theory in the file of the timeline when this occurred, a very different theory that matches the evidence. It matches what her brother said that morning. It matches what the neighbor, Mr. Barnes, said that morning. It matches what Mr. Barnes' mother said that morning. It matches the timeline and it matches the evidence on the roadways and the end of the route. And it matches the main suspect that was previous to these guys. Okay, that's what my fear of Brady material.
How were you treated after sending that?
How I was treated after I sent it to TBI. TBI spread rumors at the FBI about me, that I was some kind of liberal anti-death penalty person. They spread rumors at my own agency about me. They filed an internal affairs complaint on me, my only one in a 35-year 4-agency career. TBI filed an internal affairs complaint on me, said that I developed a map after her remains were found, but nobody knows that's true. My agency investigated it. I was exonerated, found no fault. They know that the map was created way before that. But I was called to a meeting with TBI. My agency attorneys told me I don't need to go to the meeting. I could ignore it. When I went to the TBI meeting, And the supervisor, he was sitting right here yesterday, right over here yesterday. He treated me like I was some kind of criminal because I had to sit out in the lobby and wait. Then I was called in, and he spent 34 minutes chastising me, giving me some sermon he prepared about how wrong I was.
And who was this?
He's their supervisor. He was here yesterday. I can't remember his name.
Okay.
He was sitting right here yesterday. And I took the map to talk about the map. I said, I took the map to this meeting. I wanted to talk about the timeline of how this map could match these suspects. Because I know nothing about these suspects. Okay, that's what I want to talk about. I didn't get to talk about it. Mr. Frizzell, their so-called cell phone expert, was also in the meeting. He asked me a couple of questions. He says, how fast was the vehicle traveling north? And I said about 33, 34 miles an hour. And I said about 34, 35 south. And he asked me, he says, well, you're wrong on this because the ping on that last ping on Holly's residence is at her residence. The last ping off the Parsons Road tower. And I said, no, I had to explain to him how to read a ping off of a 2G tower. I said, that ping is not there. You have to swing it around, and the timeline matches it being at the creek on Gooch Road. That's the end of the route. That's the last ping when they're throwing the stuff in the creek. So that was what, and I even offered the map to them when I left, and it was refused. Okay, so that's how I was treated after I turned this into TV. I was not, it was highly unprofessional when it occurred.
Did you ever find or publicize fault in Clint Bobo's help to law enforcement?
No, I interviewed Clint Bobo at least 4 times, a couple of times, 3.5 to 4 hours, a couple of times. He was always honest. He's a little timid, a little unsure of himself, but he was always very honest. He was very direct in giving the description of the individual that abducted his sister, how they walked across the yard. His timeline, what he talked about that morning, matched the neighbor's Mr. Barnes' testimony and matched Mr. Barnes' mother's testimony. Clint Bobo never lied. I'd never, ever once found him to be untruthful. He was a little unsure of himself, and I interviewed him. He added some things as he went along, because I remember one point in the interview I was talking to Terry Dicus about when they were walking across the yard with Holly, the suspect walked across the yard with Holly. He says, well, I was talking to my mother at that time. And I said, okay, so I can narrow that down to a specific time on the cell records. It was like 7:56.
At some point, you understood there was a trial in this case.
Yes.
And did you ever see the TUI letter sent to Susan Gibson?
I don't know what that is.
Okay. Talk about your communications with Zach Adams' defense attorneys prior to trial. So how many months or years before trial did you sit down and
I met with the prosecution about a year before. They came to my office. I talked to my legal counsel and the U.S. Attorney's Office prior to that, before saying anything to anyone. I needed my agency and the U.S. Attorney's Office on the same page. And they came to my office. They brought 2 attorneys, and I went over what I knew about the case. Okay. Months had passed. About 3 months, probably before the trial, I testified. I got a subpoena from the prosecution and the defense. And I didn't hear anything from the defense. The night before I testified, the night before, about 7 p.m., I met with the defense. I had an AUSA with me.
let's stop right here.
Okay.
Had you sent emails or have you received emails from Mr. Adams' attorneys?
No, I had not communicated other than we met the night before. I mean,
Private investigators?
no, nobody. I had not talked to the defense. I was willing to. The problem is I cannot reach out and do that. As a law enforcement person, I cannot reach out and talk to the defense.
Okay.
My agency said it's fine, go tell the truth. The U.S. Attorney's Office said the same thing. I had no problem with it. I cannot reach out and do that.
7 p.m. the night before you testified.
7 p.m. the night before I testified.
Where is this meeting at? A conference room?
At a hotel room. It's one just south of here. It's 8. I mean, Super 8 or something like that, hotel. It's a hotel room.
All right. Who's in the meeting?
The AUSA is with me. His defense counsel's there.
Which one?
I don't know her name. I just got to think of it.
Well, it's female.
Female.
Okay.
Female. I had a lot to talk about, a tremendous amount about how this all works. That I didn't want to be a cell phone expert because in my agency, that's a very complicated, big thing. I knew certain areas. I wanted to talk about that. I talked about what I knew about the case, the history of it. She was kind of following along. She was really relaxed. She was drinking wine. And I was like, I have testified in 4 to 5 previous capital murder trials prior to this one. And I was thinking, these guys are going to get convicted. They're going to get the death penalty. And she is way out of her league. That's what I thought. Because she was not comprehending what I was trying to explain.
I'm not object on him offering his opinion as to the standards of a lawyer.
Objection sustained.
That's fine, Your Honor. Did you ever communicate to her the distinction between being a cell phone expert and a tracking a fugitive with 2G network expert?
Yes.
Did Ms. Thompson take notes on this when you were telling her?
I don't have, no, she didn't seem to be taking notes. I don't recall.
How long did the meeting last?
About an hour.
You then came to court and sat right where you're sitting the next day.
Yes.
And Ms. Thompson attempted to certify you as an expert in cell phone expert.
Exactly.
Your conclusions are identified in Exhibit 4 and 5. And are they the product of your experience and training?
Yes.
Your pre-remains beliefs were validated.
The map is accurate.
Were there other items of physical discovery that you discussed with TBI in this case? Was there any other physical evidence that you discussed with them?
The prosecutor discussed the hair evidence.
The state discussed with you hair.
I discussed with them. When they met with me in my office here before the trial, Jennifer Thompson, Jennifer Nichols said that's the first time she'd heard about it, the hair evidence.
And what is this hair evidence?
It's some microscopic hair that was found in Terry Britt's vehicle that matches Holly's. It was tested by the FBI
That
lab.
is not accurate, and the state is going to object to that statement. That is an absolute
All right, hold on,
mischaracterization
Mr. Walker.
of this file.
Wait, did y'all just hear what I thought I heard? Did he say that there was a hair in Britt's car that matched Holly Bobo? Oh my goodness, Lynn. I thought that's what I heard. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Wow.
All right, the objection specifically, besides it not being not accurate, what's the objection?
That it
Okay.
is wholly and completely inaccurate.
They can
Response.
That's for cross-examination. If something's not accurate, that's how you.
All right, you can address it on cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
What did you tell General Nichols?
That I was,
Objection to the hearsay.
It's not offered for the truth of the matter, Your
All
Honor.
right, I'm going to hear what he has to say.
I told her that Suspect was Terry Britt. He matched his description. I talked about the hair evidence. I talked about the map, the route that the phone traveled, how I mapped it. I think what else I talked about? Pretty much what I knew about the case.
Did you mention this hair?
Yes.
And what did you tell her?
I told her there was a microscopic hair that matched Holly's. Same color that the FBI lab looked at.
And you have understanding of what happened regarding distinctions between Holly's hair and the hair found on Mr. Britt's?
Let's say that again.
You have awareness of the distinctions between the hair and Holly's hair. Or do you have any awareness of that?
Distinction between them? No, I just know I was on the conference call when the FBI called and talked to Terry Dicus and Art, the FBI. I was on the conference call with the FBI when they were talking about it.
And when you're discussing this with General Nichols, what was the reaction?
She said she never heard about it before.
Thank you for being here.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. So it's your testimony that,
Hold on, hold on one second. Are we done with this board now? Are you going to use the board, Ms. Wyrick, asking Mr. Walker to do anything
yeah,
on
I'm
the
not going to use the board. No,
Okay. Let's get this out of the way, Ms. Franks.
Yes. When were you last on the case in your official capacity as an employee of the United States Marshal Service? Because here today you're here as a citizen. Just, I got some concerns and I need the court to hear my concerns. There's no TUI letter allowing you to be here today, right?
No.
So when you retire from a federal agency, you don't still have to get a TUI letter to testify in court
I was given permission to testify
by the U.S. Marshal Service.
in the original trial.
But not today.
Not today.
Okay.
I'm a private citizen.
You're a private concerned citizen. When was your last involvement in this case as an employee of the United States Marshal Service?
It was, I want to be accurate.
How about 2013?
I believe 2013.
Okay. 2013 was the last time
Yeah.
that Mr. Walker.
I don't know the month of 2013. Sometime. in
That's fine.
2013.
But the year 2013.
Yeah.
All right. And is that when you retired?
No. Returned 21.
You retired in 21. You were taken off of the case in 2013.
No, I was just had other duties. I was not taken off of the case.
Reassigned
I-
to other things.
I participated in the case as an assistant, and I was busy doing other things. Other things happened.
Okay. So in 2013, you're no longer involved in briefings on the Holly Bobo case.
That's yes.
Yes, you were not, or yes, you were.
I was not.
Okay. So it's in your rear view mirror and you're moving on and working on other cases until the trial came up in 2017.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Are you aware of the fact that new information came into the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the Federal Bureau of Investigation after 2013?
Am I aware? No. I was called a couple of times and asked some questions along the way by the investigators about people I've interviewed, but I was not working actively on the case.
No. But I know you weren't working on it, but are you aware that new information was made available, became known after 2013?
I was hearing rumors.
I'm sorry?
Rumors.
Okay.
About like how she was taken down on the river, rumors.
Okay.
Certain things
But
like
you
that.
weren't involved in any of that?
No.
Right. Do you know who Anthony Phoenix is?
No.
Do you know who James Darnell is?
No.
Do you know who Carl Stigler is?
No.
Corey Rivers?
No.
Sean Cooper?
No.
Chris Swift?
No.
Jason Kirk?
No.
William Bell? You know who any of these people are?
No.
Okay. And it's your testimony that you knew where Miss Bobo's body was going to be found. Is that what I'm understanding?
I knew it was going to be in cell section 1 of the Shallow Road Tower. Well, I didn't know her body was going to be there. I know that was she was taken and probably killed at.
You knew. Okay.
But yeah.
So you went looking for her.
Many times.
With whom?
Terry Dykus, the chief deputy of the county, with a neighbor that lived up there. One time I was up there looking and a neighbor was there.
Did you find her?
No, of course I didn't find her.
Right.
Because it is a huge area. It is wooded. It's vast.
It's a massive, huge wooded area,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And am I understanding your testimony that it is your expert opinion that her cell phone was with her when she was murdered?
Yes.
What do you base that on?
I base that on, it was probably in her right back pocket when she was abducted.
I'm not asking about when she was abducted. When the bullet was put to the back of her head by James Autry and Zach Adams, is it your testimony to this court that her phone was on her at that time?
I'm not going to comment to that because I don't believe that.
Okay, then in the world that you're functioning in, it's your belief that Terry Britt, let's just say it, let's just bring it out. Terry Britt put that bullet in the back of her head. Is that your testimony? That's what you're gonna tell this judge?
I believe.
Answer my question.
Your Honor, the witness is allowed.
I do believe that.
That Terry Britt put a
Wow,
bullet in the
she
back of her head.
aggressive.
Yes.
Okay, so when he did that, for this hypothetical scenario of yours, was her phone on her?
It was either on her or in his vehicle.
Okay. On her, still back in her pants pocket?
Well, since the phone traveled south, it was probably in the vehicle,
In the vehicle. Okay, which vehicle?
his small truck.
Okay. Are you aware that the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation wired his home?
I'm aware.
All right. Cell phones, landlines, they were listening to everything.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware, where was Terry Britt's phone that day?
Probably at home.
But you don't know.
It didn't register on the tower, so it didn't get any calls.
Where was Zach Adams' phone that day?
I
Do you
believe-
know?
I believe it is residence on the Cox Road Tower, from what I understand.
Okay. Where was Shane Austin's phone that day?
They were not near Holly's.
Really?
Yeah, I know that.
Where was Jason Autry's phone that
Not
day?
near Holly's.
Sir?
Not near Holly's.
And where was Dylan Adams' phone that day?
Not near Holly's.
And what are you basing those answers on?
Looking through the tower dumps, reading every single phone in the county. I mapped every phone on the AT&T and Verizon to match them to see if anybody's matched Holly's travel. And there was only one phone of a lady that lived up north near the freeway that semi-matched the route.
You got information from AT&T?
The tower dumps, I got them from Terry Dykus,
You got it from TBI.
TBI.
When was Terry Dykus removed from this case because he lost objectivity?
I do not know.
Terry Dykus called you in, let me make sure I get my years right here. Did you watch the whole trial after you testified?
I didn't watch any of it.
Okay, so would it surprise you to know that, well, let me not get questions confused with other questions. Terry Dykus asked you to go interview Terry Britt, right?
Yes, you did.
Okay, and tell me about that. What year was that?
I think it was 2013. Spring of 2013, maybe April.
Okay,
I don't know. I don't remember exactly. It's been a while.
in 2013,
I think it's 2013.
before you'd moved on to other cases, or were you still on this case?
If I was in and out of this case the whole time, I was never 100% assigned to it. Okay, I was never 100% on the case. I was just assisting TBI with when things they needed stuff. When John Mayer asked for the cell phone tracking, we worked on that, and there was things along the way that we would assist with. Terry Dykus called and asked if I could interview Terry Britt. I said, sure.
Did you know at the time that Terry Dykus had been taken off this case?
did not
because
know
he'd
that.
lost? I'm sorry, can I finish my question? Did you know that he'd been taken off the case when he asked you to do that?
I did not know that.
Okay. And the U.S. Marshal Service has a cell phone task force, correct?
Individuals signed to districts that do cell phone work.
Were you one of those?
In my district, Eastern Texas, I was the person that did it for my district, yes.
Okay. What about after that?
No, I was assigned to something different. I was in a different program.
When you were here in West Tennessee, what was your assignment? Were you on the cell phone task force?
No, I was assigned to the Strategic National Stockpile.
Which
and
is-
and the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force.
Okay. And the strategic, let me make sure I get it right. The Strategic National Stockpile, that's the National Repository of Medical Essential Supplies, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So Terry Dicus asks you to go to a penal institution and interview who you two believed to be the murderer of Holly Bobo.
Yes,
Okay. You did that.
yes.
And what happened?
Well, I'm going to tell you what I expected. I fully expected him to tell me to go away and not say a word. That's been my experience with when you're accusing somebody of something. And I told Terry Dicus, I said, sure, I'll go talk to him. I didn't know. He put it like this. He says, you know him, you worked the wire on his house. Go see if he wants to work out some kind of deal on the Holly Bobo abduction murder case.
And you'd taken many statements prior to that from suspected murderers.
Yes,
How many?
I have no idea.
Me either. 50, 100, 1,000?
Well, let's just do 20.
How many?
20.
20. Okay.
I was just going to see if he wanted, I was not there to take a statement. I was not there to get a confession. I was there to see if he just wanted to work out some kind of deal because they're talking about charging Janet Britt. That's all it was. I just said, I'll go see if he wants to work out a deal. That's all. It was very simple.
Who had authorized you to go see if he wanted to work out a deal?
Nobody authorized me. I can go interview a prisoner if I want to.
Okay. So you go, and I think I want to make sure I get it correct. At trial, you indicated that you were not there trying to obtain, what did you call it? Factual
No,
information?
testimonial evidence.
Testimonial evidence. That's what it is. Define that for me. What is testimonial evidence?
That's when you're going to interview somebody so that the information they tell you, you can use against them in trial.
Okay.
That's what that is.
Okay. And so you're going to interview Terry Britt to get testimonial evidence or not to get testimonial evidence?
I'm just there to ask him if he wants to work out a deal with TBI. That's all. Just does he want to talk to keep his wife from being charged with a criminal charge? That's all. Do you want to work out a deal with TBI? And he said, tell him what we know about him, see if he wants to work out a deal. And once I went through the details of what we knew about how he's involved in the case, he admitted to it.
He admitted to murdering Holly Bobo.
Yes. He said, it sounds like you got it figured out. I'll plead to 20 years. I don't want to die in jail, but I want to be in a different jail.
Could another interpretation of that be that he was being a smart aleck?
Your
No,
Honor,
no.
if the witness is not able to testify of his interpretation of Ms. Thompson's preparedness, the witness should not be able to testify to this. Or I would request leave to reinstitute on redirect the client's
You'll get an
interpretation.
opportunity to question him
Okay.
again.
No,
That there's no way that's a possibility. That he was just
I did not.
messing with you.
Nope, didn't pick up on that.
Okay, after your, what did you say, 5 previous experiences of taking statements?
I don't know how many I've taken over the years. I've taken quite a few. It's been 35 years in law enforcement.
I know you did, and I'm not trying to make light of it. I'm
All right.
trying to get a picture of your experience. And I thought a minute ago when I asked you how many you had taken, you said
At
5.
least 20. No, I said
Okay,
at least
20.
20.
Okay, so I did miss you. All right, 20. All right. So he confesses to you.
Not a confession, just an admission. It's the difference. A confession is when you write out a whole statement, okay? An admission is when you're like, I did that. That's not necessarily a confession. The confession, you get into the details.
So you get the admission first, and then you get the confession.
I didn't want the confession. I wanted him to stop right there. I told him to stop. TBI needs to talk to him. I'm not there to do that. TBI needs to talk to him. I stopped him right there. I got up to leave, and he implied, he says, hey, can you get me out of here because I need to show you something? I think he was implying he wants to show me where her remains were. And I said, you need
You
to.
think that's what he was saying?
Yes.
You don't know?
I'm pretty sure that's what he was saying.
Okay.
I'm not an idiot.
Did you Mirandize them?
No,
How was anybody going to use that in court?
I wasn't there to get anything from court. I told y'all that. I
You were
wasn't
just-
there. I wasn't there to get a statement. I was there to see if he wanted to talk to TBI. And he said, yeah, I'll talk to TBI to keep Janet Britt from being charged. He wanted to do that.
Okay. When did it occur to you, maybe I should have Mirandized him?
Well, after he starts talking, I just wanted to leave. I said, I'm leaving. I'm not there. I did not want to be anywhere involved in him giving some kind of Miranda statement to his court. That's not my purpose. That's not my job.
So you went back to the treehouse and you told Terry Douglas, I got him to confess. Go get him.
I wrote a report, gave it to TBI.
You wrote a report? You didn't call Terry Dicus and say, I just got Terry Britt to to admit, not confess, admit to killing Holly Bobo.
I don't recall calling him. I don't recall that.
Did you call your supervisor and say, I just cracked the case?
No, I didn't do that either. I just went and wrote a report on it. This is not the biggest event I've ever had in law enforcement, so, I mean,
I'm not trying to
It's not.
imply that it is, but it is a really big deal
I
for
know
the
that.
Bobo family.
I understand that, but to me, there's many people get murdered and you investigate many different things. So I just did what I normally would do. I go write a report, I get a report to the agency.
When Mr. Lewis and Mr. Frizzell came to talk with you, and that's the man's name that you were, Mark Lewis, does that ring a bell?
I guess, I know.
Okay. They talked to you about this report that you did, correct?
They didn't talk to me about the report.
Was it may I approach, Your Honor?
You may, well, are you going to show them Exhibit 5?
No, sir.
Okay,
I don't think this has been marked.
that's just for, okay.
You
Witnesses,
correct me.
witnesses
Is
being
that
handed
wrong?
a document.
Yeah, same.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can
Okay,
we
yes.
see what they're
Exhibit
offering?
5. Does he have it?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the report they came to talk to you about?
I went to them. They didn't come to me. I went to their office.
Oh,
And-
you called them and said, I need to come talk with you?
No, my agency said that TPI wanted to talk to me. My agency said, I don't have to talk to him. And I said, no, I would like to clarify the map. I would like to get into the details and talk about this is what I would like to do. And I went to TBI,
This, the witness is referring to.
this map. I went to them and we didn't get to talk about it. All I got was a lecture for half an hour on how I was wrong and incompetent by the supervisor. It was recorded. That conversation, that is recorded by TBI. That whole conversation was recorded. It's
Yes.
34 minutes long.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. We're going to listen to it.
Yeah. We didn't discuss.
Okay.
I mean, it was just like, he didn't want to talk about the map.
We're going to play something to see if you recognize this. We're not going to play it all, but I want to hear if this is what you're referring to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Your Honor, I'd ask under completeness to play the entire recording.
That's fine.
Well, at this point, I think it's just for authentication, so let's just,
Okay.
let's go through the steps.
We don't need such a big room, but it's the. Is it just us? Just us three? Joe's not gonna be here? No. I want to talk to Joe about it.
Is that your voice?
Well,
I believe it is.
that's okay. This needs to be something else later on. No, I'm not. I'm worried.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear it.
We can.
Is that your voice? Asking, is it just the three of us?
Yes.
You recognize this?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, at this time I would ask that this be marked as the next numbered exhibit and
Objections, Mr. Bates?
None, Your Honor.
I will mark this We at Exhibit 6 now. Mark it as Exhibit 6.
Do we file because I get a flash drive?
Would that be easier?
I'm sorry, say that once again.
Substitute this for with a
Could
flash
I
drive later?
file it as late file with a flash drive of the audio?
Yes, that's my preference throughout today. The proceeding is that we follow up with the court on digital evidence marked in a unique container, or a thumb drive or external drive of some form.
You suggesting we have one and then mark and label them inside on the files, Exhibit 1, 2, 3, 4?
If possible, the size might exceed the scope and it has to be multiple ones.
You're satisfied with that, Mr. Boyan? Ms. Wyrick, you good
Yes,
with that?
that's fine.
C2? All right. But we will designate this audio recording as Exhibit 6. All right. You're going to play this.
Yes, sir.
If it becomes to a point where I can't understand it,
Yes, sir.
then I'm going to just let you know. I'll review it again later.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Set 34 minutes.
I think.
I'll explain what I'm seeing.
It's long.
I like the good seat, John.
It's longer than 34, but I think that the relevant part is within the first 34
That's
minutes.
fine. Mr. Bates wants it all played, so we'll play it off.
Hear it all.
Question I gotta ask first. Yes, I want her to road. And, that's the reason I brought this up, is the road. She was allegedly helping her. Is that how this, is that very
Well, we can't get into specifics of what we know right now.
Oh, okay.
That's,
You're all right, I just,
let me start off here, just, make this be more comfortable than it is. Okay, I mean, the goal of this,
All right, at some point, explain to the court who's in this room and who's talking.
Yes, Your Honor. The witness is talking. Mark Lewis with the TBI and Mike Frizzell with the TBI are the three people in the room. Mr. Lewis is the one talking now, kind of setting the stage.
You said Mike Frizzell.
Frizzell, Frizzell, and he will testify later.
Your Honor, could we get a date and time that this recording took place?
October 23rd, 2014. Does that sound right? October 23rd, 2014?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Walker, for answering out loud. Okay, you may proceed.
and almost everything that we do, really everything we do, specifically this meeting, is to make sure we get the truth. If we haven't missed something, if there's not something out there that you have, we're unaware of, or anybody needs to give us, it will help us to figure out what the truth is, or what happened.
I'll tell you what I know.
Okay. Now, hold on a second. And it kind of stems from the email. The email you sent us is sort of what got the ball rolling on that. I wish you sent it. I wish you called and talked to us about it before you sent it. But it is what it is. And if you feel that way, we're not here to talk anybody out of what they believe. We do know that the Marshal Service has already talked to you about some stuff, and that's their business. That's between you and them. They did. I feel only fairness to you. Questions that they have already asked you, or that we've been told they asked you. They're really good questions. I would like to go down. I would like to go down that list ourselves with you, because we don't know the answers to these. They did give us the list, but for whatever reason,
They didn't have this, they didn't have answers.
they did not give us the answers.
No, so I was going.
But now let me back up a little bit. Mike is with our technical services.
Yeah, I remember.
He's our,
I actually had it on 16 papers on.
he is one of our phone experts. He is the phone expert, case agent on this case.
615-521. Yeah. That's it. And, well, you know me from back in the day, I was a field agent back then, working on the, I think.
I didn't know this was sent, I talked to Kira, and she said email to be the best way to send it, that's why I sent it.
Okay. Well, the problem is when you send an email, it's in an email, it's kind of not really work product, kind of official. But that's okay, we'll get around that. Yeah, exactly, that's all we want. And my role has changed somewhat since we last saw each other. Well, maybe it hasn't. It's sometime during the early stages, I got promoted. I'm the assistant special agent in charge for the field.
You got promoted again?
No, or maybe you already did.
I think I got promoted when it was also general investigation. Hello?
That's showing us.
Hello? Somebody watching it?
No, probably not. It would show the dog, you know.
I don't remember using that.
I would be kind of like, I'll make it, no, but.
I don't know if you get the.
Maybe no, I mean, they really say they were trying to help.
No, I just want, I wasn't even about to say anything, I noticed the phone thing, and I heard about, you're always got rumors and stuff, but once it's done, it remains from, we thought that we were okay, that's what I said. Well, I probably should speak up.
Yeah, that's fine, that's.
And I called Ricky Edmonds on that Friday, and he gave me a general location where the remains were found. And I said, well, that's gonna be Holly Skull, and the day before our house, so that's where we predicted it.
But no, actually, of course, I've not been promoted again. We just didn't want to send a whole bunch of people down here. I think we can get this resolved.
Okay.
There's not one person who knows everything about the case. The closest thing to that is the phone stuff, which will probably be mine. I was there day one. I've always been involved in the case in some form or fashion, but we didn't need to send, we have like a whole team working on this now. Things have changed dramatically or drastically since you were probably last involved in this. It's like a total different investigation from 2 years ago, completely. You wouldn't even recognize it. We wish a prosecutor could have come with us. Since then, a new district attorney has been elected. Not only did we lose our DA, we also lost the lead prosecutor, Bench. She went to the district.
It's the new guy, prosecutor.
But yeah, we don't really know yet. Yeah, he's gonna be involved. He's a district attorney, but we don't know who the lead team is gonna be. I would tell you if I knew, but we don't know for sure how that's gonna be. Again, I say that to say this. I wish the prosecutor could have been here for whatever reason. We don't have one here. Normally, what I want this to be is more like a trial prep for clarification purposes. We don't want to be surprised on the stand.
That's why I brought
And
this up.
we don't want you surprised on the stand.
I don't want this thing to get, and that's why I brought this up. I brought it up because I said, there's a lot of people that know about this information and were involved in the case in the first 2 years. And we kept saying over and over again, she was taken to the freeway, it's been half an hour, then the phone came back, FBI said the same thing. All I've been trying to talk to, really all week, for some reason he's unavailable.
Well, what I would like to do, normally we don't do this. I don't want this to be a written statement. I like to turn this into just making some notes. Normally I don't like doing this, but under these circumstances, and especially since the prosecutor can't be here and they are brand new, they're gonna want us, I like to record this. You got a problem with that? I didn't know. All right.
That's what the truth out, Mark, that's all.
That's all.
I was involved a little bit part of the case, I'll ask you to look at the phone stuff early, because the Marshal Service has access to great wealth of knowledge. And,
David Marshall, correct?
I'm a senior inspector.
Senior inspector. I may just have everybody introduce themselves. All right. Okay, we're recording. This is Assistant Special Agent in Charge of the Field Division of West Tennessee, Mark Lewis. We are at the Memphis Field Office in Memphis, Tennessee. Today's date is Thursday, October 23rd, 2014. The time is approximately 10:07. Two other law enforcement officials in the room now. I'll let them introduce themselves.
Senior Inspector John Walker, United States Marshals. Special Agent Mike Frizzell, Technical Services, TDI.
Okay. Okay, I want to sort of guide this, but you feel free to jump in if I'm wrong or I say something in error. Again, I want to reiterate the goal of this meeting and the goal of this investigation is to be sure that we get the truth about what happened to Holly Bobo. Point blank. There's no other way to say it. So if we
miss something or we need something that will help the case, that will help get justice for Holly Bobo, we're gonna do what we need to do that. And, if we're wrong about something, we need to know it. If you're wrong about something, we need to know that too, right? And I stated before we turn the recording on, I think you're aware of this, the Marshal Service did provide us with some questions I think you guys have already met and talked about. And what I would like to do is just peruse through these questions one by one, and because these are pretty good questions, I think that may speed the process up. And once you give your comment on these, and help us out. All right. Okay, the document in question is going to be the email. That needs to go, I think that's the way this is worded. So why did Walker create this document? The document in question will be the email.
I created it because when I heard the location of her remains from the news media, well, Ricky, and I called Ricky in on Friday when the skull was found and it had been identified, and I said, well, that's located. Ricky told me it was located 400 yards from the woods, close to the Rise Tower near the sawmill. North side of the freeway between the Shaw Road and Coxville Tower. And I said, well, that's predicted to be on loan 2.5 years ago. The map that I made 2.5 years ago, and TBI is a copy of that map. Probably 5 by 5 foot map country. Because that's where I consistently said that we needed to focus on searching this map. This map was that map was made 2.5 years ago. And I sent the email because the location of the remains confirmed where we thought it would be. And that she was probably killed the first hour, and the FBI vehicle now said the same thing. That's why I read the document. Because I didn't want to get to trial, somebody bring this up, and I ended up going to trial, so they try to explain this.
That report was new to us. I mean, that was what, about 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, something like that. Do you have any, does the board have any additional information, any case files, reports, et cetera, associated with this information? Is there anything else?
The only other things I have is I have some notes, and when we interviewed a lot of Clint and Holly's friends in the beginning, because the behavior analysis said that the person was 20 years of age. Of course, after we interviewed everybody's 20 years of age, they said no, it's mentally 20 years of age, so kind of do that. But I interviewed a lot of Clint and Holly's classmates, those notes didn't leave anymore. Cell phone stuff, I just have very few things that were remaining. Most of the things y'all emailed to me, or I worked on when I was in your office.
Anything we don't have?
No, you have everything.
What materials did Walker use to generate this document? Again, I'm referring to the email.
Well, the email was generated off of a map I created 2.5 years ago. And the map was created off of working close with AT&T, the FBI, and my own agency on people's cell phones.
And this may not make a lot of that, but does Walker still have those materials?
Yeah, I just don't have just a few things. I'll give you copies.
And I can feel free to, the phone stuff. I'm not a phone expert, I'll tell you that now. But does Walker have any additional information that he thinks would be discovered?
No.
Why did Walker send this document? What was his purpose behind it?
I felt that needed to come out now, that was a different period the first 2 years. Well, here's one more side, so. I don't know if that's the case, it's just that everybody in the law enforcement community saying she's over 300 videotape. I see something different.
Why did Walker make it a point in his email to mention the issue of discovery and trading?
Because I think the defense attorney should already have this. If they've got the discovery, they've already got this information. And I bring it up because we need to do it now instead of them using it as a defense mechanism. And if it is true, the theory of this, it should be, they can bring it out as cost.
In fairness, these are the questions they asked you.
Yes,
yeah. It's a little weird for me reading these like these, but I wanted we didn't have the answers. Did someone ask Walker to create or send this document, or did Walker create and send this document on his own?
I discussed it with people in my office.
Was Walker working with anyone to create this document?
Well, I was back when I created the map, which is AT&T, the FBI, and my own agency.
So,
but as far as the email, I didn't email. I talked to the people I work with, and they said it's going to create a state. I said, well, my conscience got to be clear afterwards.
So this fire a year and a half, 2 years ago? The answer is yes. Recently, no. You have been working.
I don't think about the case now.
Was this so?
Who told you to create a thing? My coworker, Austin, why, people over at the task force. But I'm like, it's the truth, guys, that's all. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I just bring it on board.
Again, we're not here to chew it.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Was this socialized? I guess it's on social media. This would be a big topic. You also, department like about it. Was he pursuing this information from anyone outside of the U.S. Marshal Service or outside of law enforcement? When was Walker's last involvement in this case?
2 years, 2.5 years ago.
That's what I would read there. Not involvement, not being you hit send on the email, but actual legitimate. Is Walker working with anyone in law enforcement or outside law enforcement in this case currently? Did any U.S. Marshal Service supervisor approve of creating this document?
Discussed with my supervisor for certain time.
Who your supervisor was? That's a Marshal supervisor, not a JTTF supervisor. Scott, same. Did he see the email? No. Did the United States Marshal Service supervisor know the depth of Walker's involvement in this case? Was Scott, would he have been your supervisor back then when you and Oscar would come up with
It's weird how this worked out because we worked to get cases. But when this happened, they kind of just sent us over to work with y'all. That's kind of how the JTS says, y'all go work with them. So we did it, or we could help out, we would. Trying to create a problem, we were just trying to help them.
No, we don't need it. We understood it completely. Has Walker released this information to anyone else? No, and anyone outside law enforcement? Did anyone ask Walker to perform stealth training? If so, who?
They jumped into the way that was scary. First of all, I didn't turn for 6 months. I didn't do.
So with the DBI had and that would have been, you told her that would have been like the first few.
That's for 6 months, first year, because I was getting stuff all the way to the first year still, first 6 months especially. But I think I was getting stuff, I was getting the FBI too, they had the pink map, which I wish I still had, not doing that.
So the first few months, April 13th, 2011 is the convention day.
Right.
How did Walker get the cell phone data used in his document? And from cell provider, did he get a forward from right? Yeah. And where we got it from, you don't know, or
You gotta make it,
but you don't know the legal process would be used or not used to get it.
I don't think prosecutors get it, we do that ourselves, but I would done through y'all's court order.
Okay, but this.
But I didn't see the court order, all I was providing was the information.
Okay. All right. What did Walker use to link the conclusions he made about the time of the murder and abduction to his cell phone tracking data?
Because the phone goes into a geographic location for about 30 minutes. Then it comes out of that geographic location, and from what my understanding is, that's where the remains were found. The FBI's behavioral analysis also said she was probably killed during the first hour of abduction. And that's been our theory the first 2 years of investigation. She was taken up in 3 minutes, probably killed her.
Probably, or something could have happened, but
Probably, that's
my recollection is we really didn't know what happened here in that 30 minutes. So that's fair, just make sure I'm not missing something.
That's fair.
So so the 30 minutes or so of inactivity in the approximate location where you heard the body and the remains were discovered, and what the FBI had announced told us earlier. Do you remember when we met with the behavioral analysis?
She stood in front of the room about the first or second week and talked to us on a few occasions. She was about 5'6" white female with shoulder length dark hair and came to the FBI, and she would talk to the.
Was this in 2011?
Yes, it was the very first few weeks of that.
You had no access to your behavioral analysis opinions or anything?
No, just that first few weeks she was talking, because I thought it was strange, it didn't fit my brain that you would talk to a blonde-headed girl and kill her the first hour, so.
Okay.
The phone, my house, the phone agree.
That's kind of the first part of business when I got, then they need to rush to these so quickly. I mean, you had seen these already, and I would be.
No, they told me to go there.
We need to go through the meeting. I didn't have access to that.
Can you tell us a little bit about your background with the service about cell phone training? Sure. My background is 28 years of law enforcement experience working in agencies. I worked on numerous capital cases before, testified in 5. All 5 of them had convictions, 1 death sentence. The I was executed. The last time I testified in was in Texas. I from here 8 years ago when I walked out the stand and pled life. Cell phone experience, I've worked many investigations, in excess of 50 fugitive investigations using cell phone tracking, working with the guys, arrested many people. Using cell phone tracking all over Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana. And I'm very familiar with our agencies, pretty good at it. If I have a question, I have any people I can call that will fill me in specific details about 2G, 3G, 3-sided towers, 8-sided towers, things of that nature. So I have a lot of resources I don't understand some. But I'm also quick studies. I have a college degree and 2 graduate degrees, so I work quickly. If you see an error, I have noticed by many people, if you see an error, I point it out.
Well, the error I see, John, is your first sentence here. This kind of states it for fact. The tracking data of Holly Bobo, AT&T cell telephone indicates she was killed during the first hour of her abduction. That statement alone is a factual statement in my mind. And I had trouble reconciling saying just by purely looking at cell phone tracking data that she was killed in the first hour.
That's the first thing.
That's a sticking point. I would never say that. So to speak. So let's go over your analysis. And let's figure out how we can.
Okay.
Where did you get this propagation?
AT&T.
AT&T.
No, I mean, not you, TBI, AT&T did.
Right. Anybody specific?
No.
And that's not. In your last sentence here, in this first paragraph, on recent location of Holly's remains is also consistent with tracking their telephone data, and a further indication that her death likely occurred during the first hour of abduction. That's something else I would never say just based on hard data. What do you think?
Let me explain what I have and show you the map that I created 2.5 years ago. And y'all can reach your own conclusion. I think that's the best way. Do you need to see the data sheets? You know what data sheets look like? Data sheets are what, the Excel spreadsheet that AT&T does, Verizon does, it shows you all the cell phone information, the towers. I was sent that by PBI for all the towers in the area plus the Verizon towers. Not only do we initially map their phone, we try to map people that image that phone, try to find people that prove the same routes. We found a few, but nobody turned into suspects. If you're familiar with that, you're familiar with that.
He's our expert.
This second page here, this is what AT&T gave y'all. This is an analysis of all this phone retract. And I broke it down so you can read it easier right there. From 7:40 a.m. to 9:25 a.m. The cell sections it hits and the cell locations. Okay? This is all what this does is this takes the Excel spreadsheet, the regardless, and breaks down just Holly's phone travel on that day. From early in the morning on the 13th until 9:06 a.m. Okay? And I broke it down to where she travels 7:40 a.m. because according to what, or theory was at the time that she was sometime around 7:45, and departure from the house was sometime around between that and 8 o'clock. And it leaves off at 9:25 a.m. I've included a couple of things on the list because there's a couple of pings on the phone that we didn't know about until like 8 months into the investigation that I was talking to Ricky Evans in front of the sheriff, and the sheriff made a comment that he had the phone pinged several times. We didn't know that at the time in the first 6 months. They were pinging the phone in the first hour of the investigation. Now I know it was 4 pings on the phone. A ping is an AT&T signal out to locate where the phone is. It's where the phone is. And it's geographically close. It's not specific because this is the 2G area. And that's where this phone moves to this way. From this information here, from this overlay map, I took cell phone location, sector location, geographic location of the roadways, and time, came up with a map. So that's the map you see in front of you. I have the original. This is the map I came up with, that I gave you all a copy of years ago. And the map, what was on this map is the tallest residence, the typical coverage area of the cell zone that I had to cross, okay? Because I know that when she leaves her house, if she's over this way, she's going to stay on the dark of the tower tomorrow. There's a real strong tower over here from the Yuma Tower. And if you get over, because I'll go with AT&T and wrote this, and they did a dot matrix map about where you were at compared to location. I mean, what happened was they put little dots on the map that if you got off a certain way, it changed tower sections. And I wrote with AT&T. We had a copy of Holly's phone. We had 4 copies of Holly's phone. And we wrote these maps, and there's a digital map with the dots on it that shows where you're at a certain location. And the phone had to funnel up through this area right here, because if not, if the 811 hit, would have been on the Parsons Tower, it would go over here. And it would have been on the Yuma Tower if it went over here. So we know the phone went through here. And then we know it stays in this section of the Shiloh Road Tower, which is section 2 of the Shiloh Road Tower, for 2 more hits, the 817 and 826. So we know it goes to the freeway. And then there's 2 pings in this section of the tower here. There's two pings. And the phone stays in the standing area, gets up there about 8:30, gets in this section, and it stays until almost 9 o'clock. Because it leaves at 9 o'clock out this way, because if there's 2 pings on this tower, which is the Cox Road Tower, sections 2, and then sections 3, and it bumps into section 3 as it goes south, and then it ends up around 9:25 on the Parsons Tower. If that phone went all the way out to the highway and south, the 9:25 would have been on the second section instead of the third section of Parsons Tower. That's been out. There's a lot of work went into this, figuring this out, and it took several months to figure it out. But the phone said, and this y'all have got this map, the phone said it went to cell tower 1096 section 1 for 30 minutes before it left that area. The phone went there and it came out of that area. Getting that off. Getting off this, ping and pings. So we're going to pings.
Back when you rode with AT&T, I was down there that day, and your theory then was that it went up Corinth Road, which I disagree with.
Corinth Road? Went up Prospect Road, went up T.J. Evans Road.
Corinth Road is west to west.
What, I just wanted to change your mind. Originally, we thought it went more to the west because there was some data that was in the file that later we found out wasn't correct data. But after I dealt with AT&T, I said it had to go up this avenue up the center, because if you get over in this area, even just a little bit over here on Brown Road or Prospect over here, you end up on this real powerful 8-sided tower up the Yuma Tower over here. You need to deal with it just a little bit, you're on that tower. So I know I had to go up to the middle. Because if you swing over this way, the Parsons Tower leads way up into this area too, the Parsons Tower.
If you use any other equipment of your own to collect RF, any kind of,
No, I can't
on some other town,
for out of town. Not AT&T. That's our phone with AT&T town.
well, so you agree that maybe the first sentence here will get a matter of fact, it shouldn't be.
When I tracked the phone, it went in that section right there, our bodies on that section, and that phone stopped there for 30 minutes.
Okay.
Well, my analysis is that's probably one time we've done.
they done with this thing? That's a tough question.
Well, do I believe that 100%? I'm at 90%. Can I answer that on the witness stand? I don't know what type of death occurred. But, according to self-data, the way it tracks to that section, it occurred in that 30 minutes. I'm a reasonable person. I'm not quite stupid. Well, I'm not here to try. Common sense says it went into that section. I'll look at it in reverse. Look at it in reverse. The phone says, and this map was made 2.5 years ago. The phone says she went in this area. I put the little red dots on this map because I thought that's where you should focus the searches at. And I was asked at least 3 times where you should search at. And I said, you should focus at the freeway. Ricky Inman's, Dykus, and other people can verify that. Instead of going up there and searching at the freeway, they would have some idea of somebody else, and they'd run over and search here, run over and search there. And I said, she's up here. And I talked to neighbors, she's over here. I said, she's gonna be up here in this area. And that's where the phone went. It's been half an hour and it's left. If she was killed, she should be in that area. And she was found in that area. The reason I believe that now is because I heard the theory that she was taken, I don't even know where the guy lives, somebody's house a few miles away. And the chances of her being taken to that house, held for 3 days, killed and brought back and put in that cell section, which is a very small cell section, is, I would believe, very remote. What are the chances of that? What are the chances of the phone going in there, spending 30 minutes, and then she's taken away for 3 days and brought back to the same location? I would say.
Are you aware that you have this?
No. I just have rumors. And all I know is that cell section, I'm gonna point that out. Mark, you need to understand that. That cell section is that little blue, light blue spot right here. It's a little bit area right there. It's a very small cell section. That's, section 1096, section 1 is a very small section. If it was huge, I could probably buy more of that, but it's a very small section. This Cox Road Tower overwhelms.
I wasn't gonna ask a phone question, but I'm gonna ask this one. Okay. How do you know she was still with her phone post-production?
Because her mom said it was on it.
How did her mom know? I'm not,
I believe the phone was with her until she was killed.
do you hear anything that's with them?
Other than her mom said it was probably in her purse.
Okay.
Well, her property, well, in her house, and her property such as her lunchbox, her notebook that I found in the creek. And, her phone was with her when she left the house. That was our understanding. Her phone was with her. Do I know her phone was on her? No, but her mother said it was with her traveling.
I know, but that's on a normal day. This is not a normal day. She's been kidnapped.
Right.
So she.
But she also took all of her property with her.
Or someone did.
Or her brother describes her carrying her property.
Are you aware of any subsequent interviews or information we've obtained from that Bobo?
No, I haven't talked to Clint since the beginning of the investigation.
So is it possible he's provided additional or different information?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's not. You said something about that word that. Okay, I didn't go through it.
No, that's. Well, you know, in your email, you mentioned specifically the skull, obviously this is, but you mentioned braiding material. On braiding material. Because if y'all hear that she's held for 3 days, this can show that she was killed in the first hour. Well, what it can show is her phone is stationary up in that area. What does that mean she's killed? No, we can't say that basically, but I was just brought up where remains are found in that area, so. You believe it's too big of a coincidence. You believe we have wrong? Do I believe that? I don't know enough about the case to believe I'm wrong. What do you think did it? Do I think did it? Yes. I think they're written about here. Why? Because everything fits with him. After being in jail, Dr. Saxon, and he said he flipped it. I interviewed Britt in jail. I'll go through this, okay?
Well, there's one side of the phone stuff in this one.
You want me to say mine? I'll go through it. Let's, you want to hear it? No. Britt, here's why I think Britt. I'll get to the jail interview. Probably about 50% on Britt, but Art, the FBI agent, and Dykus, and Ricky Edmonds and all that, real heavy hot on it. Even when y'all bumped at Buddy's house, okay? I was like, maybe not. Because I was giving him there could be just a little coincidence. But I spoke with Clint Bobo in the parking lot of the Armory. The second week of the investigation. Ricky Edmonds was talking to Karen Bobo in the car. And I got Clint off by himself. And because I was hearing all kind of descriptions of this guy and camouflage this and that, and I wanted to know who we're looking for. With Marshal Service, I deal with descriptions. I'm good at it. You can take it's gonna sound racist, but you can give me a picture of a white guy, I can pick out a box, which is hard for typical white guys to do. And I'm good with description. And I walked back, I got off the side, I walked back about 15, 20 feet from Clint. I said, I want you to look at me, and I want you to go head to toe, what the guy looked like in a dumpster city. I said, I want you to go top to bottom. I said, first of all, was an elephant. I said, second of all, white or black? He said, white. I said, white. He said, I remember the size of his face, I remember his hand. I said, look at my height and judge how tall the guy was. He said, he's about an inch short. I said, so he's about 6 foot. He's got 5'11", 6 foot. I said, how much do we weigh? He said, we weigh probably a little bit less than you. He was big barrel chested. Like he used to work out and stuff, but he had thin legs. Okay? And I said, what do you remember about his clothing? He said, he had a ball cap on. He said, I remember his black hair. It came over the top of his collar. He said, I remember his black hair. He was walking away over the top of his collar. He said, he had a camouflage, I think he had a camouflage jacket.
You know, anytime that I can catch Zach kind of nodding his head in confirmation of what's being said, like he nodding his head like, yep, that definitely is not me. He is definitely not describing me in this whole scenario. Yeah, keep going with that testimony. I approve of this message. Boy, oh boy. I don't know how they got this as bad.
And blue jeans and some type of blues. That was the description I got from Clint way before Terry Britt ever came to the picture. Now, is it an exact description of Terry Britt? Yes. Exact description of Terry Britt. Terry Britt knows these roads very well. The person that did this knows these roads very, very well. They know how to drive these roads and get from point A to point B. And this map, when this map worked out with the cell phone, the person drove the least, with the fewest houses, the fewest people live. Not only the phone goes up, but Terry Britt used to hang out right underneath this bridge right here on the weekends to get drunk all the time. That's the bridge he got out underneath. He got right there, got drunk all the time. He's known to abduct girls, rape girls. He's a sociopath that you can't believe. Hell, not only that, the phone links back and comes back toward his residence. There's stuff thrown out along here. He stops throwing stuff out, drives past his residence, and the best place to throw something away is this creek down here, because there's no other place to throw stuff away. If you all the large items in the creek. And I had the FBI disagree at the beginning about the large items, because they said that the lunchbox was planted by the side of the road. I said, no, it wasn't. I said, they threw all the large items in there right before they went home.
Are you aware that we have found, or not found any more large items?
There's the blue floats and went down.
No, I mean, it's
No,
your.
I didn't know, but I'm trying to, no, I didn't know that. I'm not sure.
I'm not saying we are, I'm just saying, are you aware or not aware that we have found?
I have no idea. I just know that the FBI said that the young guy, not the FBI agency, it was a young FBI agent from Jackson on the case. And they said that the lunchbox was planted, that he was told the police. I said, they're not told the police. And I said, I think all of the large items were thrown in there. I talked to the guy that said the lunchbox was thrown over the side, it was a big cone thrown over the side, and it caught on a stick sticking out. And that's why I didn't go down the creek. And I said, I talked to the guy, the team that found that. And I said, well, I think there are other stuff that's down there. And I went down there, you know, and happened. Now we found the milk. And I think we threw the large items out right before we went home. I thought all this before Terry Britt was ever a suspect. And I drew a little map back to Terry's house, and he would have got home about 9:34 a.m. Yes, Terry Britt fits very, very well. He knows the roads, the phone circles around his house. He takes up where he knows where to hang out after drinking beer. He fits the description exactly. And then when I interviewed him in jail, went to jail, I was asking to go talk to him. I don't know what was going on with Albania.
Is that this interview?
Yeah, why? Yeah, yeah, and in the very beginning, he tried to say, oh, I don't know nothing about Holly Bobo. And I said, wait a minute. I just stopped him right there. I said, wait a minute, Terry. We know you rape women. We know you're a sociopath. I just brought it right out. And then when they had to kind of calm down, he kind of went, all right. And he talked. And I talked to him about a little bit about this map. about what time he would have got home. He says, okay. And he said, he's all right. He said, I'll plead to it if you want to close the case. And I mentioned, we need more than that. We need where her body is. And he didn't say, I don't know where her body is. He didn't say, I don't know. He said, I can't give you something I don't have, which I thought was a strange answer.
Do you know what it means when he said that?
No, can't give you something I don't have. I'd have to be a psychologist. I don't know what that means.
Would you describe that statement as a confession?
Yeah, he basically confessed, yeah. Because he said he would plead to it. He told me in jail.
Well, what's this part here about at the end where he said, I'm just,
Well, he did that at the end, because he thought about it, because I mentioned to him, I said, listen, Terry, you need to talk to your attorney, if there's time for a deal, you need to speak up. But I can't cut him a deal, I'm not involved. But he said, if I need to show you something, how long will it take you to get me out of jail? That's the final things. And he stood up, and I said, I have to get ready to take me a couple of days. Because he says, well, Dyke says he can get me out any time, and I just got fussed with him about that. But he brought that up for him. He said, if I need to show you something, how long will it take you to get me out of jail? But Brett, I'm not seeing. Brett fits this case very well. Did he do it? I don't know. I was at about 50% whenever I went to jail. Talking, I was 90% when I went to jail. Now that you located her body, we figured I'm at about 100%. I don't know your current case.
so you're willing to say you're 100%, but you also say you don't know what we know. After not being involved in the case in 2 years.
Okay, let's take this 95%.
Did we, you mentioned,
That's reasonable, 5% is reasonable down, I'll leave that.
I mean, I'm not trying to help you out of it. I'm just trying to make sure we didn't miss
He
something.
fits very well.
Did we obtain anything?
Well, I don't know why I'll stop looking at it, honestly. I don't know why I'll stop looking at it. It's, as far as I know, they're clear.
Did we obtain anything? You were involved in the undercover operation.
Yes, yes.
And a lot of listening was performed, a lot of interviews were done, a lot of evidence was
Well,
done.
I think we thought at the time that his wife was involved with him in part of this, but come to find out,
Did we obtain anything during that phase of the investigation that proved Brett did this?
I don't think so. I think we figured out his part overheard on the phone, he was talking to his wife in the house. One of the very few times we actually got audio is he made the comment, you know, I wouldn't do something like that to Janet. And that means that Janet's probably not involved. Because we thought Janet was involved because we can't explain where the car was parked there in the house. And I don't know that, I still don't know that. They'll make explain that one now. But that's the reason we thought Janet was involved. Come to find out, Janet makes a comment, she wakes up when the dogs are barking and he gets home about 9. Well, the dogs are barking outside. I think he gets home about 9:35. So that's what woke her up. Because she worked late stuff till about 3 a.m. So we have specific times, appointed lab, how did you come to these times, driving around? What speed did you drive? 32, 33 miles an hour. Why that speed? Because it's not too slow, we didn't notice, but it's not fast enough to be dangerous. It's a little bit, probably a little bit quicker than the average person can drive. Because that's just an average. You're not from there, are you? Well, no, I'm from the country, but I'm not from there. But I drove that speed just because I didn't want to, you don't want to be sliding off the road. You don't want to drive slow enough for somebody to know this shit, I think. But that's the speed of it, about 32, 30 miles. Then I did it enough time, with Ricky Evans and Dyke just trying to figure out where it was when. And it took a long time to plug stuff into this map. This is not made up over. It changed and morphed a little bit until everything had to fit where you're not on the wrong side of one tire at one time or another.
So this map was created before, I think you just said before you considered predecessor for him to do all that. So these times,
This map was created, or you saw it.
okay, with these times on your map, are you considered those definite times? That,
I would say you gotta give it about a half mile to 3/32 area. And if you wanna prove me wrong, please.
okay, would you agree that, so this is not, that you consider this a definite route?
this is an accurate idea. Could it be very a little bit? Very little, because this road right here, you could vary a little bit right here. If you vary it much, you end up in the wrong section a long time. It's very little. Like if you would come out, like that, the outlaw came out of the highway, the highway 906 ends up here and your times get on. So if you get off the map too much, you end up in the wrong area a long time. Your times get on. So it very low. Say, like I noticed driving south right here, that the phone turns, I originally thought the phone went, I originally thought it went around this way, on this road over here, this far east, I thought it was about this way, but when you do that, your time gets off. You end up, your 9 is too far over here. So I had to adjust back this way.
That's assuming that somebody's kidnapped somebody, they're able to act that calmly.
But I don't think she's with him after the, right here on. I think she's with him when the phone goes north, when the phone goes east, that's how she comes.
So with him, we'll talk about Brett. Whoever, Brett, Mississippi. Whoever. We don't have a luxury by saying. We have to know.
Okay, so I think she's with him when the phone is 8 o'clock. I think she's with him until about 8:56. Right at 9 o'clock, the phone comes out of that area, the property's been thrown out. And the analysis said the property's been thrown out, she's probably dead. They said that too. And I think the stuff's going out along Yellow Springs Road as it goes south, he dumps it in the Big Creek before he goes home. And,
And all fairness to the behavioral analysis, and all of us early on, what we say is an opinion is one thing, what we say is a fact is a different, correct? When I said it's their opinion, well, they say that's a fact.
what's it, just like this is my opinion.
You said, well, who's 100% sure, period. I don't know.
It's not, no, let's say 95.
I don't remember how.
I changed it to 95, just how we look at that.
So when the behavioral analysis made their comments, they tried to have what we call an answer for.
Yeah, sure.
Those were all
Opinions, right. No, I didn't believe it, but I later on said, I agree.
It's just an email.
No, I haven't seen this. I don't know what thing went through. The FBI, should be read that. Yeah, on a map with the names on it. On the paper. No, it comes here. But house. Because we looked at how far they were from the tower, and he was describing, actually, the paint how far from the body was that. He was describing it like park, that you have to swing around the arm. But that's the difference, the distance from the tower, but it's not the exact spot. Right, but you're trying to look at more than 20 years. So this one said you have to swing them around to figure out. Because we were trying to put the thing on roadway, we were trying to determine times.
So this last one, year 925, you think that it came off the Parsons horses now? Yes.
And it lines up through things. Not only lines up with the house, it lines up with the creek. And it lines up with the road, so that you swing up the roadway. The roadway times would be off because you would put south.
I think the term is coming off Parsons now.
You gotta remember that thing off Parsons now, the third side of Parsons now.
Over by the house, over by the house.
Yeah, I remember the Parsons Tower. The Parsons Tower meeting, it was 2 off the Cox Road and it was 2 off the
Talking
Shadow.
about the 12573. Let's see. Yes. Now, let me ask you a question. This is where the creek is, where this E is right here. It's outside that last pin area. Where the home was found is about the edge of the pin area, E21.
I have a thing like this. We look at it with,
Do you have an opinion?
I look at it.
You show where a certain place when how it come from.
But the roadways like this is Parsons here. This is the town. The FBI had a painting that was out about here, and when we did the arc on it, it lined up with the highway, the creek, and around it.
What's this thing? This last one.
Yeah, so that's what
And this right here's the center spot for that. Right here, the white dot, the white line. There's her house is right here, the slow red. And so this is the last final pin, 925, 4894 meters. Right, it's the tower. Right along here, yeah.
I'll explain this way. You have to take the tower and the pin, you gotta run it at the arc of They said this is not an accurate spot. No, it's not. It says there's a marker, where you have one marker around, and it can vary a little bit even in and out because it's a signal strength off the phone. It's an estimated signal strength. How will we determine that arc and where to put it? You have to have a cell phone tower, and you out that distance. How do you determine the distance? Talking about the distance. Yeah, distance will be what the radius. Yeah, the distance for you take half the radius out. You're going to take around 1/2. Because that's the distance out from the tower. It's not the full distance from the tower. So that's the main mark. You take the tower, you go out half the distance. But the main mark is, you go on the radius. Just like I did right there. Because there's some up north in the shower that do the same thing. They're in that section. There was a paint out here. And I asked Jimmy about that. He said, well, you probably don't want to run with it. Just run it around to where it's located on front. So, probably supposed to work on that every time. So, I won't understand what we do. Yeah, Jimmy did know I was on the low campus mark. Because there's a 906 and a 902 page on this top. There's an 857 right here in front of them, here. You may have more than that. There's 902, 910, 925. And there was 853 on one. No, 61. So here's my concern. This first sentence here, you believe that to be a fact. Is that fact? You believe more than anything. That's an indicates this. That's what it means. So as far as grading material, it's still on show their states on the indicators. He written a lot of reports on cell phone stuff. I read a lot of reports on cell phone stuff. This is the first report you've written on cell phone, right? Probably not. I read a lot of reports. So my office created 8.5 years ago on this report. Generated recently office for that. We're not reading about something. The reason I brought this up is it begins at the trial. There's some stuff wrong. I'm not showing about timeline. I don't know the timeline. I've heard rumors. I said the timeline can be a little. But that's starting to make a big deal, especially when I get 6. Not 6 because it's not my first big case to be involved in that. I was going to bring it up when I found the things. I should say something. But the first time, if you have great suspects that fit in here, plug them in.
But so it's, you don't know for a fact that her phone stayed with her post-production. Okay, so now
I was told I was under the phone when we went forward.
I'm not it's another. You talking about post-production and whether it's the phone was.
No, I don't know.
Are you an expert for phone tracking with Marshall Service? Do you consider, you've been an expert? Clint, you mentioned Clint gave a restriction. Are you aware that prior to them and since then, Clint has given multiple restrictions?
I just caught the third weekend, second or third.
So you give a very detailed description that Clint gave you a few minutes ago about where are you, you're the case to you, are you aware, such as on social media, that he has given multiple different descriptions of what he saw and what happened? Are you aware of that?
No. I've talked to him 4 times, sometimes for 2 hours. This is very early on in the investigation. I didn't get any indication he was being dishonest. But I don't know what to do.
Like I'm looking at this kind of transition from Marshall's statements. They kind of good, I don't want to do interviews like this, but I'm just going to kind of ask some follow-up questions for clarification purposes, and you want to jump in or whatever. And some things you've already read, so again, I apologize, I don't know do interviews like this, but I'm just kind of following your supervisor's leads here. Do you know what new information we have received in the last year and a half?
No. The only thing I know is that there's rumors that she was held for 3 days, lots of videotape.
Where's rumors coming from?
I heard that yesterday the range, Marshall Service, from downtown, they were shooting the range, they were talking about it.
Anybody from TBI?
No, the range.
What about the FBI?
Possibly, because I'm blowing that building, but I heard people talking. So she's on 3 days.
Anybody involved with the investigation?
No, I've not heard anything at all. That's why I was asking you, is that you were not, you can't say.
Do you know what proof we have currently, whether it be interviews, eyewitnesses, physical evidence, or confessions? Are you aware of?
I have no idea.
When's the last time you spoke with our current case agent?
Joe?
Joe?
For a long time, 2.5 years.
When's the last time you spoke to her doctor?
About 3 weeks ago.
Have you ever seen this?
Yeah, one of those.
Um,
Terry's in place. I don't know what y'all have to do. He's not on the line.
When's the last time you reviewed the pediatrics?
Almost 2 years ago. Or more.
When's the last time you attended a Bobo investigative briefing?
2.5 years.
Have you had any involvement in 2014?
No.
When would you say was the last official involvement you had with us, either on your own or we asked you to do something?
Brett. We are investigating Brett.
That may be
That's right.
in 2013?
That's the last.
And I'm referring to the interview you did.
Yeah, that's the last thing. That's the last thing. Marshall.
Do you know the specific circumstances surrounding the finding of Holly's remains and the investigating that resulted in?
No, I just called Ricky Inman and asked him the skull was found, and he gave me the general location. That's all I know.
Generally,
400 yards north to the
did Ricky say he went down to, was he involved in the,
He didn't say anything, he just said that's there goes something.
oh, that's not,
That's short.
when's the last time we asked you, from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, asked you for assistance? Do you have a case open on this? I guess the abstract question I'm asking you, are you almost investigator? No. What is your area of expertise with officer? What do you do?
Do a wide variety of exploration services.
You don't have like one or two?
Yeah,
Thanks.
it's a wide variety of things right now. Now, I joined as a task force for the last 9 years. I have worked with Strategic National Stockpile. I have refused investigations when they need help.
But no phone, sir.
Refused investigations, also, and sometimes they
Do you do the phone stuff or do you call somebody to do the phone stuff? If I call somebody, I have to call.
I've done many of these in Texas. I worked at the one in Eastern Texas for 6 years. We didn't have a phone guy. We had a guy who was in Dallas. So I was just running supply when we were confused with the I did the phone stuff. It's not hard.
Is it exact science?
Well, now probably, if I can, I'll call it. So it's giving me exact science now. Let's get down to square foot. So.
But there's no way, absent video or eyewitnesses, you can never say who's with a phone, what phone's with, or what happens to the phone when it stops, right? I mean, that's not phone expert, I'm not sure.
All right, we can go for more than an hour. How much time's left?
90 minutes.
Let's hear it.
I'm missing something. The phone's moving around and all this data's coming in and showing you this, this, and this. Is it telling you what's going on or just telling you where the phone is?
So your first sentence here, you remind that reason why opinion. Yes, it's okay. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Well, read it, read it back. I would say, indicates because I mean, this all indicates this probably happens. It's all the information you got.
Again, we're not trying to talk the other thing. We just want to be sure we didn't miss something here. Please, if you have anything else that we need to
I'm under the opinion that the tracking the freeway, in 30 minutes, there she was killed, they do something like that.
please, today,
That's my opinion.
do
I haven't seen anything sway it yet. That's my opinion.
you have anything else we need to know about?
No, let's go. That's my opinion. My opinion is that she was, that's probably where she was killed. That's all I said. If y'all have something, the case that, great. That's what I don't know anything else. I'll say for investigation. I don't know what confession you have. I'll leave it. I know one person that you'll have to go to. That's all I know. That's it. So we don't exactly how we know that is.
First of all, you guys get involved in session last, it just makes sense.
I just might, comfort, and, integrity. I would like to know, I know you explain this one. That's what I want. Show me wrong. I'm about reading first. Well, as Mark said at the beginning, your email is out of blue, four colors. I apologize for that. I know you had one clue like that. It's not the fact that you have this. It was thinking that better pick up the phone, take one, get together and talk. And just over. What if? I say, this is case of what if. If I do over again, I would try not to call you.
So everybody has theories, and some people don't stick to the theories because when the information develops, or they get, that's my opinion. We all have opinions because it's not the only person that we thought did it.
He's only got about 40%. Now it's 30%. Good luck, Leslie. Whatever you go after about the first couple weeks, something got. But he had a lot of coincidence like that. I understand. There's a lot of strange coincidence like that.
And that's true with a lot of different leagues that we have direct.
Yeah, there's a lot of
And then we work these leagues and we're about to move on to try to rule somebody out or prove that they did it or they didn't. That's what we do, of course. And then we move on to another league. Until it's, sometimes we have the proof and evidence that we don't do it, of course.
It reads fast, it actually is fast. I think we can say this is a possibility.
That's what that is, right?
But it's not what it's reads, so I,
And then 10 more speed, that's one thing. But indicates things, this is what it shows. Nothing is stuck. Just like her fault, I think her fault was with her, I don't know.
Just in case our prosecutor would ask, get ready for this one for trial, that you could produce some more, you see, I know this was the only, contract report you've done. Might be helpful if we could look at another one that you provide.
There's nothing that's unsaid, yes, years ago, I worked on stuff as far as cases, legal investigations in 9 years.
Those cases, this case like we were doing, short.
I don't know if this has it or not.
So there are some reports out there.
Here's the thing about contracts and duty cases, okay, is that we don't tell our secrets in the courts, okay? So, we put down phone information in the courts, and we don't do that.
No, this is the secret.
This is what we do now, back then we didn't do it on contract. It's the word, the last 5 years, the word's out. Back then, we didn't talk about confidential informants, phone tracking, we didn't put it there. So I'm probably not going to talk more when I talk about previous phone stuff, but I've done lots of phone stuff.
Primarily to catch people or to determine what happened.
Catch people, there was one previous phone investigation we did, where we were going for one time. We used something like.
Is that two different animals though, using phone data to physically find somebody and using phone data to interpret what that happened?
No, it's the same. If we're looking for a person, we're looking for a phone. We're not a phone by a person, just like this, we find the phone by a call, just like you find the phone by a patient.
We have found like that, we're looking for phone.
And phone will tell a story.
And if you ever work a case where you use a phone to tell a story. As a,
Usually the best of time, those are Walmart contracts, back in 2000.
who's the agency on that one?
How it was doing.
Do you have a case on that?
It's the same phone.
Did you testify in court? We don't try.
Now she can't even play, she was smart that way.
Were you prepared to testify for him? Were you prepared to testify for this person?
That's my age. Okay, well, I can't comment. I don't need choice.
Anything else you need to know that I can give us a else?
I prefer not, that's not serious.
Well,
That's my choice, my issue.
we don't have that much.
Kind of push that out. Well, there's a whole lot of stuff I did for 2 years investigation, so stuff, and it is, we can bring this, kind of push it out there. I felt that I need to bring it up. That, I don't have a lot of heartburn about that, I think it's way harder.
But this is your opinion.
This is your opinion, this is not fact, you're saying it's not factual, but I just, okay.
I'll leave my phone number back in the system. What is it called? I'll leave that. We have a regular
I lost track, that was the problem, that's my biggest mistake, I lost track, and, I asked, I was talking to the agent over there, and I said, well, be a good way to have, and I said, wait, I said, she said, you're email address. And I want to be thorough about me. I don't want anything unclear, I want to be very clear.
Anything official we can discuss with whatever we're on. You don't have anything else to tell us right now or anything else to give us right now? Yeah, we don't want anything right now. Okay, it's very important to us that we always do the right thing and we get the right people.
Talk about mental health description, talk about prayer, talk about cell phone, talk about breaking in general.
Would you have time to look at three? Depends on that, so. First word, give me. You would have, you're not ready. You were short, but it's a couple seconds on the,
You have those so that conversation in the budget.
Have you ever tried to people work? You try to work in some of them?
It was like a 5 minutes, I was a cop in here. Where we at? I worked as a state investigator for a couple years before the state of Texas. And I have no issue with death sentence. I mean, like I said, it doesn't talk about count murders, I was 4 received life, 1 received death sentence. And I had friends of mine that run, I lived on for 50 years, friends of mine were Wall Street executions, so I don't have an issue with count bunch at all.
What I mean is, normally the reason I work is somebody, we know we're right. You know, of course, you back it up. We can back it up, what happened.
A long career, if I signed warrant against murder of somebody, I say no. It's just, I'll make sure it's a long career.
Something else, you think discuss any opinions and ideas that you can present to the prosecutor? What ideas?
Oh, that was, because, they were looking at, charging him with a couple of different cases. And the ideas was that if you, this might be time to work a deal with, if you're trying, you might be time to prosecutor work a deal. I'll try to get him to help us. Were you along with this? So that he give you any other information other than what you have written there, because we want to make sure we're not on the.
But he right after that. So, if that is a confession, it was done while he was in custody, so allows him to drive.
Yes.
You think we get that again?
You have to rewrite laws and everything.
I'll get out there. Did you know he was going to interrogate him when he went in? Asking questions about the interrogation of Holly Bobo?
We were going to discuss it generally. My purpose was to see if you was wanting to work some stuff out. And see if you want to talk about all.
So you intentionally not write out and just forget about writing out?
I didn't expect him to confess to anything.
So I guess I just went right
I didn't think it was my place to write out and get a confession.
I disagree with this confession, that's it here, but he had this other confession.
Well, if you start confessing, I'd stop. I'd stop the agency by.
But you're calling this a confession, did you stop it?
No, I didn't say confession. I said he admits to, he said he completes it.
Well, this is not a confession. And I say it, because some other marshals.
That's not greater.
I mean, it's not even red, it's like watch it.
What is my right?
But it wasn't because he has questions about Bobo. He was, you're not considered a suspect.
Yes. Okay, so your phone report, that's me, it's not factual, that's details. That statement I first read. That's what guys, when he told what was the previous one. We all got on the first sentence. It's our it's a pretty long statement.
Those statements have to be backed up. That's our problem. So, part of that other is not.
Okay. Here. Okay. Is that your own copy? I haven't seen that.
I can't say we don't have it, it does look weird, but that's.
Can you give us a copy of that, please? You got that? Let your original work product, wants to take that. Get your copy. Okay, that would be helpful. All right, so, the team map that I showed you, that's created already. I'm reason I know that I created it. I get it logged up down there on the wall. Very, very early. So, you think there's anything out there? You said 853. I was 853 too. They're not. For some reason I take 53, so I think somewhere else. Well, I look at numbers. I have to tell them. 83, I thought it was me. I thought it was me. That's what I put. I thought it was 83. That's 857. I think where I left it. Research it. I want to know about myself. I'm going to walk. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to talk to 2 weeks. I'm cautious. Culture can happen. If you don't have to, I'll work on it. Okay. You can mark out. Okay. If it's 826 and I was 6 or 5 stars, you bring the minus things about that, those calls, minus things, so we've got 40 minute time period that we're going to start with no activity. Meaning income calls people have time, you bring the so then it's free. So the next thing you see that I'm aware of is 857, 902, 906, 857, 902 are 2 things. 906 you get income call, 910 we get another thing on calls, 925 we get another thing. Any questions? Any ask us?
Okay, I want to, the time is approximately 15. Just getting to the conclusion. Yeah, 100 wrong. Okay. Kind of weird situation for the gentleman, but it had to be done. I totally respect all that. You get sand, bro. You come in too. We get to do this. We miss something. We can fix it. Yeah. My phone number. I'm in court.
Just a few follow-up questions and I'm done.
Oh,
There's something at the end I need here. All right.
This report that you did was it was your opinion, correct?
Yes.
Based upon information that you gathered between 2011 and 2013, correct?
Yes.
And you told Mark Lewis and Mike Frizzell you were not a cell phone expert.
I can do 2G towers. I'm not a cell phone expert. That is a very in my agency, that is a very complicated thing.
Right. You told them when they asked you directly, are you a cell phone expert? You said no.
Right.
When Judge McGinley asked you if you were a cell phone expert, you said no.
Like I said, that is in my agency, that is a very vast. I don't consider people testifying in the trial cell phone experts.
Okay. But the judge did. I'm asking you, when Judge McGinley asked you if you were a cell phone expert, your answer to Judge McGinley was no.
Correct.
Okay.
I've
All
answered
right.
that.
And your report that you gathered, that you put together and that you sent out, it consists of Holly Bobo's cell phone information, correct?
Yes.
Where it was. Okay.
Mhm.
Would it surprise you to learn that Zach Adams' cell phone and Jason Autry's cell phone and Holly Bobo's cell phone were all pinging off the truck stop tower at the same time that morning?
Disagree.
Okay. Not anything else.
Briefly, Your Honor, did Terry Britt appear to you to be a humorous person?
No, he's a black and white. He's a sociopath. He's black and white.
Did he laugh when he?
No, he was calculating how to work out a situation.
Now, in your tracking of fugitives, is it important to determine location of death?
In what?
In tracking this information,
In
tracking the
tracking fugitives?
Yes.
We need to find them, the person.
And if you don't, are you able to reach the conclusions that you did in this case?
I'm not following your question.
Okay, let me ask it this way. You put emphasis and importance on personal effects being thrown out beyond where you believe the remains would be found.
Yes, it's part of the evidence, part of the trail.
What importance did you place on the personal effects being thrown out?
That the person was getting rid of the things out of their vehicle before they went home. They didn't need evidence on their vehicle. That's the importance.
Now, are you aware that there was personal effects found at the remains?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay. Just a demonstrative aid I have in purple is generally tracks with your map and the times.
Yes.
The remains up here from 8:26 to 8:56, there was no significant movement.
It's probably 25 minutes, maybe a little more,
All right.
28 minutes. That's in section 1 of the Shallow Road Tower.
And if the remains had various personal effects with it, would that be consistent with that being the location of death?
Yes, yes.
Now, listen to this question. Does this make sense in determining location of death? That the victim stayed at this location of death area. Some of her personal remains were thrown out. Then she was transported somewhere else for an hour or so, and then brought back to the place where her death was with all of her personal effects. Would that make any sense?
No. If her personal remains and her phone would have went toward the river, she would be on that tower down there. And she's not.
And what was your expert opinion as to the contents of the Gooch Creek?
That was the best place to get rid of large items, because before that, there's really no creek or anything like that to get rid of. You'd go down the side of the road. That's a place you could throw the stuff in, it would wash downstream. There's a place to get rid of large items.
In your opinion, there was any other personal effects retained after the Gooch Creek?
No, I would imagine everything went in. Probably even the battery off of the phone is probably in the creek, because that's the time it went dead. The timeline works out to where they're at Gooch Creek at 9:30, and that's when the phone goes dead. And the phone goes dead when you remove the battery on the phone, such as that.
And if you don't know, that's fine. If the bullet was right by the remains at the site you said the remains will be found, its diameter is consistent with the size of defect. Would that be consistent with your findings of the location of death?
Yes.
No further questions.
Hold on there, Mr. Bates. You've used this demonstrative aid in opening statements, and now you've used it with a witness. So we need to take some sort of photograph or something to reference for the record of this. So I'm going to ask that the parties at lunch agree on some sort of form that we can put that as a demonstrative aid into the record. All right. Any follow-up questions, Ms. Warren?
You make sure if I'm shot right here, and somebody takes my purse that has my phone in it, and they hightail it to Nevada, and they throw my phone out of a car in Nevada, and that's where it's found with my purse, is it your testimony that that's where I must have been killed?
No.
All right. Any follow-up to that, Mr.
No,
Bates?
Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Walker, thank you for your testimony, sir. You can step down. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anybody outside the courtroom. This is concluded. Yeah, let's pass up.
I tell you, they are so like aggressive with each other when they're doing these type of things. I tell you, nobody wants their authority questioned. We've seen this with the Fanny trial. if any hearing, like nobody in a position of authority wants anything questioned. The one good thing that I say from this 2025 hearing, the post-conviction hearing that we did see that I can appreciate is that, and I hopefully y'all caught on to it, that the judge did allow him to testify as an expert witness. And that's very important. So he was allowed to explain that 2G cell phone tracking method, why the tower's connections can be very misleading, right? And this part is not even focusing on guilt or innocence. It's just focusing, should he have been allowed to testify to these things in the first trial? So that kind of explains, we've seen his 2017, most of his testimony, and now we have seen the 2025 testimony. What we will do now is we will move to our next portion that BZ has set up for us. In order for us to watch, and this will all be in like sequence to put us right back in the courtroom. I'm almost sure it's got to be the afternoon portion, or maybe not. Let me see. Okay, and I'll be the first one. So this next portion I'm going to be showing to kind of keep us in line, to keep us up to date. This is going to be from the hearing date of, because remember, they got these hearings all spread out. So this is going to be August the 15th. The one that we just seen, that was John Walker's testimony on May. And that was May 2025. The opening statements that we heard yesterday, that was from May of 2025. So then they took a break and they came back August the 15th, 2025. And now we have the next day of testimony. Some of this testimony, you guys will remember, we have seen. I just wanted to play it back in order so we can refresh our memory when we go into actual court on Monday. Oh, like moving the whole dang old desk. Okay, so we'll go in. I'm going to play it on a faster speed. I will make sure that the closed caption is on because I do want to try to get it through as much as this as possible. And we do also have a schedule for tomorrow. Okay, here we go, guys.
You were under subpoena as well in this case.
That's correct.
And a TUI letter was issued.
That's
All right, are these going to be entered as an exhibit, or just for the court to review while you're testifying?
Correct. At any time, if we refer to the transcript's already part of the record in this case.
I see, thank you. Let's get this possible.
Yeah. Good morning, Your Honor.
Look right here, swear you voice.
You raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name, please, ma'am.
Beth Boswell.
And how do I refer to you? General Assistant U.S. Attorney Boswell, Ms. Boswell?
Ms. Boswell's fine.
Okay. And in May, you were under subpoena as well in this case.
That's correct.
And a TUI letter was issued.
That's correct.
And if I may pass to the witness. Do you recognize that TUI letter?
I do, but this is actually the letter to you, so I have my own authorization for
Okay.
today.
And is anything changed from the initial authorization for your testimony?
No, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, the copy I received is the next numbered exhibit.
Objection, counsel.
No, that's his letter, correct? Mr. Bates' letter
Mr. Bates' letter.
to the federal government? Yes, no, sir.
All right, without objections, I think we're at exhibit 65, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Boswell, just so I'm going to ask you a lot of questions about your time as the assistant district attorney, which you agree is subject to the rules of evidence, fair game today.
Yes, sir.
And on your federal side, just the prosecution of John Dylan Adams.
That's correct.
Okay. Want to
All right, Mr. Banks, let's clarify that a little bit more, back clear for the record. If we can, or maybe you'll do it in your question. At what stage Ms. Boswell was brought into this case, and what stage she departed the case and took another role?
I will, Your Honor.
Okay.
I will.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to travel back in time to April 13th, 2011. I'm going to ask you questions about your professional capacities during this time frame. What would you say your primary job was?
In April of 2011, my only job was principal deputy assistant attorney general for the 24th Judicial District.
Okay. And what county were you in charge of? All 5 counties?
That's correct. I tried all the murders, rapes, robberies, anything super violent. I was a trial attorney only at that time.
How long had you served in that capacity?
As an ADA,
Yes.
I came to Tennessee to prosecute in 1998.
Okay.
I now have 33 years in as prosecuting.
And when did you leave being an assistant district attorney in this 24th Judicial District?
There was some overlap, but I started full-time as an assistant United States attorney in August of 2014.
You also were the assistant United States attorney prosecuting John Dylan Adams.
That's correct.
How often had you had a dual role within the federal government prior to the prosecution of John Dylan Adams?
As far as federal and state,
Yes, ma'am.
I started as a special assistant United States attorney for the Western District of Tennessee in August of 2011. So from August 2011 until I was hired full-time in August of 2014, for those 3 years, in addition to being an ADA for the 24th Judicial District, I was also a special assistant United States attorney.
Now, in your role as assistant district attorney, were you typically involved in pre-indictment consultation with TBI and local law enforcement?
Absolutely.
Were you kept apprised of how the investigations were going in your cases?
Yes.
Did you consult and advise TBI?
Yes.
How would you summarize the Holly Bobo case? Was it a bigger case in your career?
Was it what?
A bigger case?
Yes, it was a bigger case.
Stands out.
Yes.
You still have a good memory of that work?
It was a long time ago. I remember some things really well, and there are probably a lot of things I don't remember.
Okay. When were you brought in with work on this Holly Bobo case?
I was in another trial on April 13th of 2011. Otherwise, I would have been in Decatur County on that day. That was on a Wednesday. What I did do when I was alerted, I could not come to the scene, but I had a list and started calling law enforcement people to go help out. So I did do that while I was in trial. And then I first went to Decatur County on Friday, April 15th of 2011.
And from that time until August of 2011, were you involved in this case?
Yes, all the way up until August of 2014 when I came full time. I still had to do a role.
And did you participate in any other matter regarding the state court proceedings after August of 2014?
No.
Okay. Were you present after coming to Decatur County for the attempt to recreate the cell phone journey of Holly Bobo on April 13th, 2011?
Can you ask that again?
Sure. Did you work with law enforcement and other people to recreate where Holly Bobo's cell phone was on April 13th, 2011?
No.
Did you ever work with anyone regarding trying to recreate her route that day?
No. Other than them advising me of certain things about the phone evidence, but no recreations.
And when you say them, who is them?
Law enforcement, TBI and or TBI for sure.
Anybody else?
I mean, a lot of people were working on the case, so I don't know for sure.
Marshal John Walker?
No, I had very little involvement with Marshal Walker.
At some point, were you part of a discussion regarding installing a wiretap in the home and on the phone of Terry Britt?
Yes.
And when did that start?
I think the first mention of Terry Britt in the case was somewhere the middle of 2011, maybe July or August, somewhere in there. So there were a lot of things going on. There were numerous suspects. So as to Britt, we did begin working on him. And January of 2012 was when we were doing the wires and search warrants and things like that.
Why did it take so long to begin the wiretap?
It's hard to get wiretaps. I mean, that's the whole point. There are certain levels of authorization. You can't just swear to something with nothing there.
Did you review the application for the wiretap?
I did.
And the witness can be handed Exhibit 56. And you have it, Exhibit 56 in front of you.
I do.
And can you we'll go through trying to find, let's go through it. Exhibit on page 9, identification of Terry Lee Britt as a suspect. You know when it was determined that he was a registered violent sex offender.
I'm sure we knew that early on. I believe we had a list of all the sex offenders within so many miles of the crime scene.
And his past predatory behavior, how long did it take you to get that?
Some of that would have been a little longer because we were getting, I think, offense reports and judgments and just accumulating knowledge as to what the past was.
Terry Britt's alibi proven false. How long did that take to develop? Page 10.
I think there's some discrepancy as to that, but I do believe that there's a time period during April 13th of 2011 where there were some phone calls between he and his wife, as I remember, and he had indicated he had been with her the whole day. It was a very short time period where there were phone calls. I want, without even looking at this going off my memory, it was in the middle of the day, like 12 to 1 or 2, something like that. There were some phone calls back and forth between them, which did indicate that he lied at least as to that time period.
Well, you reviewed this prior to it going to Judge McGinley.
That's correct.
And in bold on essentially almost a page and a half, page 10 to 11 is Terry Britt's alibi is proven false.
Correct.
Then
I would like to say, though, these are very fluid. So the probable cause that's listed in here, of course, is as we know it at the time. So I'm noting on page 10 where you asked me to look that it says they did not purchase a bathtub on the day of April 13th of 2011. That was because Terry Dicus went to All Good Salvage to ask if a bathtub had been purchased, and they did not have a record of it. I let Terry Dicus know that as a state ADA in the 24th, I was very familiar with Slim Allgood and All Good Salvage, and that they did not keep good records by anybody's standards. I know at a later time we did find a receipt at the search warrant in January of 2012, and Dicus took that back to All Good Salvage, and though they didn't have a receipt, they did verify that that was Slim All Good's writing on the receipt. So it is fluid, but yes, at the time that we did this, All Good had said that they did not buy a tub.
Were you aware that this bath receipt was put in the safe at Terry Britt's house?
Yes.
That strike you as unusual?
No, not at all. I think he also had a receipt for purchasing a Coke at a gas station. For a sex offender, especially as organized as he is, and any others, they heard of a crime like this. I'm sure they kept anything they could to show where they were that day.
Okay. Or where they chose to go.
I can't speak to what they choose.
Changes in physical appearance, page 11 and 12. And if you look on page 12, middle of the second paragraph, it states September 1st, 2011 was when Mr. Britt was observed.
Okay.
Is that,
I don't know what you're asking.
well, I'm trying to figure out why did it take so long from, if the change of appearance was in September, why wait until January?
If I can explain this to you pretty easily. When this crime happened, there were hundreds of potential suspects, and this carried on throughout. It was piece by piece evidence, day by day, hour by hour, and year by year. So we were looking at people that went to nursing school with Holly, her friends, the family friends, anybody that had done work at the Bobo's house, sex offenders. The list goes on and on and on, and nothing was digital at this point. So going back to when we were actually at the command center, the way that was working, everybody showed up. It was social media. We had four-wheelers, we had people with horses, people with dogs, metal detectors, and all we could do was try to organize this. So people were calling in and they were getting a handwritten piece of paper that had somebody called in. They handed it to a team of law enforcement that could be made up of people from multiple different agencies. They would take that piece of paper and then they would go and interview that person, and they should interview wherever that leads them until they clear that. Then they would bring it back and they'd put a check mark on that piece of paper. And then that piece of paper would get filed somewhere, and it didn't get entered till a lot later. So we weren't only working Terry Britt. We were getting focused, towards the end of 2011 and then into 2012. We put a lot of emphasis on him at that point, pretty much throughout that year, but there were other things still going on constantly.
Well, is that the reason for the delay, or was it your prior statement that it takes a lot to get the search warrant?
No, I think it was all of that. I'm just saying you can't just go get a wire overnight. So, but as far as any delay, we were working everything as we could work it, but he was still not the only person. Leads were still coming in and we were still going through old things. And we were all working 15, 16-hour days, sometimes more.
Understand. And y'all use the analysis of Holly Bobo's cell records.
Correct.
Mr. Britt's proximity to the physical evidence recovered.
Correct.
Mr. Britt's pre-abduction knowledge of Holly Bobo.
Correct.
Additional predatory behavior of Mr. Britt.
Correct.
Enabling and suspicious behavior of Janet Britt.
Correct.
And your office, in conjunction with TBI, submitted there was probable cause that Mr. Britt had committed these crimes.
Correct.
And I'm going to ask you, when did you know that Mr. Britt should have been prosecuted successfully in Madison County for the attempted rape of Tequila Jones?
I'm not ignoring. I'm not.
I'm gonna object. I don't understand the question. Prosecuted successfully. I don't know what.
All right, I'll rephrase.
We can't.
All right, objection sustained. Your first question.
What's your knowledge of Mr. Britt and Tequila Jones?
I knew that there was a case. I believe she was a prostitute. It occurred in a moving vehicle. I think she had about the same baggage you expect a prostitute to have. And I know that Madison County did come back later and charge that case. They did think it was going to be very hard to win, but they didn't have to get there because he wound up pleading guilty to it.
Okay. So when did the crime take place?
It's probably in here, but I would guess say 08, 09, something like that.
Okay. And were you aware of Mr. Britt's preliminary hearing in general sessions not going forward?
I don't remember that.
Do you know when the indictment was in circuit court of Madison County?
I'm guessing, but I think it was 2012 sometime.
Okay. And how soon after that did Mr. Britt plead, to your knowledge?
I don't remember that. It would be on the judgment sheet.
Each copy, one for the court, one for the witness. Have you looked at those documents before?
I'm sure that I did. I'm familiar with what a state judgment looks like.
Does that look like state judgment?
Yes, sir.
And what's the date of the conviction?
The judgment was entered June 7th of 2012.
Your Honor, I'd move to mark this as collective next exhibit.
Objections?
No, sir. No, sir.
All without objections, no marking judgments of Terry Britt from June 7th, 2012. 4 pages, collective exhibit 66.
Now, in your experience as a prosecutor in state court, is it unusual for you for a weak case or a difficult case, a challenging case to prosecute? It's arraigned at the end of January, plea out 5 months later, less than 5 months later.
I've prosecuted thousands of cases, so I don't think there's any set thing for anything. I don't know that that's unusual. When I was prosecuting in Houston, people came in and pled to felonies the morning they got arrested. They waived indictment, pled to an information, and went to the Texas Department of Corrections. So I don't know that there's a time period. That doesn't mean much to me, the 5 months in there.
All right. To your knowledge, after the arrest of January, or do you know when Mr. Britt was detained based on these charges?
I don't.
All right. Was it soon after the indictment?
I don't know when he went into custody.
Well, within a couple of weeks of the indictment, an application to Judge McGinley had went based on probable cause that he committed these crimes, correct?
We had probable. It is in this wire about that crime, if that's what you're asking.
No. You and General McAdams, yes, it's General McAdams further corroborated to the Judge McGinley, we feel there's probable cause that Mr. Britt committed these Holly Bobo crimes.
I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to. He really didn't handle day-to-day matters, but I'm assuming because under statute in Tennessee, the elected DA has to approve a wiretap, that may be what you're referring to.
Okay.
I don't know if it is.
Were you aware if he did or not?
Not verbally, but he would have to do the letter to authorize the wiretap.
Okay. So 18 days after the application, an indictment comes in Madison County for this individual, Terry Britt, for charges that took place, I believe, in 2009.
If I don't have that paperwork anymore, but if that's what the judgment shows or the indictment shows, then yes.
And my question is, did you have any involvement in Mr. Britt's case in this Madison County arrest conviction for attempted rape of Tequila Jones?
Your Honor, I object to the relevance of this lengthy line of questioning as it relates to what happened in, I believe this is Madison County, relative to Terry Britt, a witness that the jury heard from at trial. This is a post-conviction.
Yes, Your Honor. I think it's relevance as to the story of how the state changed from believing Terry Britt committed this crime.
And the question was, did Ms. Boswell have any involvement
Correct.
in that? So I'm going to rule the objection and ask the question.
Do you mind repeating it?
Sure. Did you have any, I'll ask it this way. Do you have any discussions with the prosecuting attorney in Jackson about Terry Britt?
I did.
Did you tell him that he was your lead suspect in the Holly Bobo case?
I don't know that I said that because I wouldn't have discussed what was really going on with this. I could have. I don't remember that, but I definitely made him aware of the older case and wanted to know if there was anything he could do about looking into it.
Okay. That's pre-indictment.
That's correct.
Okay. So after the indictment, what was your involvement?
Nothing.
There were no communications about this case whatsoever.
As far as with Madison County, that's what you're asking me.
Right.
I mean, he may have called to tell me when he was going to plead guilty or what he had offered, but no, other than maybe him let me know, I had no other conversations.
And at some point, did you listen to the wiretaps of Mr. Britt?
Usually I would just look at the synopsis or go by what law enforcement provided me. Because had I been the trial attorney on anything where I needed to do that, then I might do that. But I don't recall listening to the wiretap. I would have been involved in the 10 or 15 day report back to Judge McGinley about whatever was going on with it. But I don't recall, at least as to the phone. I remember a few calls at the beginning, but other than that, no.
Anything jump out at you as significant on the phone portion of the wiretap?
No, I mean, just that he was super controlling of his wife, but other than that, no.
Okay. Nothing jumped out at you as the state prosecuting attorney about Mr. Britt during the phone calls? I'll make sure I understand.
No.
And
Not
there
that I
was
recall.
also an audio component of I guess, a microphone in the home.
It was an oral communication. There was a separate wire for that. Yes.
And were you part of the reviewing the end of progress report of the audio intercept?
I'm sure I was.
Do you remember what was submitted to the judge as to why the audio intercept did not produce evidence against Mr. Britt?
I don't remember that. I mean, I know the whole purpose of the oral communication was to capture one conversation only, and we did capture that conversation.
Do you remember reviewing that document that I've handed you?
Witnesses have handed a document, it's going to be entered, Mr. Banks. We'll mark it identification exhibit 67.
Do you remember reviewing this application on behalf of the state of Tennessee to Judge McGinley?
I don't have an independent recollection, but as I said, I'm sure that I did.
Okay. And do you see where it says why evidence was not obtained? That paragraph, I believe, 6.
I'm reading it. The stimulation failed to produce the evidence. As I said, we captured the one conversation that we were trying to capture.
Can you read the paragraph? The stimulation failed to produce evidence.
And then the failure occurred in large part because the equipment failed to perform as it was intended. It was hard to hear. It says unable to hear or understandable conversation. Correct?
And can you, to your knowledge, was this submitted to the judge?
He signed it. Recognize his handwriting.
All right. Your Honor, I move to mark this in the next number considered.
No, sir.
Without objection, we'll move it in. 67. How would you describe this document, Mr. Bates? It's the
End
final
of-
report signed by Judge McGinley for
It's the,
special equipment installed in the home of Terry Janet Britt.
it's the final report.
Go ahead.
Now, at some point, Terry Britt stopped to be, let me ask this, was Terry Britt the lead suspect for a while in this case?
Yes,
And at some point, he stopped to be the lead suspect.
correct.
And is it true that the failure to obtain evidence from the wiretap is the main reason?
No,
What was?
we didn't get anything. We did
On what?
as evidence against him. We did, the oral communication had never been done in Tennessee before. We had wires on the landline, wires on Janet and Terry's cell phone. We did a search warrant at his house. We had a poll camera where we surveilled the house. We did DNA testing on items. We did fingerprinting. We took all the tools. We searched his cars. We searched his house. He made no statements. There weren't witnesses that had heard him say anything. It was all of those reasons. We focused a large amount on him, mostly based off of his prior criminal history and a propensity to be somebody who could do a crime like this. But when we went through A to Z, including things that had not been done before and tore everything apart, there was nothing there.
Well, it was there in mid-January for probable cause.
January of 2012.
How soon after that did Mr. Britt go to jail pending his charges in Madison County?
Whatever that judgment shows. You said it was, I don't know, 5 months or 6 months. I don't know.
Did he bond out?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So he was in jail for 2012 prior to pleading in June.
Correct.
Fair to say that the wiretap was the big effort in this case versus Terry Britt.
I don't know that it was a big effort. I mean, wiretaps are part of an investigation. I mean, there were a lot of other things that everybody was doing, as I just listed out.
But all of it established probable cause in January of 2012, and then he goes to jail on charges in Madison County several weeks after that. The only thing that took place in between that was the wiretap, right?
No, we did search. The search warrant was done in January of 2012, all those things that I listed. And then we waited for results from that to come back.
Why did the search warrant take so long to get? For the
This has
home,
been asked and answered.
for the home.
I don't know that it took that long, sir. I mean, the first investigative report, as I said, that came out on Britt was June or July of 2011. That was like one report of somebody calling, in addition to the hundreds of other calls that were coming in and that we were still working. So this was a process, as I said, piece by piece, day by day, and then we developed, the probable cause to further the investigation, at the end of which he was excluded as a suspect.
You can. One for the witness, one for the court. And you remember looking at these documents, this type of document?
I really don't know that I ever reviewed these line sheets.
Do you know what it is?
I do know what this is, but I don't know that I reviewed this.
Okay. And then can you look
I
at
mean, I
line-
would have been party to anything that anybody thought was relevant would have been told to me by TBI.
All right. And then look at line 45. And can you read the synopsis?
Call from SM to TB talked about damage to house and trailer. SM asked if TB had a black light, said the black light would show blood and show where the law may have sprayed luminol. SM told TB to be careful what he said because they might have phones bugged and they might have the house bugged too.
And what date was that?
January 18th.
All right. You would agree with me that's significant.
It's a call that he had where somebody's telling him that he needed to be careful about things.
You agree it's significant.
I mean, it wasn't anything he said. It was something she said. So
If you say it's not significant, just say it's not significant that the target of the wiretap was told he might be being wiretapped.
I mean, I'm not saying it had no relevance to this, but I don't know that I would find this that significant because he didn't say it. I mean, I think most criminals know that there's a chance that they could be wiretapped. So if the point is, do I think he could have had knowledge? Possibly he could have had that or even thought it on his own. And this person told him that.
All right, move to mark this the next numbered exhibit.
Objection closed.
No.
That objection will move to evidence exhibit 68.
When I asked,
This is a law of the wiretap. It is.
yes, Sean. When I asked you earlier, did anything significant come of the wiretap? Did you not know that he was told specifically you might be bugged?
I think I did. I think I was aware of that call. Yeah.
Just not significant enough to tell the court. It wasn't that important to you.
I mean, what I had said earlier was that we did get the one conversation that we were trying to stimulate to get over the oral communication.
Were you aware there were cameras on Mr. Britt's residence
I said we had poll cams and did surveillance.
that Mr. Britt had installed?
No, I don't recall that.
Did you ever, you have no memory of looking through any cameras whatsoever that Mr. Britt owned?
No.
Now, after the wiretap, the final report, was there further applications to the judge about either Terry Britt or Janet Britt?
I don't recall. I don't know the dates of when we gathered things. Like I said, I know we had GPS tracking devices. So there were other applications, but I don't know when in time that would be.
And again, would you have reviewed search warrants in this case?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 68.
Yes, Your Honor.
And for clarification, explain SM and TV on that text.
I'm going to ask the witness. Do you remember listening to a Sherry Manis?
I don't remember listening to any of those calls, but I know that name and I think she is connected to Terry Britt.
And you know how?
I don't know if it was a sister, maybe.
And TB, what was that shorthand for?
Terry Britt.
All right. So the end of report is early February. And to your knowledge, some point we know Terry Britt goes to Madison County Jail to wait bond for the Tequila Jones crime.
He went to court on the Tequila Jones case, yes.
And your testimony is we received nothing on the wiretap, nothing significant.
No, that's not what I said. I said we did get a call that I thought was significant.
Was that what was said on that call?
That was the oral communication when we stimulated it so that Janet and Terry would enter the house at the same time together and see the search warrant paperwork. And he said, I've done a lot of paraphrasing. I've done a lot of bad shit, but I didn't touch this Bobo bitch.
Okay. And that's the search warrant through his home.
Correct.
Okay. Not the search warrant for the wiretap.
It was, I mean, they were all the same. A wiretap is for phones and oral communication, which was the bug in the house.
But he was not shown that quite yet.
The wiretap?
Correct.
No, he wouldn't have known about the wiretap.
Until after.
Till after what?
The wiretap's over. Don't you have to send notice?
When the investigation is ongoing, we don't give them that at that time.
Okay. On February the 9th, this is after all wiretaps, Agent Booth sent a search warrant for Janet Britt, correct?
That's correct.
And did you approve in part of your collaborative work this approach?
I would have.
Your Honor, we mark this the next numbered exhibit.
Objections?
No, sir.
Moving into evidence is exhibit 69. This is for DNA of Janet Britt.
Yes, Your Honor. Do you remember what vehicles of Mr. Britt's were searched?
I think anything that was there.
Okay. Do you remember a Dodge Dakota?
I don't remember the kinds of vehicles they were. We searched all the vehicles.
In 2012, after the search warrant to Miss Janet Brett, what do you remember a meeting with Terry Dykes where he presented a PowerPoint?
I do.
All right. Do you remember when that was?
I do.
When was it?
February of 2013.
Okay. So now let's talk this 12-month period from February 2012 to February 2013. Who was the lead case agent on this case?
Terry Dykes.
How long had you worked with Terry Dykes?
I really don't know the answer to that, but I did work cases with him. I don't know when he came on at TBI or.
Okay. Who called for the TBI PowerPoint meeting?
The way the PowerPoint came about was Terry Dykes took a copy of his PowerPoint to Hansel McAdams and handed it to him, saying he wanted Hansel to review it and he wanted to come to present charges as to Terry Britt to Hansel, which he had no authority to do. Nobody from TBI authorized it. At the time that he did that, all of the TBI agents were no longer, everyone believed that Terry Britt had been excluded as a suspect without the knowledge of anybody with TBI or his superiors, which he should have had to try to present an actual case for charges. He gave it to Hansel McAdams, asking for a meeting between just he and Hansel and nobody else. Hansel McAdams said he was not going to do that, that it was his understanding that he had been excluded, that we would have the meeting, but he wanted me there and all of the agents and supervisors from TBI, Western District of Tennessee. Then I called everybody to set the meeting up.
All right. Was Marshal John Walker there?
I don't remember that.
Oh, FBI agent Art Vivros.
Art retired in December of 2012. I don't recall him being present.
Could he have been there?
He could have been.
Anybody invite him, to your knowledge?
I wouldn't have, because he was retired. I would not have invited him.
At this meeting, was it discussed? On January 17th, Terry Britt said he might be being bugged.
I don't remember that.
Did anybody say, the audio failed? And that's a big reason it didn't get evidence. The audio equipment failed.
It just wasn't clear hearing, sir. Like, you couldn't hear it clear. I understand what's in the document. The document says that it did. But again, we were trying to capture that very first conversation, which we were able to hear.
Well, it's important when TBI reports to a judge to be honest.
That's right.
So is there any reason to believe in February of 2012, Agent Booth was being dishonest to Judge McGinley when he said the main reason we didn't obtain evidence is equipment failure?
No, and he also said that the stimulation, he referenced as to the stimulation. It didn't work great. It did not work great. You could hear things, but you couldn't hear clear conversations. You had to really listen hard. I mean, it wasn't what we expected to have after getting it in there, for sure.
Now, the PowerPoint presentation, do you remember, what do you remember from the meeting?
I remember that everybody in the room, I do believe Ricky Inman may have been there, who also still believed that Terry Britt had done the crime. He was with Decatur County Sheriff's Office maybe at the time. But as far as the TBI investigators, the supervisors, and myself, we had excluded Terry Britt. I remember specific things, and it was a very long PowerPoint. We all listened. We made remarks. We asked him questions. The majority of the PowerPoint were other people that Terry Britt had stalked, which, since we had cleared him, this was not going to be there anyway. But had you gone to trial on Terry Britt, if he had committed this crime and went to trial, all of those other stalkings would have been 404B. If anything, those would have never come in. And also, I don't know that you could have used them for impeachment as well. But as I said earlier, Terry Britt, could have been good for this crime based off that history alone and based off his stalking and the prior rapes. I remember a few specific things that still stick out to me now. One was based off phone evidence. There was a period of time where there was a gap or there was nothing. I don't know how to explain it, but I remember that Terry Dykes said, here's where the rape occurred. The rape occurred right now. And we said, what rape? Do you have a rape kit? Has Terry Britt admitted to rape? Do you have a witness to rape? Like, at the time that we did that, you would assume that a predator, whoever that person is, that might be the motivation for the crime. But he specifically had in there that this is where the rape happened.
And you use some words. You got rape kit, and that's a kit you use on a victim if they've been raped.
Right.
Witnesses to a crime.
Right.
Now, at the time, what was your understanding of where Miss Bobo traveled on April 13th, 2011?
Before we come back to that, can I finish the other points of the PowerPoint? Or do
Yes,
you?
ma'am.
Okay. The one thing I remember was on the day of April 13th of 2011, Terry Dykes said that a truck or vehicle that looked like Terry Britt's went past Am Farm on 641 or 69. We didn't know if it was his. You couldn't see who it was. It didn't stop. It didn't do anything except go down 641, which everybody does all day long in that area.
Let me ask you, do you remember Mr. Britt's cell phone records showed he was actually in the same area where the Am Farm vehicle was?
I don't, and I'll answer what you have to on the cell phone stuff and my knowledge of that. But the purpose of the PowerPoint was that he drove by where her phone was found, is the way he presented this. But as I said, he didn't stop. He didn't throw anything out. And obviously later we got other information about the phone and the location of where it was.
All right. I have my diagram. Are you discussing?
Let's, I think we marked that as an exhibit, so let's call it out.
Exhibit 15.
We're looking at exhibit 15.
Are you aware, or were you referring to the travel of the victim's cell phone that I have in these purple cards, where there was no activity between 8:26 a.m. and 8:56 a.m.?
I think that's correct.
And did anybody say at the time her remains might be found in this area as well?
I don't recall that.
Have you learned after you left the case that her remains were found in the same area? There was no activity for 30 minutes.
I don't know that.
Were you aware there was a .380 spent round found next to her remains?
I do not know anything that happened with the investigation once I came off the case.
Okay. Did you have a theory at the PowerPoint meeting as to where Ms. Bobo traveled that day?
No, what I can tell you is I'm not very mathematical at all. Phone evidence in that area, if I recall right, was 2G at the time. On any of my cases that I had worked in the 24th, particularly in the more wooded or rural areas, mostly what we were looking for was who talked to who to be able to corroborate if people were together or not. And it got very dicey with the cell towers and the sectors and what you could actually prove about any kind of location to a certainty. And I recall that there were pings or things with his phone as well as with Zach's and Autry's. So, I mean, there were things going on with the phone evidence, but what was most important to most of our cases was more who was talking to who and when were they talking, because I think it was mile radiuses at that time. I mean, it was a very wide radius. You could not say somebody was right here at this spot.
And I'm sorry, you just said Zach and Autry were pinging. That wasn't at the PowerPoint meeting, was it?
No, but I'm saying later as well. I mean, I just don't know how the science at that time was not very good.
Okay. All right. At what point did you participate in an investigation of without warning?
No.
Do you have any memory of who that was?
I don't know what you're asking me. No.
Okay. 2013, throughout 2013, your testimony that the A team, Autry, Adams, and Austin, were not prime suspects?
During 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
No, I think they were.
When did they become prime suspects?
I know that shortly after the PowerPoint presentation in February of 2013, some point in early 2013, Agent Ferguson took over trying to organize everything that had not been entered due to everything not being electronic at that time. We all became aware at that time that there were a lot of leads that had not been run down as to other people, including Zach Adams, Shane Austin, and Jason Autry. We made a list on some flip charts of all the people that we needed to go back and interview that had not been done with Terry Dykes or Art Viveros or the group. People had not been excluded that we thought had been excluded. And so we were making a list of people and we were working on that. Meanwhile, we were continuing to get tips regarding Jason Autry, Zach Adams, and Shane Austin from all law enforcement, people that had informants, defendants that were getting arrested on cases, victims or witnesses from other cases were continuing to come back to these guys, and that was getting reported to us. So I believe Terry Dykes left TBI, as I said, I think it was the middle of 2013, I would say June or July. Sometime before he left, I went to him, as I had done numerous times during the investigation, to say, how did these guys, how what about these guys? Everybody is talking about Autry, Adams, and Austin. And he would say, they're alibied. We got alibis for them. That there's nothing else to do. So before he left, I went to him because we're getting kind of just this influx of information at this point in mid 2013. And I said, how are these alibis? How are you excluding them? He said, well, two of them were together, which he was saying was Shane and Zach, and the other one was at work. And so at that point, I got with the supervisor at FBI, and we still have everything coming in. At some point in 2013, he went through their stuff, and TBI was trying to go through their stuff, both paper and electronic, to pull all the statements that any of those three made to witnesses out in the community about each other during law enforcement interrogations, as well as anybody that mentioned them in a statement, to pull all of that. So sometime after Dykes left, between that July of 2013 date and coming up to the end of 2013, this is when we were pulling everything and trying to get it and trying to figure all that out. And we started going back. At this point, we were getting more focused on those three as we were going forward. And so I know that.
Let me ask this. So if somebody said that in late January or late December of 2013 or early January 2014, Sheila Kilzer called and that changed everything, that wouldn't be true.
What it changed was, was it exclusive? No, we were getting on these guys at that point. So what had happened, we were able to, they came forward, I think in January of 2014. So we were accumulating these items and going through statements and trying to re-interview people and do all of that. So the piece that they brought, I think, accelerated our process, but we were getting focused on these guys, and we were going back and interviewing people. We're trying to get all that together. So I think it certainly by January, it was testimony that we didn't have. We did not have anybody that had seen her alive at any point. So for that alone, let us know that we were getting on the right track with what we were doing.
And you said testimony. You just made a statement.
Yeah.
There were statements that Miss Bobo was alive by other people prior to this Sheila Kilzer. People had said they seen her. Things of that nature.
All over.
Okay. So when you say Sheila Kilzer said they saw her alive, other people had
post-abduction.
Other people had said post-abduction they'd seen her alive. There were reports and leads that other people.
And that's correct. And I think FBI handled most of those and went out. But this was her with Jason Autry and Zach Adams as told to her.
Okay. But to be clear, your statement is from July 2013, the A team was on a focused journey with your office.
I'm saying that we were still working other people because we had made the list on the charts. But yes, we were continuing to get information, not just things that we had already taken in. We had law enforcement coming to us and telling us. So we were beginning to get there.
Was it your?
Okay, so I'm pausing right here because I got a question. Y'all know I like to play devil's advocate, and I like to, I guess, look at all sides of this coin. And I just want to know, and we could talk about it in the chat. because I won't hold us up too long with our testimony. And my question to you guys as I'm listening to all of this, right? And I'm sure that you guys will think the same way. Terry Britt is probably the easy person to pin this on. He may even be the person that did it, right? This smell like buttercream. They make me happy. Okay. So I guess my question is that if Terry Britt seems like he's the easy slam dunk of a case, can anybody in the chat explain to me if Terry Britt was a slam dunk, like, because everything that I'm hearing sounds like a slam dunk. Why did they pin it on Zach and them? I can't, I'm having a problem with reconciling that. Like the why, like it gotta be like, because Terry Britt, they could have did it and closed the door. So my question is why didn't they just go with that option versus trying to put it on? Why put it on Zach and them? Like, what is the point? I guess what is the end game? Is what I would like to know. If anybody has any ideas that they want to share in regards to that, because I'm like, I really don't understand. Like, what was the point? Like, I don't understand the point why they would pin it on him, because they really didn't have to pin it on him, right? They could have closed, if they wanted to close the case for the Bobo family. Hey, we got Terry Britt. He is a known SA-er. He's in the neighborhood. He recently tried to kidnap and SA somebody earlier, that week prior. So he is like the prime target. He is seasoned. He is ready to go on the grill. All we want to do is flip his ass. And he making these remarks, talk about he'll take a deal, just give him 20. My question is why would they go through, as the prosecution team, no matter, how they did it, why would they go through all of this to pin it on Zachary, Dylan, Shane, and Jason? So yeah, drop your comments in the chat. I'm really curious to know what people think. Why? Because they had an easy target. Like, I don't know. I was always told to work smarter and not harder. I just don't know why they would. It just seemed like this was unsmart if this is the case. But let's go in. Just a food for thought that I was thinking about while we were listening to her testimony.
Understanding, and we're going to stop momentarily, that when Sheila Kilzer called, she was hoping to get favorable treatment for her son, Jason Kilzer.
I'm not authorized to discuss that.
Okay. In your capacity as the state prosecutor, was that information anything you took into consideration, or are you saying you can't testify to it?
I didn't have anything at the state, so no, I cannot testify about that.
Okay. Now, prior to this time, you would agree there had been, Clint Bobo had a voice. It matched Mr. Britt's voice.
What I recall about the voice ID was that Clint had said he heard mumbles, that he thought it was Drew. He did not hear the screams. This was through the structure of the home. I do know that Terry Dykes did a voice identification. I believe Clint picked out two or three people that it sounded like. And then Terry Dykes may have gone back another time. I'm not positive.
With what percent assurance Clint said that Mr. Britt's appearance matched Mr. Britt?
As to the appearance on the ID, I know that at the PowerPoint that Terry Dykes had a picture of somebody that Clint had said this person was built like, and he had another picture of Terry Britt next to that. I know that that Clint had also said that this body frame and type matched Shane Austin's after he had seen the body type of that. I know that when Miss Bobo and Clint went to have a discussion with Zach Adams, and Zach asked Clint what the description of the person was. After Clint gave that description, Zach said, "That's Shane." I was aware of that. And maybe most importantly, we did a backwards lineup with Terry Britt in it that I was present for, and Clint Bobo did not pick him out.
When was that?
I don't remember when the day of it was.
Do you remember who's Agent Van Hooser?
That was Jack Van Hooser, who was supervisor for TBI at the Western District of Tennessee.
And do you remember his concerns about the truthfulness of Clint Bobo?
There were a lot of discussions about Clint Bobo. So I don't recall specifically that, but I do recall that overall we felt like a lot of things just didn't seem accurate for whatever reason. And I'm referring to, not hearing the screen. I think he had stopped and accepted some Facebook friends during this time period. So there are phone calls going back and forth. There was a lot that was going on. I think one thing that we had discussed was that the person that walked Holly into the woods, he didn't describe that they had all of her things. And of course we knew that there was blood in the carport, which would be consistent with some kind of blunt trauma to Holly, which would make you drop your items. But walking in the woods, he saw an item in the person in camouflage's hand, but they didn't have her purse or lunchbox, any of these things, which would indicate that the person driving the car would have left with those things. And so he didn't hear a car or see a car. So there were some things that we didn't feel like fit in, but we also realized that he had been asleep and woke up, was confused, was trying to take this in with phone calls with his mom. So there was a lot going on. I think it was super overwhelming. So I can't say I specifically remember Jack saying that, but we had conversations about just the situation and what fit.
Can you, witness be handed what's been marked for identification 21? It's in your binder, ma'am.
Oh,
21. Yes. Oh,
what is it? Oh. Thank you. Wait a second. You hang on to that part. I'll flip this one.
and if you can take a minute to review this document.
I don't recall ever seeing this document.
Okay. Never seen it leading up to today.
I don't recall seeing this.
Do you remember Agent Van Hooser's frustration with Clint Bobo?
I don't really remember. No, I don't really remember frustration. I really didn't deal with Jack very much, honestly. And he was a supervisor and kind of doing his thing. And on the day-to-day, I was really with the agents.
All right. You then were a part of the Sheila Kilzer, at the time of Sheila Kilzer's report. Were you aware that Jason had made statements denying any knowledge of the rape, killing, abduction of Holly Bobo?
Jason Autry?
Jason Kilzer.
I can't discuss what Jason Kilzer said.
In the state.
I didn't. Can you ask it again so I can see if I can answer what you're trying to ask me? I just want to make sure I'm not.
Yes. Let's start with this. Sheila Kilzer made a report that her son had information about what happened to Miss Bobo.
That's correct.
Were you aware the same son had made prior statements in this case, prior to the phone call?
Prior to what phone call?
Prior to the end of the 2013, January 2014, Sheila Kilzer phone call.
Okay. You mean when she reported something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what's the question?
Had you had any awareness of prior statements of Jason Kilzer?
I don't think I can answer that. I don't know how I can separate. I didn't have a state case on him at all. And so if you have something you want me to look at, I'll gladly do that.
Yes, Your Honor.
1490.
1490 is exhibit 70 for identification.
Have you ever reviewed this?
I don't remember this. And I don't, the Billy Tucker, that name doesn't ring a bell at all to me either. I don't remember this.
Okay. Yeah. That's fine, Your Honor. And would ask that this be identified as the next for identification.
Mark for identification, next document is exhibit 71.
And Ms. Boswell, this document, did you ever look through this document?
If you'll let me read it, I'll let you know. I just don't remember this. I just don't remember Billy Tucker. I don't remember this statement.
Okay.
I see that it's on the IR and I don't doubt whatever was said, but I don't recall this document.
Is it important when you're gaining evidence for a murder trial that if an informant had given prior statements denying any knowledge, that's pretty important?
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna, yeah, you're gonna have to keep up with that. It's
Okay.
not, it happens all the time, but you have to turn all that over, and that's used as impeachment. Yes.
Well, I'm not asking about whether you win or lose at trial. I'm asking about the accuracy of your investigation if you're being lied to by an informant.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna want to know that.
Yeah. You're going to want to know what their bias is of changing their testimony, aren't you?
Correct.
What are some of the biases that defendants in other cases have in your career?
Well, I'll object again to relevance.
That's fine. I'll move on, Your Honor.
And it's exhibit 71 for ID only, since the witness did not identify.
For ID only, 71, 77.
Now, you state that Sheila Kilzer's report accelerated the focus on Jason Autry, Zach Adams, Shane Austin, correct?
Yeah, I think I did say that word.
Now, at this time, I believe that Sheila Kilzer, do you remember when Ms. Kilzer met with TBI?
I don't, but I believe it to be December to January of 2014.
And was part of your job reviewing the IRs as they were coming in as well?
No,
You would not?
like these didn't exist. Like things were coming in on handwritten pieces of paper, and they were still going back to the beginning over years worth of things to enter these. So other than when I really saw, I would know this information because they were telling me and I was discussing it, which is why some of it I may or may not remember. But until I got ready to try to turn over discovery to get this out, like I didn't have all these printed out. I didn't have this where I could read all of these, if that makes sense.
Did you ever participate in compiling this document, or not compiling, but reviewing it as part of the discovery process after the arraignment of Zach Adams?
I mean, as part of this, at the time that the discovery was taking place, I had already been accepted, but was waiting on background check to come full-time federal when the discovery process was ongoing.
Okay.
So it was like, I had to get a scanner delivered and a copier delivered, and I was responsible for all those terabytes of information. So I was just trying to get it on some kind of form to be able to get that turned over before I left.
Have you ever seen, do you remember ever seeing this document, IR 1883?
Our witness has been handed the document for identification of Exhibit 72.
I don't believe I've seen this document, but these statements in here, I believe that I was told this information.
Okay. Now, at this time, January of 2014, did you know who Dennis Benjamin was?
No,
Did you have any idea that the Bobos had a quote unquote investigator?
yes,
Who did you know who it was?
I did not, and I didn't have any dealings with that, but I just recall that Jack Van Hooser had been dealing somehow with this investigator. If I don't want to jump ahead, but if you notice at Dylan's sentencing, when I called him to the stand, I didn't even know his last name.
We'll talk about that. Real briefly on Jack Van Hooser. Was he always in?
Are there objections to the IR 1883?
I would ask it to be marked ID only.
Okay.
She didn't identify.
This statement is identification only. Exhibit 72. Now, let's go ahead and amend the document. For identification, Exhibit 73.
Do you remember looking at this document?
No, sir.
Do you remember Agent Van Hooser telling the Bobo family Clint was giving the defendant a get out of jail free card?
No, sir.
That you just have no.
I just didn't deal with Jack that much. So
Okay.
no, I do not remember
All right,
this.
we'll just mark that for identification only, Your Honor. Was Sheila Kilser's report part of the reason eventually you and General McAdams went to the grand jury to get first-degree murder charge, especially aggravated kidnapping, and rape?
I can't discuss what was said in grand jury, but I was aware of that. But there, as I was talking about kind of the acceleration. So a lot of things were happening in January and February before Zach's indictment in March of 2014.
To your knowledge, was Dennis Benjamin working this case at that time?
I don't know.
When did you become aware Mr. Benjamin was working in this case?
I wouldn't know when that was. I just remember at offhand, Jack Van Hooser indicating that the Bobo family did have an investigator.
And Agent Van Hooser knew him,
Yes.
vouched for him.
I don't know about that, but he knew him. Yes.
After, let me ask this, when Sheila Kilser called in January of 2014, was Dylan Adams in Obion County Jail?
Yes.
And this was the charge that you prosecuted as an assistant U.S. attorney.
Correct.
When was he arrested?
I believe it was July of 2013.
Okay. During the same time, according to your testimony, that Zach, Jason, and Shane were suspects.
Correct.
And what was the federal charge?
He was charged with being an addict in possession of a firearm, being in possession of a stolen firearm, being in possession of a obliterated with no serial number firearm, aiding and abetting Kilser as a convicted felon in possession of a firearm.
I'm not a federal attorney, so you're going to lose me quickly. Can you talk generally the range, the most in terms of months all of these crimes?
I mean, I know what his range was.
Yes, ma'am. That's all.
If that's what you want to know, Dylan would have been looking at 46 to 57 months.
Okay. If convicted of all charges.
Correct?
Were there state charges also?
No.
And what county did this occur in?
Decatur?
Any reason
think.
as the assistant district attorney for Decatur County, state charges didn't come?
There wouldn't have been any reason because I indicted him federally.
All of those were state crimes also.
Yes.
Okay. And when was this arrest?
It was July of 2013.
How soon after that, when, do you remember where he was housed, Dylan was housed?
I don't, because I don't keep up with that. I know at some point he was in O'Bine.
How soon after that, to your knowledge, did TBI start to investigate and interrogate Dylan in O'Bine County?
It was, I think, in 2014.
Okay. After the Sheila kills her.
And, right. I think she was more around like January 2014. And then, if I recall correctly, Dylan would have been somewhere around in February of 2014.
Okay.
A lot of stuff was happening at that point.
To your knowledge, was a lot of stuff, including Dennis Benjamin talking to witnesses?
I don't know about that.
You were.
I mean, I can tell you what I did mean by a lot of things. If you want to know, I can tell you that.
We'll come back to it. You were, fair to say, coordinating the interrogation of Dylan to obtain evidence to prosecute in state court.
Can you ask that again?
You were coordinating the interrogation of Dylan Adams to prosecute defendants for the Holly Bobo crimes.
I mean, we did interview him. Yes.
And your opinion, did that interview create the breakthrough necessary?
What it did at that time, based off me talking about January and February with so many things happening, we were going back and interviewing people. So we had busted Autry's alibi, which had never been done. And Terry Dykes had said that Autry was at work that day. So we found out that he was not working for the Douglas guy or the Taylor guy, that Douglas had last paid him, I think, like a month earlier. And we found out prior to any interview of Dylan that Matt Ross with FBI had encountered Zach, and he had the scratches on his arms. We knew that Shane Austin, Jason Autry, and Zach Adams had lied to law enforcement, comparing their statements. We knew that they had given some statements on each other, and we had all the witnesses' statements of everything that they had said to them. And then we also found out about THP and Warren Rainey and his interactions with Zach and the mattresses and all of that. So all of this was coming very quickly at that point in 2014. So I when I said it like accelerated that, it was one factor in what we were doing. I mean, I knew as a prosecutor that we couldn't just count on that. You always hope that you can, but you never know. Like, he was one witness. So it did play a part for sure, because what he did say we had from no other source.
Do you remember the sentencing hearing for Dylan Adams?
I do.
Do you remember how you summarized it to the judge?
Yes, I
How did
believe
you-
so.
how'd you
That he had given us information to help us solve the case. I remember I called Jeff Jackson and let him testify about how the role that he played in it. We were hoping that he was going to testify.
I don't have a copy for the judge. Well, Your Honor, I think we probably need to talk logistics of this. This is a sealed exhibit, but the witnesses just talked about it.
I understand, but you talked about it, if you were sealed by the judge, though, in federal court, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's not already been entered and kept it
Yes,
sealed?
Yes, sir.
So let's just refer to that exhibit,
Okay.
and then you can.
I will.
I'm not sure what you can testify to about it, since it is sealed. far as in the public arena, certainly the court can review it.
I do plan to cross-examine her with this. And if this needs to be sealed, I have no objection to this part of the proceeding.
I don't know how we can talk about what's contained within these pages that are sealed without an order from Judge Breen giving us permission to do that here today with the public watching.
The state filed it as an exhibit to their motion.
Sealed.
If it's sealed, I still have the ability to use this in the proceeding. If we need to seal this part of the proceeding, I'm perfectly fine with that, Your Honor.
Well, at a minimum, that's what we're going to do. And I'm going to give them an opportunity to cross-examine her, to examine her.
Yes.
That's the state's only objection, is the fact that it was sealed by Judge Breen, federal court.
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Boswell, we'll take a recess.
Yes, sir.
You're not allowed to discuss anything that you testified to.
Yes, sir.
I'm not allowed to talk to you with any attorneys.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Yes, sir.
let's recess. Ladies and gentlemen, the next part of this testimony was sealed by the federal courts. So this court has no authority to unseal that. But Ms. Adams, Bates do have an opportunity to come in as part of this proceeding. So this next session of the court, and that does include recording, will be sealed.
Oh, so they about to kick us out. Oh, is that what they thought they was gonna do?
All rise.
We can get past that part. So in regards to my question, I see our Blind Hawk had put some information in here. He was the only I can see that answered or gave a response to my thought process when I was processing this. And just to go back to my question was that if Terry Britt was the easy target for all of this, why did we go through all of this ring around Rosie to get to Zach Adams, Dylan, and all of them? You know, during my conversation I had with Dana last night, I know that I was mentioning, could it be because they were the neighborhood outlaws, or you know, something to that effect? And Blind Hog put in our chat because they did not bring Tequila Jones to court for prosecuting Britt. Now, I did recall hearing, gosh, what is her name? I know her name because Boswell. Is her name Boswell? I think it's Boswell. The one that's on the stand now. Now, it's to my understanding, Beth Boswell. So with Beth Boswell on the stand, you know, I noticed that she had to make a point that she had to let everybody know that Tequila was a prostitute, right? Now, if I can remember from when Dana was talking to us yesterday, he did explain that she was in jail at the time and they just didn't let her come testify. And so they threw out the case on Mr. Britt. And I guess to save face, we come back to the point where, okay, in order for us to save face now, we cannot say that we let this guy get away and he got out and he unalived Holly Bobo. So I get that part of it, but then I'm thinking to myself, well, even if that's the case, walk down this line, because I do want to play all sides of this coin in different ways, just to kind of think outside the box, because I don't understand the why. And I guess you say, why ask why? Why ask why? I'm asking why because why? So if I guess my whole thing is that still, if that's the case, why not just say, oops, my bad. You know, she didn't come to court. We dismissed it. You know, Terry Britt is still that guy. Now we got him for good, right? Unfortunately, he came out. I mean, they can be as mad as they want to be in regards to it, but at least we got the right person. And so then I seen that Blind Hawk had put some additional information in regards to, you know, the whole system like kind of being corrupt. And that was something that Kat reviewed on her channel earlier today. So you guys definitely go check that out if you get a chance. She did go over some motions and things. I was in the chat. I listened to as much as I could. But yeah, okay, you say they were facing re-election. Yeah, and see, I guess that's my thing. I mean, either way, it's like a bad look. far as I'm concerned, I mean, it's a bad look overall. So even if you let Terry Brick get away, right, and you didn't prosecute, you didn't proceed with anything with Mr. Brick in the first place. So then you decide that you want to go after the Zach Adams thing. And it's to my understanding, like even after they had discovered Holly Bobo's remains, it took all of 3 years for them to get to this point of even having a trial for this. So it just seemed like it was, regardless of what look, I don't know. I guess they want to save face in their eyes, but it didn't make any difference. He said, look how much trouble Winwich is facing now that she has been unelected. The DOJ doesn't investigate while you're in office. Oh, okay. That's good to know. No, I don't know anything about that, how that goes, but okay. Interesting to know. Well, I guess it's just my thought when I'm thinking about it, like, well, why go through all this other trouble when you could have just did what you want, like, but yeah, they do stuff just be doing stuff. I guess my whole thing is that when we going through this and I know that we want to Drunky, she missed her hair appointment. Everybody talk about her highlights. Oh gosh. I'm a firm believer in this. Like, I want justice to be served. I want justice to be served the right way. So, regardless of fact, if he guilty or not guilty. Oh, look at that. The 13th juror got the 13th juror back in the 13th juror's name. Check that out. Look at there. Look at there. Far as I know, the 13th juror, he didn't have no doggone relationship with her. He didn't even know Holly Bobo's. And I do think that somebody had to know her. I do think somebody had to know where she lived. I do think all of those things. So, yeah. Her judgment is questionable with that. I'm done, Dandy. I'm not gonna be coming to your. I'm not coming to anywhere your chat, your texts. I gotta read your chats before I read them. Keep talking about this lady highlights. Oh gosh. Very similar to the Richard Allen case. Public officials up against a re-election wall, where losing means being investigated for abuse and power, etc. The DOJ likes to default to the will of the electorate whenever convenient. Yeah, now I can believe that, and I can believe that they make things happen. They make things close. They make things go away in the same token when election times come, to distract and turn our attention. But what I would say in this case, and just like with the Richard Allen case, I just hope that there is enough. I do feel like there may be enough in this one. But when we even speaking about the Richard Allen case, and I was trying to, and I think I got some clarity from Dana yesterday in regards to this. Like, there has to be, there's levels to this, right? So even though we may feel like saying the Richard Allen case, like they had him in custody, he was in these horrible conditions, right? But that confession tape that with him confessing, like, what evidence in that case would change the jury's mind? And I think they got to have that in order to get a new trial. See, I think this one is kind of like slam dunk, right? We got Walker's testimony that was not included, that this judge took the time and the consideration to listen to, right? So we have that testimony. I think right just off of that first witness with Walker and the 2G testimony, where the location where she was found, I think that's enough, because I think that if the jury would have heard that, it would have may have given them a different view on things, least reasonable doubt, right? And the whole thing is that they have to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. So we shall see. I don't know, SD. Yeah, are you talking about Shane? The guy who took his life? Well, yeah, let's go back in. I know that we'll be live in the courtroom on Monday with the continuation of these hearings, and the judge will be making a decision. I don't know if they finish up and he goes back, because sometimes they have them do their closing arguments written, or sometimes they allow them to, do a presentation. I'm not sure exactly how the judge will handle it in this case, but we shall see.
Were or were not.
Ms. Boswell, prior to leaving your office as Assistant District Attorney, did you have occasion to ever review video surveillance from the ATM machine in Parsons?
No.
Did you ever discuss it with any TBI officer?
No.
Did you review the cell phone information from Zach Adams?
I think, as I stated earlier, what I knew about the phone evidence was when calls were made back and forth between people to basically show when people were or were not together. And as I stated, it was just very sketchy as far as the location.
Okay. Did you ever answer this question to yourself? At 9:25, Ms. Holly Bobo's is the last known location of her phone being active around Gooch Creek Road. You familiar with that at all?
I'm sorry, did I ever ask myself?
Did you ever answer this question? Where was the victim's body?
We did not have the body at that time.
So
no, I mean, I remember pings of Zach and Jason Autry being towards the river. I remember where we found her phone after Rebecca Earp said he pulled over in that area in the rain. Zach did and threw something small. And I remember that they took her to show TBI where that was, and they found Holly's phone.
Who did?
TBI.
That's how you think it was found?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. They had the phone before that, but later after they talked to Rebecca, she said he pulled over and they said, can you show us where? And it was where they had found the phone prior.
Were you aware how many times Rebecca Earp's testimony or discussion with TBI changed over the course of this investigation?
No, but we found that as we went along, that when Jason Autry got locked up and everybody was seeing how it was going, people became, in January, February of 14, people were beginning to talk more. That's not unusual.
Was Rebecca Earp, was she threatened with criminal prosecution, including possibly the death penalty in this case by Valerie Trout?
Not that I'm aware of.
You don't know?
No, I don't know that.
Did you ever review Valerie Trout's interrogation?
No.
Okay. Now, you acknowledge that the information received from Dylan that Sheila Kilser's statement kicked off, that information turned out to be not true.
The information of Dylan's statement
and Sheila Kilser's.
I mean, I didn't handle that later, and I didn't watch the trial.
Okay. Well, how do you account for taking this information for indictments on information that turns out to be false?
Sir, I'm not going to discuss what went into the grand jury room. However, as I've already stated, investigations do change. I mean, we went in with the information that we had at the time that we present that case.
And when you say information changes, you mean Dylan Adams' possible testimony?
I mean, in any case,
Dylan's.
It could happen with Dylan or anybody.
So your version of the truth is only as good as what people are telling you, right?
I don't think I have a version of the truth. I just do my job the best way that I know how. To go in for an indictment, I make sure that I have probable cause that is plus sufficient evidence to prosecute beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, that is based on what I know from agents and investigators. Yes.
One for the judge, one for the witness.
You got a flash drive for 73.
We will, Your Honor.
Okay. Make sure you get that in the court report.
Ms. Boswell, is this letter you identify?
Yes, I can. This is a letter that I emailed to Luke Evans, who was representing Shane Austin.
And this was after the Shane Austin interview in Murfreesboro, correct?
Correct.
An immunity agreement was worked out.
We had one drafted. It did not go. Did not go through.
there objections to this being entered? Are you wanting this-
No.
No.
You wanting this one entered, Mr. Bates?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, Mark, I'm at 74, 75. 75.
We want to send, Morgan.
All right.
Now, I believe your last thing you said to the judge was we had drafted in the unity agreement, we had not executed.
I didn't say we didn't execute it. I think I said it didn't go into effect, maybe. We did sign it.
Okay. Well, you said draft. You signed it.
I drafted it and we all signed it, yes.
All right. That was based on whether Shane was going to corroborate what Dylan had said.
No, that's not true. That was based on Shane giving us Holly Bobo's body. Either take us to the body or that there be, they were concerned if the body had been moved. And so they negotiated to add in here, should say, or we could verify from the place that Shane gave us that the body had been there and that there was no credible evidence that it was not there. This was all about recovering Holly's body.
Are you aware then, you're not aware until today, that this same month, Dennis Benjamin is going to Victor Dinsmore saying, if you don't give us the body, you're going to get the death penalty.
No, I have no knowledge of that.
And in your letter to Luke Evans, you say, it is still the position of this office that your client Shane Austin was not and has not been completely truthful, candid, forthcoming, or cooperative as to any and all aspects of the Holly Bobo investigation.
That's correct.
But you just said earlier, you don't have a truth.
It's not what you said, Your Honor.
Said I don't take a version. Sorry, Judge.
Well, I'll ask, what did you say about
Objection sustained, rephrase the question, Mr. Bates, let me make rulings, folks, okay? Don't talk over me, don't talk over one another.
what did you say about whether you knew the truth?
You said my version of the truth. I refuted the way you worded that, yes.
The truth is, you didn't know what happened in March of 2014, did you?
Yes, I did know what happened.
Based on what Dylan told you.
No, based off of everything in the case, sir.
So you thought Jason Autry showed up mid-morning after everything had taken place and the body was wrapped in a quilt.
Jason Autry had not cooperated at the time I had this case, Mr. Bates.
So no, you did not know that.
No, I didn't know it.
And the information you had, you thought Jason Autry was the ringleader.
No, I never said that.
Did you believe it?
I think he and Zach were equally capable of the crime.
You revoked the immunity agreement, correct? With Shane Austin.
Because he did not follow through with the agreement of what the wording was on here. I sent the email. I don't have it. You guys took that away from me, but I told him that he had not been completely truthful, forthcoming, or cooperative.
Let me ask this. If you ever in discovery mislabel something, is that significant in your mind?
I guess that depends on what that is, sir.
Okay.
I don't know what you're referring to.
If surveillance video is supposed to be from one location and it's mislabeled from another location.
I mean, I think that depends on who did it. If it's intentional, if somebody's trying to hide something, or if it's a mistake. I mean, as a prosecutor, we try to turn over everything to the best of our ability.
You admit multiple witnesses said the same things that turned out to later be false.
I don't know what you're referring to, sir.
Okay. You just don't know one way or the other.
Can you repeat your question?
Did multiple witnesses in your investigation say things about Jason Autry that later turned out to be false? And if you don't know, that's fine.
Not to my knowledge.
Multiple witnesses say the same thing about Victor Dinsmore that turned out to be false.
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware that people implicated Victor Dinsmore.
I think he was on our list. I don't remember what the proof on that was. Again, there were hundreds of people on our list. I do remember that he came up.
Were you a part of discussions where prior to leaving as the assistant U.S. attorney, where information from Dennis Benjamin was exchanged and discussed by both TBI and your office?
I'm sorry. I'm a very bad askee. Can you repeat the question?
I'm probably the bad asker. Let me ask this. Were you a part of conversations that discussed what is Dennis Benjamin doing?
Just through what I had previously said about Jack Van Hooser had indicated that Mr. Benjamin was doing investigations for the Bobo family. And I know that the two of them were in contact.
Okay. There was no formal case file ever turned over you from Dennis Benjamin.
No,
There was no subpoena issued for his work.
not while I was on the case.
You were on the case when Without Warning had a subpoena.
I don't know what you're referring to, but if you tell me
Okay.
what that is, I'll try to answer your question.
Were you aware that Without Warning was working with the Bobo family?
I don't even know what Without Warning is.
Fair enough. And Dennis Benjamin was not bound by the same rules of TBI or your office in how it conducted his investigation.
I don't think any investigator would be bound by the rules that we are. It's not in law enforcement.
And you never once asked for any of his recordings?
I didn't. I didn't even know that he was making recordings. I've never heard any recording.
Those are my questions, Your Honor.
Space the last document handed to the witness was never even discussed. The immunity agreement.
We could make-
For identification, exhibit 76.
If we can make the immunity agreement and the letter to
We did
Ms. Robbins.
admit exhibit 75 as an state objecting to the immunity agreement.
No.
Okay, we'll move it in evidence as exhibit 76.
For identification.
No, we're gonna move it in evidence. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Spousal, I'm just going to ask you a few questions. First of all, let's start with what is a SALSA? How long did you perform duties as what we in the business call a SALSA?
It's a special assistant United States attorney. And I did that from August of 2011 till I left to come full-time to the federal government on August 10th of 2014.
Is it fair to say in the time that you worked as a SALSA, there were, I don't know, hundreds of SALSAs across the country?
Correct.
It was a program started with the Department of Justice and local elected district attorneys to get the biggest, longest sentence we could for the most violent offenders in the communities.
Correct.
Is that fair enough?
That's correct.
It was placed into being to fill the gaps in state law.
Correct.
So when Mr. Bates characterizes this as you doing something, I don't know, shady, or I don't know what the implication is that he's trying to paint. Explain to the court again why that role existed and what you did in that role, what your job was.
So the job of any person that is what we call a SALSA, which is SAUSA, it's very beneficial to both the elected DA from that district or that jurisdiction, whatever it may be, and the federal government. The elected DA, through the DA's conference, continues to pay the salary of this attorney. This attorney then works, we have part-time ones and full-time ones, and then they are focusing on serious offenders from that community that based off of federal resources, we may not be able to take. So you're able to kind of streamline cases on the worst of the worst from those particular jurisdictions for the state.
Cases are reviewed, decisions are made, whether the federal government is going to prosecute it or whether the state government is going to prosecute it. And very rarely, if ever, do both jurisdictions prosecute one offender because resources are limited. Is that a fair assessment?
That's fair.
Okay. Let's go back to the beginning. You were in trial the day that you learned that Holly Bobo had been kidnapped. You arrived on the scene on that Friday, 2 days later. And is it safe to say that there were countless people involved in this investigation, both those that carried guns and badges and those that were neighbors and people that loved the Bobos and people that loved this community and just wanted to help?
That's correct.
And everybody in between.
Correct.
And there was a command center set up, correct?
Correct.
There were federal agencies involved, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation was involved, every local state sheriff, police department, they were all on the ground.
Correct.
Looking, working. And they would gather information and they would bring it back to the command center.
Correct.
Was it your job to decide what leads got followed?
No.
As a prosecutor, is it your job to follow up on a lead?
No.
Is it your job to, as a prosecutor, to advise law enforcement if they ask you questions?
Correct.
Is it your job as a prosecutor when a law enforcement officer comes back and says, I just took this statement and here's what this guy's telling me and
I mean, yeah, he says he was at work. I think that seems believable. As a prosecutor, are there follow-up questions perhaps to that?
Correct.
What would some of those follow-up questions be?
Like, did you talk to the boss? Did you get their timesheet? How did you verify that this person was at work?
And a good investigator is going to say, you know what, Ms. Boswell, that's a great idea. I'm gonna go do that tomorrow. I'm going to get on it.
Correct.
Right? And you rely on that officer to do that work for you.
Correct.
The IRs that have occupied the evidence in this case, or in this hearing rather, those weren't being generated in real time, correct?
No.
Officers weren't coming in out of the field and sitting down at a computer and genning out an IR that you then got to read.
No.
In fact, if you look at some of these, the time span between the activity date and the actual creation of the IR could be days, could be weeks. It's just a matter of when the officer could get around to it. Is that
Correct.
fair?
That's correct.
Was it your job to make sure the IRs were getting done?
No.
That's an internal TBI function, correct?
Correct.
Everything was on paper in this case, right?
Correct.
Today we have computers that have the entire universe and then some on them. But this back in 2011 was legal pads, pens, scraps of paper. Social media was just new. Is that fair enough?
Yes.
And the cell phone technology was much different than it is today.
Correct.
Every morning there was a briefing and every afternoon there was a briefing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How closely did you work with Johnny Walker?
I mean, I wouldn't say that I worked closely with him, but I do, I remember several things that he had done as far as in the command center.
Like what?
One thing was that he just sat still in the same chair for 5 to 6 hours staring at this map that he put on the wall with some little pins of pieces of evidence while everybody was going out doing interviews. And he would stare at it and say, if I just know the water level, I will be able to predict where everything first started before wherever it landed. And everybody's like, okay, you just go ahead and do that.
So he carried a badge and a gun at the time?
That's correct.
Were the other officers that carried badges and guns working on this case, whether they were assigned? Let me ask this question. Were there people working this case, people trying to help the Bobo family and this community find Holly? Were there people doing that was their job? And there were people doing it that were law enforcement that were just doing it on their free time, on their
Yes.
off-duty time?
All of that.
Marshall Walker had a badge and a gun.
Yes.
But instead of being out looking, I mean, we hadn't found Holly Bobo's body. We hadn't found a gun. We hadn't found hardly anything in the early days, correct?
Correct.
But he was sitting at headquarters.
That's correct. And
Did you go ahead? I'm sorry.
You had asked me what I had seen. The other thing was Easter. Holly got taken on April 13th. That was a Wednesday. I believe, without looking at a calendar, that Easter would not have been that Sunday, but the next Sunday should make that maybe the 24th. On that Friday, due to these briefings that we were doing in the morning and the afternoon, we would lay out what we were going to do the next morning. So everybody would say, which team is going to take this? Which team is going to take this? They would ask me, can we search here? Do we need to get a document for this? Any issues that were coming up, I would research that at night and report back in the morning. So on that Friday, we were discussing what everybody was going to do on that Saturday morning. And all the federal people were saying, well, this is Easter weekend. And we're like, yeah, we know that. We'll be back here in the morning to do the briefing of whatever we're going to do over the weekend. So they basically, including Johnny Walker, said, yeah, we want to be with our families and this is Easter weekend. So a tip had come in from a wife on a turkey hunter. I want to say the last name was Ham, but a tip had come in. I don't recall the exact content, but he had gone turkey hunting and was wearing camouflage and acted weird when he came home. Johnny Walker believed, he said 1,000,000% this was our suspect, and he was going to work this till the end to prove that this turkey hunter was the one that was responsible for the crimes against Holly Bobo. I watched him on that Friday afternoon. The way it would work when you were working somebody as an agent, you would take that and try to get printouts of everything you could on that person, different kinds of law enforcement databases. So he had a stack of paper on his turkey hunter. And I watched him on that Friday afternoon, after he indicated he would not work on the weekend, take his stack on this turkey, get up on a chair and put it on the top shelf behind some other items, which I have never encountered in law enforcement. So I went up and I said, excuse me, Mr. Marshall, but if that's your secret information on this turkey hunter that you are 1,000,000% sure committed this crime, if we want to work on that this weekend, we're going to take that stack down that you just hid while you're trying to get credit for solving this case, but you don't want to come here and work.
Is it fair to say that perhaps his mission wasn't aligned with everyone else that was contributing their time and effort and energy?
That's correct.
At some point, is it fair to say you grew frustrated with him?
That's correct. I think that was my last conversation with him.
Did you also at a time become frustrated with Terry Dykes and the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
Yes.
Do you remember about when that was?
It will be after we worked through 2012 and in the beginning of 2013, when everybody else had excluded and we had cleared Terry Britt, and we just could not get Terry Dykes to get past that.
Let me ask a little bit more about that. As we sit here today, we have a linear timeline of this case. We know the last time Karen Bobo saw Holly. We know when her body was found. We know when a jury walked into this courtroom and said, we find the defendant, Zach Adams, guilty as charged. We have a history of this case. At the time and the days and the weeks that you were working on this early on, things were more circular. Is that fair enough?
Yes.
Chaotic,
Yes.
perhaps is a word. Tips were coming in about a myriad of people, correct?
Correct.
People whose names you knew,
Yes.
like Terry Britt.
Yes.
How long have you been a prosecutor?
33 years.
State and federal. You teach at the National Advocacy Center, correct?
I taught at the state a lot, and I do teach federal classes, but I've not taught at the NAC.
But teach federal classes. And
I
you've
do.
taught state classes on prosecution.
Yes, ma'am.
Trial advocacy.
Yes, ma'am.
How many murder trials do you think you've handled? Not just tried, handled, touched.
At least 100,
All right. How many rape?
maybe more than that.
All right. Can you think of a case in your career as a prosecutor in which the defense team was handed the gift that they were handed in this case in the form of Terry Britt?
No.
I mean, seriously, like in the history of criminal jurisprudence in the state of Tennessee and perhaps across the country, what better suspect is there than the sex offender down the road?
That's
Right?
correct.
And not only is he a sex offender on paper, but you just look at him and you get creeped out. Is that fair enough?
Yes.
Some of the most bizarre fact patterns that you've probably ever read as a prosecutor at the hands of Terry Britt and his wife.
Yes.
Tell the court, what evidence could you present to a jury sitting here today in 2025, after all that Mr. Bates has just shared with you that you didn't know before? What evidence could you present to a jury of 12 people as to Terry Britt's guilt in the kidnapping, rape, and murder of Holly Bobo?
None.
Zero.
Zero. After working him for over a year.
He looks the role. He looks the part. On paper, he looks the part, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Zero today.
Correct.
And zero in 2011 and 2012 and 2013 and 2014. Correct?
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
Are you familiar with our standards as prosecutors that we must meet before we can ethically present a case for prosecution?
Yes.
What proof do we have beyond a reasonable doubt, given any and all possible defenses? Any and all possible defenses. That's the standard we have to meet before we can go into a grand jury, correct?
That's correct.
It's not the same standard for getting a wiretap order, correct?
Correct.
Did Terry Dykes ever come to you about Warren Rainey?
No.
Did you talk with Terry Dykes daily?
Yes.
He had your phone number. You had his phone number. You were in the same room much of the time.
Yes.
Did he ever mention Warren Rainey to you?
No.
Did he ever mention Matt Ross to you?
No.
Warren Rainey is the Tennessee Highway Patrol officer who on his own, I think in the day or day after Holly's disappearance, parked himself at Zach Adams' house, correct?
Correct.
Looking around.
Correct.
What did he find? Or what did he see?
After he went up to talk to Zach, he was at the grandfather's residence, and he went to sit across the road after he had been there, and Zach took off in a straight sprint back to his house. Warren Rainey went back the next day then to try to get consent to search the property. And he got that consent, and they didn't find anything as part of that. But what he noticed was there was mattress laid up against Zach Adams' residence that was not there. And after he talked to them and he pulled away, he had people, I don't know, I can't remember if they were reserves or EMTs. One of these people that were working, he put them in the woods to see what would happen after he left.
They posted up in the woods. They hid in the woods, right?
That's right. And
What did they see?
after he left, Zach Adams came out and vacuumed the mattress, vacuumed his car, which was in a shed, vacuumed in the shed. And Warren Rainey told Terry Dykes about it. And we found out about it in 2014 when Agent Ferguson and I were going through bags of evidence. And we found some gloves that we did not know what they were. And it had Warren Rainey's name on the outside of it. So I called him and said, do you have any idea where these pair of gloves came from? He said, oh yeah, that's the day that everything happened with the mattress. We're like, what do you mean mattress? We have no idea what you're talking about.
Warren Rainey's telling you that.
That's correct. He said, I told Terry Dykes all about it. And so we went back and looked, and Agent Ferguson tried to search for an IR and there was nothing.
No IR. This is in 2014. You're learning about bizarre behavior of the defendant relative to a mattress, running from law enforcement and washing a mattress in a car out for an hour and a half.
Yes.
Would you have liked to have had that information in 2011 as a prosecutor?
Yes.
Happens in 2011. It wasn't Matt Ross's job to do the IR, correct?
Or Warren Rainey.
I mean,
no.
Warren Rainey, I'm sorry. It was not Warren Rainey's responsibility to do the IR. Who does IRs?
TBI.
Okay. And only TBI.
Correct.
You pick that piece up back in 2014 when Agent Ferguson came on the case.
Correct.
Is it safe to say that when Agent Ferguson came on the case, it was a new day?
Correct.
New energy, new focus.
Correct.
So that piece gets investigated, checked off. During the course of you all literally going through every name that had been phoned in. And let me ask you this. So Terry Britt's name was getting called into you all. I mean, who else are you going to suspect, right? Except the sex offender that lives up the road. He's suspect number one. Great. But the names of Zach Adams and Dylan Adams and Jason Autry and Shane Austin, those were coming in too.
Correct.
I mean, I believe one of the first IRs mentioning the defendant's name was in early weeks after Holly's abduction.
Correct.
2011.
Correct.
But they weren't the names that were on the tip of the tongue of Terry Dykes.
Correct.
And the information that you were getting was coming through the funnel of Terry Dykes.
Correct.
If he didn't want you to know about Warren Rainey, he wasn't going to tell you about Warren Rainey. And if he doesn't tell you about it, it's a tree that falls in the woods that nobody hears. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did he ever come to you and say, Beth, oh my gosh, I just got off the phone with Matt Ross. You don't know who he is, but let me tell you what he saw. He saw the defendant a few days after Holly's disappearance. He saw Zach Adams a few days after Holly's disappearance with scratches. Did he ever share that information with you?
No.
Tell the judge about Matt Ross and what he witnessed.
As we were going back through to try to determine everything that Terry Dykes had not concluded and what Kathy Ferguson was trying to get everything, we were going back and redoing a lot of steps to try to close things. We found out that Zach Adams had been arrested prior in Henderson County and had run from the police, and an FBI agent had gone out to talk to Zach Adams and had seen scratches on his arm that came down in lines as if they were fingernail scratches straight down the arm. And that FBI agent actually took pictures of those, and he said he reported this to Terry Dykes. It was never in the file. We did not know about the scratches. We did not see the pictures. The boss at FBI, Eric McCraw, followed up, talked to Matt Ross, and Matt Ross said, I think I still have those pictures. So he gave us those. They then followed up and checked with Henderson County to check with the officers that arrested him there and to check his booking, which noted no injuries. And Henderson County said that he did have some scratches, but it was not those scratches.
And when did Agent Ross see the scratches?
He saw them, I want to say within 10 days or less. I know it was close in time to April 13th.
Close in time to April 13th. You have these. May I approach? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir. Thank you. Do you recognize what I just had handed to you?
I do.
What is it?
It's pictures that Matt Ross took of Zach Adams' scratch marks.
And there's exhibit stickers on there. It appears these were exhibits at the trial. Is that fair to say?
Looks like it. Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'd ask that be marked as the next collective exhibit.
Yes, sir.
I know. This is from the trial.
This 3
Oh, that's what Mr. Biano was telling me. Sorry, thank goodness for him. Thank you. No, sir. No, sir. All right, sorry for the confusion. May was a long time ago. I'm gonna pass you IR 1919. Mr. Bates has copies of all these.
Yeah, just the entry of this on rates. We'll let her identify first, that's fine.
You recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
This is the IR that Agent Ferguson did concerning the scratches. And she did this report on February 13th of 2014.
When were the scratches seen by Agent Ross? When was the activity date?
April 23rd of 2011.
April 23rd, 2011. Scratches seen, but it's a tree that falls in the woods that nobody hears because there's no IR done on it until 3 years later when Agent Ferguson gets on the case to replace Agent Dykus. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. I would ask that that be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
The witness said she was familiar with that document. Okay, great.
So fresh eyes on the file, light being shown on things that you'd never seen before. Is it fair to say that you basically had to start over? Y'all had to re-interview, or TBI had to re-interview people that had been interviewed because you just kind of lost faith in what the focus of Agent Dykus. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Was his focus too narrow?
Yes, ma'am.
Had he ever talked to the defendant, or Shane Austin, or Dylan Adams, or Jason Autry, or sent agents out to talk to them that you know of?
Yes.
For what purpose?
To take statements or to talk to them.
And did he come back after each of those and say, they're all clear, they got alibis, I've talked to their alibis, and we're all good here?
He said they have alibis. All of them are alibied. We don't need to look at them.
Nothing to see here, keep moving, Ms. Boswell.
That's right.
Did you follow up and ask about the alibis? Who are the alibis? What are the alibis?
I did not at that time because I trusted that he had alibied them. I mean, but people kept, in addition to going back and redoing, at the point that we pulled all the statements that Jason Autry, Zach Adams, or Shane Austin, any statements that they gave to anybody or any witnesses that said anything about them, when we started pulling all of those is when we were looking at everything that everybody said. And sometime between like February 13th and July of 13, when Terry Dykus left the TBI, we still had officers coming to us. We've talked to this person. We've talked to that person. You've got to get back on these guys. You've got to get back on these guys. And so at that point, I went to Terry Dykus and I said, how? I need you to tell me how you alibied these guys. He said, well, Zach and Shane said they were together and Jason Autry was at work.
It was the classic Three Stooges, right?
That's right. I said,
you have
to be kidding me. You alibied two suspects because they said they were with each other. And I said, did you follow up on whether or not Autry was at work? And that had not been done.
All right. But it started to get done in 2014.
Correct.
Terry Britt was still on everybody's radar too, right?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that at that point, everybody's on your radar?
That's right.
The collective universe that was working this case.
That's correct.
Everybody was a suspect.
We had sheets of paper, the big ones about the size of that board, all over the TBI conference room with names of everybody that we had to go back and re-interview because we couldn't trust what had happened.
I'm gonna hand you. I got you. There's that. And I have one for the court as well. IR 292, yeah.
All right, let's then hand you the documents for identification.
you recognize this?
I can just look
Oh,
at
yes,
it
I'm
for
sorry.
another minute here. Yes, this is from an interview with Shane Austin.
And this is an example of, well, you tell me, what is this an example of?
I mean, this was an FBI interview that he did with Shane Austin concerning what had happened. The date of this was April 21st of 2011.
All right. And is it safe to say that contained in this statement that the court is looking at in exhibit, what are we up to? 79?
78.
78. We have this marked as exhibit 78.
Objection to its entry.
No, Your Honor.
We'll move into evidence.
Is the court reporter ready? I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. The piece in here about the black eye, the abrasion beneath the eye, was that
Correct.
important?
Yes.
Did anybody ever come to you, Terry Dykes or anybody else, and say, we've gotten this intel about a fight between some of these guys at Miss Dottie's?
No.
So this is an example of, and there's many other examples of this kind of information, bits and pieces of it trickling in that has to be run to the ground, and the credibility of and the veracity of it confirmed.
That's correct.
Who people are with, what they're doing with those people. Let's go talk to those people and confirm or deny it, right?
That's correct.
We got to eliminate suspects and we got to find our suspects, right?
Correct.
Did he also share with law enforcement what he did on April 13th, 2011 and Thursday, April 14th, 2011?
That's correct.
He noted he did not work on either of those days, woke up at home, straightened up the house, and may have gone fishing.
Correct.
Is that a rock solid alibi for a prosecutor?
No.
So now Agent Ferguson is on board. Well, let me ask you this. Did you ever express frustration about Johnny Walker, but you also expressed frustration about Mr. Viveros with the FBI. Is that correct, with his superiors?
I just didn't interact with him. Like, again, he was just kind of there.
What do you mean just there?
I mean, he didn't seem to be involved in very much. He was around the command center quite a bit.
So he wasn't out with everybody searching and on his hands and knees and gun toting and talking to people and gathering stuff. And
I didn't see that, and I didn't interact with him. But once Eric McGraw got here and he was on the case, I interacted with him daily. Steve Champagne and Chris Miller were on the case. I interacted with them. I believe Bill Noski was the first one that was there when I got to the command center. So, FBI was heavily involved from the beginning. They had some victim witness people that stayed in the home with the Bobos, so that if we had to have interactions, it wasn't just law enforcement pulling up all the time to upset them. But I just didn't,
he wasn't your go-to.
He was not, and he didn't call, he didn't ask anything. The only call I got from him was after he retired on New Year's Day of 2013 when I was deer hunting. And he called to tell me that he wanted to be sure and tell me that Terry Britt did this crime.
Okay. That was in 2013.
That's correct.
Okay. But about the same time that you and Agent Ferguson and others are starting to realize that lots of trees had fallen in the woods and Terry Dykes didn't hear it, is it safe to say that Eric McGraw was also having those same concerns about Art Viveros?
That's
the work
correct.
he had done.
That's correct. I went to Eric just in general when we realized these list of people, we needed to go back and make sure everybody could be excluded. In addition to that, I told him as soon as Terry Dykes told me he had alibied Zach and Shane because they said they were together, and Autry because he was at work. Eric was having the same issues with Art of things not being followed up on, things not being done. And that's when I said, you need to get all of your FBI 302s pulled that mention these guys, any statement these guys gave, anybody that gave a statement against them. And Kathy Ferguson and I believe Joe Walker started doing the same. And then after that point, when we all, and I said, then we need to distribute it to everybody and get in a room. And then when we started going through what we had, we're like, these are the guys.
When Terry Dicus called the meeting with General McAdams and he presents his PowerPoint, is it a fair characterization that it kind of landed with a thud?
That's correct.
Who besides Ricky Inman backed up what Agent Dicus said?
Nobody.
What proof did Agent Dicus have that you as a prosecutor, with the standards that we have of beyond a reasonable doubt, given any and all possible potential defenses, what proof did he present at that PowerPoint meeting that you could bring to a jury?
None.
You talked about him being a sex offender, right?
Correct.
Talked about him being creepy looking.
Correct.
He and his wife into weird stuff.
Correct.
He lives in the county.
Correct.
He's a sex offender.
Yes, ma'am.
Lives in the county. He's a sex offender. Propensity, right?
That's right.
As a prosecutor, is it your job to get guilty verdicts?
No.
What's your job?
The job is to get the evidence that is supported by probable cause and admissible evidence that's sufficient to uphold beyond a reasonable doubt and to present that before the jury for their determination of if you have proven the case.
If an officer comes to you and says, I mean, come on, can't we just, like, come on, can't we just charge Terry Britt? Like, he's got, if he ain't good for this, there's got to be something else he's done in our community that we haven't caught him at, or somebody's afraid to come forward, and he's a bad guy. Come on, Beth, just give me permission to get him in the grand jury and get him charged on something.
Absolutely.
Is that your job as a prosecutor?
Absolutely not.
Is it as much your job as a prosecutor as it says on the walls of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation to make sure the innocent shall not suffer?
That's correct.
And there's no qualifying that word innocence, is there?
No.
In your job as a prosecutor, in their job as Tennessee Bureau of Investigation agents, as any law enforcement officer in this state. There's no asterisk by that word innocent that, oh, but if you're a creepy looking sex offender that happens to live up the road, sorry, we're going to charge you.
No.
If the easy thing for General McAdams would have been to indict Terry Britt, right?
Correct.
I mean, it would have been so easy. He'd have been the hero, right?
Correct.
He was under pressure, correct?
Yes.
Pressure that any elected DA is, right?
Yes.
But it never, ever, ever passed the smell test, right?
No, it didn't. I mean, we worked him really hard and we did everything from A to Z and we didn't have anything.
We, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, criminal justice community of the state of Tennessee, did things to Terry Britt and Janet Britt that had never been done in state history. Is that correct?
Correct.
It was like something out of a movie, right?
Correct.
We tell jurors and victims all the time as prosecutors and people in the community, all the time, it's not like TV. It's not like TV. We can't just set it. And we did, right? We did.
Yes, ma'am.
You were listening. The government was listening to everything they were saying.
Yes.
And you got nowhere.
Yes.
Do you feel any different about that result today?
No.
How long after the PowerPoint meeting was Terry Dicus? Well, let me ask. Terry Dicus was removed from this case, correct? As a case agent?
That's correct.
By Jack Van Hooser.
That's correct.
And was Art Viveros taken off the case as well by Eric McGraw?
He was.
And the powers that be at the FBI?
He was.
And after that happens, there's no more communication. And you're taken off of that case. You ain't helping on the case, right?
That's correct.
You've been moved on to different assignments.
That's correct.
Before you left General McAdams' employment, the state of Tennessee employment, and went to work full-time for the federal government, General McAdams asked you to shepherd the discovery, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was an arduous process, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in 2014, there was a lot of discovery. There's even more today, but it was voluminous even back then.
Yes, ma'am.
You had to acquire extra equipment. You had to put aside every other job you had that was on your desk that you were trying to clear and do nothing but this discovery.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you interacting with Jennifer Thompson?
Yes.
When did you first begin interacting with her? Do you remember?
I mean, she came on the case pretty quickly after we indicted Zach Adams. And I started dealing with her then when we had segregated Zach Adams due to threats to Dylan Adams. And she was continually reaching out to me, trying to get access to her client.
Jennifer Thompson was reaching out to you saying, I can't get access to my client. Can you help me?
That's right. She's like, this is a big case. I need to, I need this. I need that. I have to be able to get to him. He was in the Chester County Jail. So I was the one going back and forth and trying to call them. And she would just keep on, repeatedly. And she had more access to any client than I've ever seen in my 33 years.
She had unfettered access, didn't she?
If Zach Adams wanted to call Jennifer Thompson, they took him to a phone. It didn't matter when it was. He was allowed to call.
Go ahead. Sorry.
If she called him, they would go get him and he was allowed to talk to her. Usually there's hours or certain times, places when you can do that, but they would just take him to another phone and allow him to make that phone call.
So if he wanted to call, that was granted. If she called and needed to talk to him multiple times a day,
that's right.
People dropped what they were doing and made sure that happened.
At Chester County, they were communicating sometimes 4 times a day.
4 times a day, early on.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Was she also given the ability to meet with him without screen in front of you and without wall separation, just whatever she wanted in terms of access to her client, it was given to her?
That was correct, but she kept calling back to get it. I mean, she was very persistent about it. So she was getting the phone calls. Then she said through the glass or whatever it was, she couldn't really show him, materials, and she didn't feel like she could really represent him appropriately. And so I actually asked them to please let her go into a room with nothing between them to meet with him.
Were the other attorneys that represented his co-defendants also given that persistent with you? Were they blowing your phone up trying to get to their clients?
No.
Any of them?
No.
Did she also insist on meeting with you and Hansel McAdams, General McAdams?
And back to like the visits, she could also go whenever she wanted. Like usually attorneys have to call ahead of time and schedule when they're going to meet. She could just show up randomly and they would allow her to meet with him in that regard.
Did you ever get word at any point that she call you and say, I'm here, they told me I could come and they're not letting me see him?
No. And she would have told me.
She was persistent?
Yes.
Zealous?
Yes.
Did you and General McAdams meet with her and Mr. Simmons?
We did.
It was on a Sunday, correct?
Yes, it was.
At a restaurant off the interstate?
It was at a hotel. She had gotten a conference room. This was in March. It was after Zach Adams was indicted and before we turned over any discovery.
So she didn't even have discovery, but he's been indicted. She's representing him and she's working.
That's correct. And she wanted to meet to go over proof. And if we could tell her as much as we could about what we had, she didn't want to wait to get the terabytes of information so that she could go ahead and be working on his case and discussing with him. And she had recently brought on Jim Simmons and he came as well. And Hansel and I met them somewhere in Dixon, which was halfway, them coming from Middle Tennessee and us coming from the 24th to meet there. And we met with them for a lengthy amount of time on that day.
It's what we would call a reverse proffer, correct? She wanted to know what you knew, what the government had or the state had against her client.
That's correct.
As compared with her coming to you saying, here's how my client can help.
That's right.
How long was that meeting? You remember?
It was hours.
Did you bring the terabytes of information with you and go through it with them?
No, because there wouldn't have been any way. No, I can't remember if we brought some things that we had. We may have done that, but basically we just had the discussion with her going through what we did have.
Was she engaged?
Yes, she was.
Asking questions?
Yes.
What about Mr. Simmons?
Same.
Had you ever dealt with either of them before?
I had not.
Yeah, if I can have one moment. I'll pass the witness, John.
All the questions?
Yes, sir. Why is it that you remember the IRs that the state provided you, but you just have no memory of any IRs I provided you?
Probably because the ones that they handed me are statements given by these particular defendants.
You don't remember looking at the Jason or Sheila Kilser statements?
No, I don't.
All right. Let me read to you from the transcript of the trial and tell me if this was true. Page 1598. Line 6. General Hagerman's asking Agent Booth, was there a day that you remember when this investigation changed? Answer, yes, sir. Did it come in the form of a phone call? Answer, sitting at my desk in Jackson, Friday afternoon, the 25th of January, phone rang. You want to say what year? 2014, the phone call. Did it refocus things? It refocused this investigation. After that phone call, were there people that you were interested in talking to? Answer, yes, sir. Question, who were those people? Answer, the focus of the investigation changed to Zach Adams, Jason Autry, Shane Austin, and Dylan Adams. So tell me, which is it? Was that version to the jury the truth, or is your testimony the truth?
I think they both can be true, Mr. Bates. I mean, I'm doing different roles than what Agent Booth is doing. So as we're going through this, yes, was it important when we got that information? It was, because we didn't have that information from other sources, but there were things coming in prior to that statement.
His words were changed. And you said during my direct, nothing changed.
I think what we got from that was affirmance of what we were doing. What changed was we were able to then not go forward on these things on the sheets that we were doing. And we were able basically to get laser focused on these guys.
Answer, the focus of the investigation changed to Zach Adams, Shane Austin, and Dylan Adams.
Okay, I just said it got laser focused. That's a change in the focus.
Are you familiar with Rule of Professional Conduct 3.8, Special Responsibilities of a Prosecutor?
I don't know what that rule says, but I know what my duties are.
The prosecution in a criminal case A shall refrain from prosecuting a charge that the prosecutor knows is not supported by probable cause.
Correct.
That's your standard.
Correct.
All right. Now, Ansel McAdams, you agree, honest man?
Yes.
Do you remember reading his letter to the court? I've carefully reviewed the information concerning the kidnapping and murder of Holly Bobo. I concur that there is probable cause to believe that Terry Britt and Janet Britt committed these crimes, and that other investigative techniques would be unsuccessful or too dangerous to implement at this time.
Yes, that's correct.
We can pass the witness this to authenticate.
I will mark it for an information, Exhibit 79.
Yes, this is the letter that the elected DA is required to do to go up on wires. Yes, sir.
And he wouldn't have signed that if he'd not believed it.
That's correct.
And I moved to mark it into evidence.
Objections?
No, sir.
Without objections, we'll move it into evidence. 79.
So based on General McAdams, short of the wiretap, there was nothing the state could identify that would either be successful or would be too dangerous. Right?
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
Based on General McAdams' letter, the point of the investigation on Mr. Britt was anything other than the wiretap was going to be unsuccessful or was too dangerous to try to get.
Yeah, and it's stated in the wiretap documents what the exhaustion is, what all we had done up to that point.
And January 17th, within days of the wiretap, Mr. Britt had been told this, you might be bugged. Right?
Yes.
And the wiretap was put in after the search warrant, so he knew the government had been in his home.
Correct.
And he despised law enforcement. Correct?
Correct.
And you still place no significance on him understanding that he might be bugged?
No, sir. I do not. I told you all the things that we did to investigate him, and nothing turned up anything.
Except for when Mr. Britt told Marshall Walker, sounds like you got it figured out. Draw it up.
I know what you're referring to, and that was after Terry Dykes had been taken off the case from TBI because he lost his objectivity and was not working the case as he should. So he asked Johnny Walker in March of 2013, after he had gotten off the case, to please go and interview Terry Britt, who is a sarcastic, raping, stalking person who, as you stated, hates law enforcement. What he said after Johnny Walker went on and on and on, we know this and this and this and this and this and this. It was no question and answer. He went through, we have all of this on you. And what he said, to my recollection, was, well, it sounds like you have this all together. Get me a plea and I'll sign it right now. I referred to that statement as the my cousin Vinny statement, because it was exactly like when the boy said, I shot the clerk. And then in court, the agent said he shot the clerk, because they tried to say that was a confession when it was nothing but Terry Britt being very sarcastic back, just like what he said at the time of the backwards lineup.
If he's really sarcastic then, and he knew he was being wiretapped, how do you know he wasn't being sarcastic on the wiretaps?
I mean, I don't know what he did know. I don't know that he knew he was being wiretapped. Somebody told him that he could be, which is another reason why we went to the extreme of doing something that had never been done in the state of Tennessee before, because no defendants and the crowd that he runs with would ever think that that was a possibility for the oral communication.
You were specifically asked, well, let's come back to it. On an IR that you do remember about Shane Austin, it was put in the IR that he had surveillance cameras. Do you remember that?
I do.
What's the significance there?
I don't know that there was one. What was significant to me about that statement was he said he was by himself. And then later, after he got together with Zach Adams by July of 2011, everybody's stories matched. And now they'd gone here and here and here, and they were together all morning.
And have you gone through Mr. Austin's cell records to determine he was in fact in Parsons that morning?
I said I'm not as familiar with the phone records. No, sir.
You would agree that's a pretty important part of recreating April 13th.
It could be. If the technology was pinpointing somebody, then that would mean a lot more. I mean, what was more important to me was the evidence that was thrown out when it is on Yellow Springs Road, where he lives, very close to his house, and part of it in the corner of the grandmother's yard on Yellow Springs Road.
To be clear, that's along the journey the cell phone is traveling from 902 to 925 where it ended.
If you say so, sir. I don't know that.
Okay. You just don't know.
I do not know about your phone records.
Well, did you understand Terry Britt said that he had surveillance cameras on his property?
I don't remember that.
Okay.
I didn't know you didn't call me back. I was just checking on you.
Yeah, I'm on the way south.
Why?
Well, we gotta go do the post report.
Gonna do what?
We gotta go do the post report on?
Do you recognize those voices?
I think it's Terry Britt and the sister.
I thought y'all been there a while ago.
No. That takes about 2.5 hours.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, I didn't know, you didn't call my cell phone back, and I didn't know, and I called the house, and you get action, I said, God damn, we'll go again.
No, I had to go in the house and fill my place there. I put a little lock on the store shed, and I put another lock on the store shed out back, and I took a piece of 4-inch, OSB, and when I turned it up and screwed it over, and screwed it to my shop front, so nobody can't go in there, and
Cameras working, or they take that lock?
no, that's other.
Pause.
They didn't,
This pause on minute 120. Mr. Britt admits he had cameras on his property, correct?
Yes, sir.
Admit y'all, the government, didn't get them, correct?
Correct.
And to this day, those cameras have never been found, correct?
Not to my knowledge. I wouldn't know that.
You would agree somewhat important.
Cameras on his house.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have liked to have known, I guess, but I don't know if it's important or not till I would know what it was.
We can mark that the next number to exhibit.
That being exhibit A, part of discovery, I'm sure.
Yeah.
It was, John.
We'll move it into evidence as exhibit A.
Y'all, do you remember Mr. Austin's phone or bank records being subpoenaed?
I don't.
What, do you remember General Wyrick asked you were in charge of marshaling the discovery?
Yeah, copying it, scanning it, and getting in a form to turn it over.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you remember the questions about whether Mr. Austin was where he said he was that day?
What, I don't know, what questions?
Yes.
Which questions?
Law enforcement wasn't sure if he was really where he said he was.
I remember in the statement that you showed me, he said he was by himself. And I know by July, he then said exactly what Zach said, the places where they had gone.
And that the bank records verified that?
No, I don't remember anything at all about a bank. I remember a gas station. I remember buying
Not a bank.
pills.
Get the bank records.
No, I don't remember anything about bank records.
Okay. And you agree, bank records don't lie. In other words, you can't indict a bank record in federal court, plead a bank record out to go live with Dennis Benjamin in hopes that the bank record's testimony stays.
Sir, I object if I can. That is that to that characterization.
I'm not sure what the question means, but
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. What about Shane Austin saying that I had my satellite installed that afternoon
Okay.
and that was verified?
Okay. That was in the afternoon time, sir.
Okay.
I do remember confessions that he made to people.
And at the PowerPoint meeting, did anybody stand up and say, wait a minute, we actually told Judge McGinley in February the reason we didn't get any evidence from the audio was because of equipment failure?
Everybody knew that. I mean, we would have known that, sir. We was going through all kinds of things.
And General Wyrick asked you, was there any, why don't we just charge Mr. Britt on something? Remember that? Her questions to you?
Yes.
That's exactly what took place regarding Tequila Jones.
The case that was already pinned, that had already been there, was indicted. Yes, sir.
But it had been dismissed in General Sessions Court
That's correct.
3 years before.
That's correct.
And you said it was a challenging set of facts to convict on.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
And within 5 months, Mr. Britt had already pled to it.
That's correct.
And is it your testimony still that you had no part in any communications with the prosecuting DA?
I told you that I did talk to him.
About plea deals? Did you talk about plea deals?
I said he may have called me to tell me what he was going to do. There was no interaction really between us. I called him about the case to have him look at it, and then he may have told me what he was going to do with it, but I don't recall.
Was that before or after John Walker's communication with Mr. Britt?
I believe at the time that Agent Walker would have talked to Britt, he had been transported, and so I believe that he had pled guilty.
Did anybody go back and follow up with Mr. Britt after that conversation with Mr. Walker?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
Why not?
Why? There was no reason to.
Final question. If the recordings of Dennis Benjamin were on the discovery that you marshaled together, why didn't you listen to them?
Sir, I was no longer going to be working there. This was terabytes of information in a system that was mostly paper. All day long, I was standing at a copier. Agent Ferguson, we were getting bags and bags of evidence. She had to open them up, photograph them, photograph the outside of the bags. I wasn't looking at anything. I was just turning everything over and getting it in some kind of form to go.
Promise. You accused Agent Dykus and Viveros of having tunnel vision. You were advised that Dennis Benjamin was working for the family in the fall of 2020, 2014. You were advised. You knew it had been almost a year. And you never once asked for his file, his recordings, who he talked to, any of that.
I told you I did not know about his recordings.
But you were on notice of them, of his work.
I knew that Jack Van Hooser had talked to him and that he was an investigator that was working for the Bobos. Yes, sir.
Those are my questions.
Ms. Wire,
Nothing, no, Your Honor.
Ms. Boswell, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Thank you.
12:40. We'll recess to 1:30.
All right. They definitely be forgetting their places when they up there. She like, I object. Like, no, ma'am, you cannot object. No, you cannot do that, ma'am. You are a witness. You cannot do that. Y'all leave my girl alone with her streaks. She allowed to have those streaks. Okay, so let's do this. Y'all want to try to get finished with the rest of today so we can go on to our next day tomorrow? It looks like it's about I would say probably about 2 hours. I'm gonna play it on a faster speed, but it looks like it's about 2 hours long. Y'all want to hang in here or y'all want to call it quits for today? Ooh. Ooh. Let's see here.
Yes.
Did you?
I believe so, yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
And Agent Vivros, you were here in May of this year,
Yes, I was.
and that was a Thursday, I believe, the May 22nd.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And where had you been that day?
I just flew in from California. My oldest brother died.
Okay.
I was there for the funeral, and I just flew in into Memphis,
And then you came right here.
straight over here in the morning.
And then we started with your testimony, and then you left.
Yes.
Did you understand that you were still a sequestered witness?
Yes. Yes.
All right, what's your understanding of a sequestered witness?
I'm not supposed to discuss the case or with anybody, not do any research or look for any kind of thing on the internet or on TV, anything like that.
To understand what witnesses testified before you.
Correct.
And by the end of that weekend, did you contact me?
Yes, I did.
And had you obtained information about what took place prior to you taking the stand in May of 2025?
Yes.
All right. What did, don't tell the substance of what you listened to, but how did you listen to it?
I was just walking the living room. The TV was on. It was on the local Jackson, Tennessee News, Channel 7, and they were talking about the trial. And Joe
Don't say anything about what you learned.
Was on the TV.
Now, contacted me.
Yes.
And did you tell me, hey, I watched the news?
Yes.
And did I tell you to not tell me what you found out?
Yes.
And is anything you found out in any way information that you didn't know before, or?
No. It's very brief and nothing.
Okay.
I didn't know, right?
Since that time, have you done any further? Have you tried to go online and find out what's happened in May in the trial testimony or anything of that nature?
No. I don't know who was here. I know, like I said, Joe was here, and that was it. I know.
Okay. I'm ready to move on unless the court has more questions.
Just one question. Agent Barros, is there anything that you heard on that news report that would in any way affect the testimony that you had?
No, sir.
I'm sorry. State okay with it?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bates, you can report.
In April of 2011, Agent Vivros, how long had you been in law enforcement?
27 years with the FBI as a special agent.
And what were your duties and responsibilities?
Investigating violations of federal crimes, from drug trafficking to white-collar crime to espionage to kidnappings, things like that.
Do you remember what day in relation to the abduction was April 13th, 2011? Do you remember what day you came in on this Holly Bobo case?
That very day, I think it was a Wednesday. And Terry Buckley with the Jackson PD was a task force officer agent with us. And he called me up and said, hey, Art, you've got Decatur County. I said, yeah. He said, they got a kidnapping going on over there. You might want to give them a call and see if, you want to help them out, whatever. So anyways, I got the information. I called up the station, the PD, and they told me where it was and everything, the address, and I just came straight over. And I ended up in front of the Bobo house. Of course, there's cars, people everywhere. And I just started trying to talk to people who knew about the case, what was going on. And somebody referred me to, they said, well, there's a Drew. That's the boyfriend, Drew. And the first person I spoke to was Drew, the boyfriend. And I talked to him there in front of his car, or a car. Then I talked to another, I can't remember the names, another law enforcement. Said, I think one of the TBI guys is talking to Clint, the brother. And he's down there in his car. And that was Brent, Brent Booth. And I went over there and knocked on the window. Brent said, can I help you? And I explained to him who I was. And he says, can I sit down and interview? I need some help with it. And I identified myself. I said, sure. So I hopped in the back seat and we interviewed Clint Bobo for the next hour and a half, I guess it was.
When did you stop working on this case?
When I retired. I thought it was at I think in the March of 2012. And anyways, I retired and that's when I stopped.
Who did you report to?
Well, at the time, initially it was Clayton Goldsmith was the acting supervisor. And then Eric McCraw came in as a new supervisor, and he was my supervisor from then on.
And that was with the
FBI, yes,
And
out of the Jackson office.
did you work with the TBI?
Yes.
In local law enforcement?
Yes, primarily with Terry Dykus, the case agent for TBI, and others. Brent Booth and I, we did a lot of interviews together. Brent Booth and I.
Did you interact much with the state prosecutors?
Somewhat, and towards the end there, I tried to get Helen. I can't remember her last name. Red hair, short red hair at the time, and I tried to explain to her. I think we got a very good circumstantial evidence case, and she said, "Well, I understand, but we only have one shot at it. If we indict him, if we can't get a prosecution, he's done." She said, "I'm hoping that we can develop it further." So I said, "Okay, I understand," but of course, it never happened. As far as Terry Britt being our main suspect.
And was that before or after the wiretapping?
That was after. Yeah.
You cannot reveal any secrets under the 2E regulations. So I'm not asking for secrets. Did you participate in the creation of the wiretap application?
Yes.
This was done when?
I have to say approximately. I can't remember exact dates. But once we developed Terry Britt as our suspect, then we decided that, well, we need to go up on a wiretap and do other electronic means to try to get what we can. And I understand that the state of Tennessee has never done wiretaps. Of course, the FBI does them all the time. And so we had some experts contact Terry Dykus, and he drew up a very nice application for a wiretap. And I did some communications, requesting it, and the Bureau, to do that. And they came in from Quantico, and we set up the equipment, helped them set up the equipment, the state. And then we started listening.
And in relation to the search warrant of Mr. Britt's home, what was the timing of this?
Say that again now?
Was there a search warrant on Mr.
Yes.
Britt's home?
Yes. Okay. We had set up some other electronic means of capturing information beforehand, if I remember correctly. And then but we also had realized that we wanted to go further. And we decided that if we do the search warrant on his place and we arrest him for, I think it was a gun charge, outstanding gun charge on Terry Britt, we could use that as a means to go in there and set up the electronic devices.
Okay.
And then we use that with them being gone, and then doing the search warrant and searching the facilities, the grounds, and so forth to do what we needed to do.
Do you remember the day of the search warrant? Were you present at Mr. Britt's
Yes,
home?
absolutely was.
Do you remember talking with Miss Janet Britt?
I don't remember talking to her directly, no. I remember her asking questions, but I was leaving that with the responsibility of the TBI, because it was their search warrants, and our evidence people were there helping to gather the information and document it, as I say, bag and tag it. And then we gave it to the state.
Okay.
So our federal, what they call evidence response team, ERT, was there to vacuum the cars and search, but everybody was helping out, the state and local and the feds, FBI, Marshal Service. And then once we got it all done, then we gave it to the states for them to process, unless they wanted us to process some things.
I'm gonna hand you a documents front and back. The front it's an IR 449, and the back is an FD 302. One. And on the FD 302 on the back.
Oh, okay.
Can you review this document?
Okay. Oh, yes, I remember this now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
I understand that. My
Yeah.
question is this 302 what you created?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move to mark this into evidence.
Okay. All right, we do have, well, this is just a reference to it.
Correct.
This is the TDIR 449 that references the report created by.
Correct.
We'll mark it, move it into evidence, exhibit 82.
And what was the conversation with Miss Britt?
She was concerned about the vehicle we were taking and explained to her what happened to it. And as it indicated there, she said, she asked if it's going to be vacuumed. And I said, yes, for all kinds of fibers and hair or whatever in the carpet or any place else in the vehicle. And she said, oh, there's going to be all kinds of women's hair in there.
The equipment was installed in the Britt household, and it was, can you just briefly, there's a phone component?
Well, there's what they call a Title III so-called wiretap everybody knows about. You know, you pick up the phone and, or their cell phone when activated. And there's a microphone.
It picks up non-telephone communication?
Yes, just like as if they put an open mic, just like that, so to speak.
And who's listening?
Whoever's assigned to for that particular device. And at the time I was assigned to his hardline, I think it was his hardline phone. I think he had a cell phone and he had a hardline phone. And I think, I just think it was his hardline phone and the microphone. So I was listening to the both, you know.
Were there times where the audio equipment did not record?
Yes.
That it should have?
Yes. And I didn't know that until later on.
And Your Honor, I have two recordings that we're going to play, just fast forward on the 30-second loop. The first one is labeled 0119142.
These are recordings from the wiretap of Mr. Britt's home.
Yes, Your Honor. And
They're two separate recordings?
yes, Your Honor.
Exhibits 83 and 84. Objection to there being any?
No.
We'll move into evidence. You claim your evidence back.
They're being played, they're silent, Your Honor. I'm somewhat proving them. There's nothing on it. You just fast forward 30 seconds.
Your Honor, she just got kicked off.
Does that matter? The stipulations of these two recordings are silent. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure where we are.
Yeah, that I don't know the recordings that he's talking about, but
I guess if we can make the absence of something an exhibit,
yeah.
we would object.
Well, he's
For
playing.
what it's worth.
They're just silent.
Right, but I don't know how you authenticate that they are what they claim to be.
They provided discovered.
They were, Your Honor.
I'm gonna let him, you know.
I'm happy to provide the pathway, but they were.
What are the length of these recordings?
Well, this one's 10 minutes. I don't plan to play it for 10 minutes. You can just fast forward through.
So the first one is 10 minutes.
Yes, Your Honor.
The second one?
Go to the 1955. I believe 15 minutes.
Also silent.
Yes, Your Honor. Do you remember when you were listening, writing down notes or some form or fashion regarding what was on a recording?
Yes. Whenever you hear something on a phone call or a microphone,
if you hear something that's pertinent, meaning something that's criminal, could be used as evidence for the crime you're got the equipment set up for, you need to annotate, summarize what you're listening to. And so the case agent can look for it and find it, listen for it himself, and then see what I thought was pertinent, and see if he agrees, and see if we can use it as evidence or not in the case. So I'm going to summarize what I heard, which I think is criminal activity, and I'm going to make it there for the case agent to, use it, read it himself or herself for the case.
And did you hear things that you believed was important in investigating Terry Britt?
Yes, I did.
What were they?
Well, first I heard a phone call. Of course, with a phone call, as soon as they pick up the receiver, the recorder starts, and you're notified that somebody's cut to the line. So now you're listening for the phone call, and you're listening to what they're saying, and if it's something, and you're trying to identify who these people are on both ends, and you're trying to again identify things that are criminal in nature for the case you're working on. In this case, I can't remember at the time, it was sometime in the evening. His sister, and I can't remember her name, might be Peggy, I can't remember. Anyways, she calls him up, and I recognize Terry Britt's voice because I had interviewed him with Brent Booth like 2 months prior. So I knew that was Terry Britt. Of course, the other end was at that trailer, so so I knew that was him. And the conversation was such where she said, "Well, you need to be careful what you say on these phones, because they're gonna wiretap these phones." She said, "Remember when Mom and I burglarized those Natchez Trace cabins?" She said, "They tapped our phones, and they came in and arrested us, and they must have tapped our phones." So I said, "Yeah. Well, he says,
why is that important?
Well, it's just that she's conscious of, to me, that there could be some criminal activity, and I need to be careful what you say. It's going to get you in trouble." He said, he says, "Those whores are going to try to pin this case on me." The whores are the law enforcement. He says, "Yeah, those whores are going to try to pin this case on me." He says, "I didn't even know the bitch." And I believe I'm referring to Holly. He said, "I didn't even know the bitch." And he says, "Okay, well, yeah, just be careful." Anyways, they hung up the phone, and there was some silence. Now I'm listening to the microphone. So there's some silence, and then he says to somebody there in the trailer, he says, "Yeah, those whores are going to try to pin this case on me." And the person that he's talking to doesn't say anything. And he says, again, "I didn't even know the bitch." And he says, "I wouldn't do something like that." And he says, I can't remember what we did that day." And then somebody speaks up, and I can tell it's Jan Britt. Of course, again, I remember speaking to Jan Britt. That day we spoke to Brent Booth. She showed up from work, and she insisted she came to the trailer when Brett and I were talking to Terry. Terry Britt insisted he contact his wife Janet to leave work at the newspaper and drive up to the trailer so she can show us a receipt from Goodall's where they bought a bathtub enclosure that morning of the kidnapping. And Terry said, "Well, she keeps it in the safe. She needs to come over here and get it from the safe and show you guys what we were doing that morning." So I said, "Okay, how long does it take?" Because I used to be here right away. And sure enough, he showed up like that. And she came in, went straight to the other end of the trailer, and she brought this receipt. And she said, "Here's the receipt. We were there buying a bathtub enclosure." He said, "Yes." And he said, "See, that's where we were at, mid-morning."
Were you?
And anyways, going back to the microphone, when he says that I didn't remember what we did that day, then she spoke up again. Like I said, she said, "Oh, about 10:30, we went over to Goodall's in Camden." And he goes, "Oh, yeah. That old man sold us that bathtub enclosure. He said it was a $300 bathtub enclosure. He's going to sell it to us for $150. And we put it in the back of the truck, and then we went down to Decatur. He said he went down to Decaturville, went to do it yourself, and then we came back home. But what struck me about that conversation was him saying, I wouldn't do something like that." That struck me as, why is he having to tell her, I wouldn't do something like that? Because in theory, that day of the kidnapping, they're supposed to be in bed together. That night before, they told me, Terry Britt said that he and Janet were delivering Lisa handbills that the newspaper had about sales and so forth to different businesses. And they did that throughout the Decaturville until like 2 o'clock in the morning or something like that. And they went back to their trailer. Okay. Well, in theory, you get done with your job that night, you go to bed. And then in the morning, since Janet had that job working in the newspaper, she would get up in the morning, let's say 7 o'clock. She looks over and there should be Terry. So, and then she would leave and she'd be at work, you know, but Terry Britt on the microphone says, you know, I wouldn't do something like that. The idea is, well, of course you didn't do something like that, because in theory, when she gets up on that very day of the kidnapping, he should be in bed with her. When she gets up at 7 and she leaves for work, he's supposed to be in bed, which tells me he knew that she knew that he was gone that morning.
Were you a part of creating a summary?
Yes.
And this, have you seen this document? It's front and back.
Oh. Well, this is all apparently afterwards. I did like a little handwritten summary on the side.
Okay.
Where was this is pertinent for Terry Dykes to look at, and then he let me know later on. I said, "Hey, Art, I listened for that pertinent conversation you talked about on the microphone, and unfortunately, it didn't record it. Somebody kicked or whatever one of the microphone cords and didn't record it." And I said, "Okay, well, listen, I'm going to do an FT302. It's in the summary when it happened, you know, that night, and I'm going to do an FT302 about what I remember the conversation being on the microphone." And because I explained to him, you know, you realize that he said to her, to his wife, Janet, you know, I wouldn't do something like that, which tells me he's trying to convince her that I wouldn't do something, you know, I wouldn't do something like that. Maybe kidnap and rape or hurt somebody, kill somebody. Because, you know, she would say in any other case, you would say, of course not. You wake up every morning and there's your spouse. You don't, my wife doesn't tell me when something bad happens in Jackson, Tennessee, thinking I had something to do with it. I don't have to tell her, you know, I wouldn't do something like that. Well, yeah, I don't expect you to have that kind of lifestyle. And I expect, well, every morning I wake up, you're right there. So you couldn't have done it. So why are you telling me I couldn't do it? You know, I wouldn't do something like that.
To be clear, you did not create this.
Well, no, I don't. It's been so long. You know, there should be some, you know, handwritten summary on the side of where that said it was pertinent.
Yeah, if we could just mark this for identification.
And then, of course, there should be an FT302 that I gave to the TBI summarizing what I heard on the microphone. But I remember just like yesterday. It wasn't very long, but what I heard on it made me think that Terry is still trying to convince Janet, yeah, when you got up this morning, that morning, the day of the kidnapping, I wasn't there. But you know I wouldn't do something like that.
What does the term flatline mean?
It means there's no activity, which I'm guessing was like anything else. No signature, no recording, no activity.
The recordings that we played where it's nothing.
No, right.
And was that a problem throughout Terry Britt's, the audio wiretap?
Apparently, I didn't realize it, but I didn't. You know, I think they went in. They came and they taped everything, and I just talked it up that, you know, the state wasn't used to having to deal with something like that. The first time I ever done a wiretap, but you have to. We would call it Murphy proof it. I don't know where the term came from, but you wherever you got cords plugged into the outlet or into the recording device, you got to tape it down so nobody doesn't kick it out or pull it out inadvertently and say, what do I do with this thing? I don't know where I went to, and just stick it someplace. You know, it's got to work every time. So,
all right, let me ask this. After this time, did you continue to work on this case?
Yes.
And at what point were you aware of a Tequila Jones?
We, of course, one of the first things that everybody, you know, TBI, ourselves, whatever, we, you know, that very day when Brent Booth and I went and talked to Terry Britt, he was acting very nervous. And of course, we already knew, we already had interviewed Clint. So we already knew what kind of guy we were supposed to be looking for that Clint described. So we first look at Terry Britt. That guy matches exactly what Clint was talking about. The size and so forth. You know, his hair was kind of longish a little bit, but still the hair color, the size, build, and he had a husky, like a smoker's voice. He had what they call white wife beaters on, you know, this sleeveless, whatever. And he was smoking, and he was very nervous. We identified ourselves, and we asked him, you know, we told him why we were there, and he said, right away, wait, I'm not going to talk to you guys. My wife Janet, she can explain everything. I need to call her. She's down there in Parsons. I'll just call her. She'll come up here. She'll explain everything. And so we can just talk to you right now. We can talk to her. Like, no. We're going to be. I'm going to call you. And he starts calling her. She shows up because he said, of course, she's got the receipt of where we were. And she said, it's in the safe. And we're thinking, she got this receipt of where they were that morning, locked up in the safe.
How soon after April 13th was this?
We talked to him. This is Terry Dicus, the TBI case agent, had asked us to go talk to registered sex offenders. And Terry Britt was one of those sex offenders.
Was it weeks, days?
I would say about within a week.
Okay.
Yeah, within a week. So we went there, and like I said, right away, he was nervous. And he didn't want to talk to us without Janet being there. And for her to go to the safe and get that receipt.
Then just kind of fast forwarding, the Tequila Jones, did you?
Oh, yes. And then we did a checked his criminal background. And I saw there that Terry Britt had been arrested by Jackson Police Department like a year beforehand, before Holly's kidnapping. And we had a case number, but it wasn't adjudicated. So I went to the district attorney's office in Jackson. I spoke to Jody Pickens, and he explained that Terry Britt was charged with kid and his wife Janet were both together when they picked up a lady by the name of Tequila Jones, and they believe that she was picked up to have sex with her. They're kidnapping her, and they're going to charge him with kidnapping of Tequila Jones. But the case couldn't be completed because Tequila Jones.
Are we talking about information that General Pickens shared with this witness? If so,
yes.
The state's objection is hearsay. If we're talking about information,
That's valid, Your Honor.
But
yeah,
sure.
Let me, if I can amend a question.
The objection sustained to the last part of the testimony, that you can change the question.
Okay. Did you find out why there was an arrest?
Yes, we went. Brent Booth and I went and found Tequila Jones there in Jackson, south part of Jackson, and of course we identified ourselves and we asked about what happened.
All right, don't get into what people told you.
Okay.
Let me ask this: did you figure out why Mr. Britt was not incarcerated?
Because they couldn't get the Tequila Jones to show for the court case.
All right. And when did you talk with the DA in Jackson in relation to the wiretap? If the wiretap is in the middle to end of January 2012.
It was after the wiretap, I believe. Okay. I'm pretty sure that was the case. It's been a while.
How soon after that, to your knowledge, was Mr. Britt arrested on the Tequila Jones charges?
Within a couple weeks, we found out that the event started in Jackson and then carried over to Lexington, Tennessee, and there was a patrol officer that went to a grocery store, gas station there on Main Street in Lexington, where Tequila Jones was waiting for him. She had alleged that the Brits.
Don't go about the facts.
Anyways, and he interviewed Tequila Jones about what had happened to her.
Okay. Did you have any more communication with Mr. Britt after he went to jail, pre-trial and after trial in 2012?
No, his wife, yes.
Okay. Were you invited to the Terry Dicus PowerPoint presentation about your work in this case to General Hansel McAdams?
And what was the date on that?
Were you invited to a PowerPoint meeting?
No, I retired. I believe I'm pretty sure it was the end of March 2012.
Okay. And that ended your work in.
Yes.
Now, fast forward the trial of Zach Adams. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember working or meeting, let's just say meeting with Jennifer Thompson, Zach's attorney?
Well, briefly. Well, actually, no. I spoke to her only on the phone. It's kind of funny. I'd gotten a subpoena from her to testify. And then when it came to trial, I never got a call saying, be here such a day. This is what we're going to talk to you about and so forth. So I said, okay, I got a subpoena and I hear on the news it's going to be a such a date, but nobody's called me. I got a subpoena, but nobody's called me about anything. So I called up, and the lawyer, Gonzalez, answered the phone. And I said, I got a subpoena.
I'm not sure this is asserted for the truth of the matter, Your Honor.
Well, anyways, they told me that I'm not needed.
His response was, it's not being asserted for the truth of the matter.
Okay.
Objection overruled. I'll let him answer.
Well, they told me I wasn't needed. I said, okay, well, I got a subpoena. Now they don't need me. But, you know, I was watching the trial on TV, you know, like everybody else was. I was like, well, you know, I thought I had interviewed a lot of people, and I thought there'd be somebody they want to talk to me. So I called them again. This time I talked to Jennifer Thompson, and I said, I got the subpoena. I was told by Gonzalez there that I wasn't needed, and he didn't explain anything. I just, you know, are you sure you don't need me? He goes, oh. She says, oh, okay.
Your Honor, object again. I think this is being asserted for the truth of the matter. Hearsay.
Hearsay is the objection, Mr. Bates.
I'll stipulate that. What
Objection sustained.
right. In relation to that conversation, did you ever show back up to the
Yes.
courthouse?
Yes.
How many days after?
I think it was the following day.
Okay. And then you were put on the stand.
Yes.
Did you
Then I do want to hear what the answer to that question was. That's not hearsay. The result changed the perspective. Mr. Gonzalez says we don't need you. Apparently, Ms. Thompson says we do. I want to know that.
What did Ms. Thompson say to you?
Well, on the phone, she says, oh, you know a lot about the case. Why don't you come down here and we're going to have you testify? I said, okay. So I waited out there, and then was just waiting out there. It's like now. And then the defense was the prosecutor, Larry. Is it Larry Hagman? Larry. Anyways, he saw me, and somebody must have pointed me out because I didn't know who he was. He didn't know me. He asked me, hey, are you Agent Viveros? And I said, yeah. Why don't you come in here? I want to talk to you. So I went back in that little room over there, and he started asking me some questions.
And this was with the state?
With the state.
Prior to this time, had you met in person with Jennifer Thompson?
No, but she had walked, the door was open, and apparently she was looking for me. She walked right by and looked at me, and she saw me with Larry, and she kind of kept on going, like I guess she didn't want to interrupt the conversation. So, but, you know, I was like, you know, are we going to talk, you know?
Did you talk with her before taking a stand?
No. So I just sat down, and I never did talk to her, but then I got called to come in, and then she asked me some questions.
Okay. And that was it?
That was it. It wasn't on very, well, I wasn't on very long at all.
Did you receive any complaints prior to your retirement in March of 2012 about your work in this case?
Complaint?
Yes.
About me working it?
Yes. Did anybody come up to you and say, you're not doing a good job, or you're lazy, or anything of that nature?
Well, some of the agents were asking, you know, you got to have a thick skin, you know, and if people have opinions, I'm all for it. You know, maybe I missed something, or, you know, but, you know, we weren't the lead. We were helping, you know, and some of the agents were asking, you know, why have you guys ever talked to the family, you know, so we talked to Clint. Well, did you guys, you know, and I said, look, you know, you get a point. We never talked to Karen. I've never seen an actual report. And then and Dana Bobo and anyways, so I made a point, and Terry Buckley and I, the task force agent, Terry Buckley, we went to the Bobo house, and we interviewed Karen Bobo and Dana Bobo. And I thought that was a good point, because I don't remember seeing a report. So I just tried to be comprehensive and ask them general questions, and, you know, kind of set a record, you know, of what happened that day. But I spoke to the neighbor, James Barnes, his girlfriend, his mother lived right next door, Kathy Wise. And of course, I spoke to Drew, the boyfriend. I spoke to Victor Dinsmore with Brent Booth again. And I spoke to another family member, can't remember his name right now, that was married with Drew. And no, there might be another one or two here.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Before cross-examination, I just want some clarification. Agent Viveros spoke to, I believe you said Paul Hagerman before trial.
Paul Hagen, okay, yeah.
Ms. Thompson before trial. Who called you to the stand?
The defense, Jennifer.
You follow-up questions to that?
No.
Cross-examination, Mr. Boyle?
Hey, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr.
Yeah.
Taveras. I want to start off by discussing your retirement.
Mhm.
That who was in charge? Who was your direct supervisor when you were still on this case?
Eric McCraw.
And is it true that you were removed from this case?
That's not true.
Okay, so let's talk about that.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Sure.
So you, two other agents didn't take over for you, having with Mr. McGraw pulling you off the case and putting two new agents on?
Okay, that didn't happen.
Okay, well, please tell me what happened.
Well, I was not taken off the case. Eric and I locked horns a couple times, mainly about the timeline of Clint and what happened that morning. And I'm thinking, Eric, you just got here. We're arguing about the timeline. Myself and Brett Booth came up with that timeline, working with Clint and using his phone by seeing the phone calls.
Hey, so I really want to focus on,
And
like, when you were removed from the case, who made
I
that
was not
decision?
removed from the case.
Okay.
You say that I am. This is news to me.
How did you depart this case?
I retired.
You didn't retire in the face of being taken off the case?
No.
But ultimately, you left the case and two other FBI agents took your place.
Well, I don't know what other two. I know Steve Champagne. I remember Eric McCraw saying, "Hey, Art, I'm going to ask Eric McCraw to help you out with this case, and he can handle some of the electronic stuff."
You've already testified this on direct that you appeared during the trial of this case and testified for the defense.
Yes.
Prior to testifying for the defense, did the defense team reach out to you and ask you questions about your time as an FBI agent?
You mean on the stand?
No, prior to being on the stand. Prior to trial.
They didn't say anything to me.
Okay, they didn't send an investigator to talk to you?
No.
In your to letter, it states that you worked to verifying the alibis of the defendants here in this matter, Mr. Zach Adams, Shane Austin at one point, Dylan Adams, and Jason Autry.
Say that again now.
Did you clear or verify the alibis for Mr. Adams, Dylan Adams,
Okay.
Shane Austin?
I did
Jason Autry?
I did interview Dylan, sit in my bureau car in the driveway of their house, and we were just wrapping up the interview, and here comes Zach driving up, and he gets out of the truck and sees me there talking to Dylan, and he's using profanity, and I said, that's all right, we're done. I go, Zach, right? Okay, that's fine, Zach. I just talked to your brother, and we're fine. I'm going to leave. He got out of the car. We were right there in the driveway in front of the house, and that was it. That was my first contact with Zach, and that's my only contact with any one of those, Zach, Dylan, or Jason Autry, or Shane Austin.
So you were not responsible in your duties of FBI agent to go and to verify their alibis for the date of Holly Bobo's disappearance?
No, Terry Dykes asked me to go talk to Dylan, so I did. That was in December, and so that was it. The other ones, I had never talked to them. I didn't know who they were, actually. They weren't on my radar.
They weren't on your radar?
No.
Okay. And so it's your testimony that their names had not come up in the course of your investigation?
It seems like that somebody might have said that there's these drug guys that might be involved in this stuff. They're always into things, and it seemed like it, but I didn't. I didn't. Oh, I do remember Karen had said that. Okay, I take that back now. I remember Karen had said that she and Clint had gone to Zach's house and asked him about where he was and if he had Holly in custody, and wanted to go search the house. And he said, I think she said that he said no, that had nothing to do with Holly, and you can't come in my house. But I'm telling you, I don't know anything about Holly. And both Terry Dyke and I had asked her not to do that because it could be very dangerous. Because you might be dealing with the person that did the crime, and that person may not want you to, to be alive.
Okay. So for you went and you talked to Dylan Adams
Yes.
in December of 2011.
Yes.
And there was the incident that you just spoke about involving Karen Adams.
Yes, that's I do. You said that. Do I remember them? I also do. I do remember there was information from Karen, and she had said that that somebody had told her about these guys. You need to talk to these drug guys. They're always into something, stealing something, doing things, and I bet you they're involved somehow.
Other than that, they weren't on your radar.
No, other than that,
Judge Manning, first witness. Can I hand something to witness? Oh, I have one for Judge. Thank you. One for Judge. Mr. Rivera, could you take a look at that document and tell me if you're familiar with it?
Okay.
So we got an IR on the front of it. It's IR 1926, right?
Yes.
Okay. And attached to that is an FBI document.
Okay.
Now, what type of FBI document is this?
This is an FD 302.
What does that mean?
That's a federal document number, and we do all the interviews. With pertinent information, we put on a FD 302.
Okay. So when was this interview done on this form?
December 8th, 2011.
Okay. And do you want to take a minute to read over it?
Yes.
To refresh your recollection?
No.
Okay.
Okay. So in December of 2011, you had the opportunity to interview an individual by name of Carl Statler. Is that right?
Apparently, I forgot about it.
Okay. Can you tell the court about what you gleaned and learned from that interview?
Well, that Zach Adams, he believes that Zach Adams was involved in the abduction of Holly Bobo.
Did he tell you that Zach Adams had made specific statements about Holly?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell the court about that?
Yeah, Adams said he blurted out, I let Shane Austin hit it. Adams didn't explain what he meant by that.
Did he also tell you about a conversation that happened at a bar with a Misty Tubbs?
I'm just trying to find it here. Oh, right here. She comes. Statler was interviewed by the TBI by telephone. He told the agent, whose name may be Terry, about Adams' remark to Misty Hubbs. He thinks he forgot to mention to the agent about Adams' remark as they rode in his truck, and about Adams being messed up for weeks after Bobo's abduction. Is that what you're talking about?
No, but that's also a point I wanted to get to. On the first page,
Okay.
in paragraph 4, does he tell you about a comment Zach Adams made at Johnny's bar?
Oh, Adam shouted at her, you'll end up like Holly Bobo, like Holly Bobo bitch.
Judge, I'd like to have that entered as the next number exhibit. Okay.
But I had spoken to a lot of people, and I forgot I spoken to them. But yeah, now that court, obviously, yeah, I did that. Sure.
I'd like to pass this up to the witness. Wait for the judge. One for the judge.
This is identification exhibit 87, IR 1928.
Mr. Riveros, did you have occasion to, based on this document, interview Victor Densmore?
Yes, Brent Booth and I went to his house and interviewed Victor Densmore.
Okay. And this was in November of 2011? Is that
yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And do you want to, and the IR has attached to it another FBI document, which memorializes that interview, right?
Say that again?
Which sets out the interview and what
Yes.
you learned?
Yeah, November 22nd in Holiday, Tennessee.
I would like to draw your attention to the 6th paragraph, the last sentence on the first page. Densmore did personally hear. Could you read that for the court?
Tell his girlfriend, Rebecca, last name unknown, over the telephone that he was going to put her in the ground like Holly Bobo. This occurred not long ago when Adams was at Densmore's home visiting. Zach Adams is presently being held in Decatur County Sheriff's Department jail on drug charges.
So based on at least those two IRs, Mr. Zach Adams had come up during your investigation
Yes.
Into this matter.
Yes.
And we're talking about year 1 here,
Yes.
2011.
Yes.
Okay. And I would like to have numbers.
But like I said, he had come up later in the investigation before I retired. But I was always, it was always my belief that there was Terry Britt was the most logical suspect by far. And I was starting to hear about these guys, like you just said there, later on in the investigation. So yeah, they came up, but it sounded like somebody mouthing off I was on drugs.
But you
and
didn't
just
follow
mouthing
up
off.
on these statements.
What's that?
You didn't follow up on these statements.
No, because it was up to Terry Dicus. I wasn't leading the investigation. So it was up to Terry. But Terry did ask me.
So it was Terry's job to clear them, not yours.
Well, yes, because they're the lead investigators. But Terry did ask me to go talk to Dylan, and I did. And you saw that 302. So there was a follow-up. But I'm not going to go out and talk to Zach or the other ones without Terry Dicus telling me, asking me, because he's the lead investigator. We're there to help him.
Do you recall sharing these two, information that you learned from these 2 interviews with Terry Dicus?
Do I recall what they said?
Do you recall telling Terry Dicus what you learned from these
Yes.
2 interviews?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and it was entered into the case file. Is
Yes,
that right?
absolutely. Of course, Brent Booth was there too. And basically Terry Dicus and Brent Booth were, working together on this case. So it's like, if Brent Booth is there, he's going to tell Terry. And I remember telling Terry about this. And I said, no, he's got a record, this guy, Victor Densmore. And, and I just said, well, it could be true. I don't know.
There was no physical evidence that was found during the search at Terry Britt's house
Well, we found that there was hair that was found to be microscopically matched with her hair.
But isn't it true, and you testified at trial about this, that was also tested for her DNA, right?
I think the state did that.
And it came back, it wasn't her DNA?
See, I don't even know. I don't know.
Because your knowledge ends at a certain point in this case.
See it again?
Because your knowledge ends at a certain point in this
Yes,
case.
yes,
Did you have a chance to watch the trial after you testified?
yes.
Okay.
It's on YouTube. I made lots of notes.
No further questions.
Any follow-up questions, Mr. Bates?
Just brief.
What's going on?
were you a part of receiving anonymous tips?
Yes,
Did you receive statements people made against other people?
I got some calls and said, hey, I think you need to maybe look at this person, or I got this person I know about who thinks they could help you. Yes.
Okay. And did people make allegations against other people?
Yes. Mhm.
Not just Zach Adams or Victor Dinsmore, Carl Statler?
I can't remember how the Carl Statler thing came up. I want to say that Terry Dykes asked me to go talk to him.
Okay.
I want to say.
Was there a lot of this going on?
A lot of what?
People making statements against other people?
Oh, yeah, sure.
And those are my questions.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you.
Release him.
Okay. So nothing tomorrow whatsoever? Okay.
Can I take just a brief moment to confer?
We'll recess for 10 minutes.
All rise, please.
So I know we got one more person's testimony for today. Yeah. Let me take us past this part. Why did this come up like this? Now this guy, I enjoyed his testimony. He the one told us about the judge. This next guy. This is the one of the defense attorneys that's coming up that represented Zach, just so y'all aware. His name is escaping me, but when we get in here, we'll definitely hear his name, right? But yeah, he the one told us all about the judge.
You swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
Everybody have a seat. Pull up the microphone, please.
Sure. Thank you. How's this?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Gonzalez.
Good afternoon.
Can you just please real quickly state your full name for the record?
My legal name is Gerardo Alejandro Gonzalez, but I go by Jerry for obvious reasons.
Thank you for being here today. Can you just real quickly tell the court what you do for a living?
I'm an attorney.
Okay. And how are you involved with the Zach Adams case?
I was asked by Jennifer Thompson to join the team. I can't remember at what time, but it was fairly close to when the trial was scheduled to begin. So I was not involved at all in a lot of the pretrial litigation stuff.
Okay. Would it be a correct assessment around maybe June of 2017 that you became involved? Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
And did you know Ms. Thompson prior to becoming involved in this case?
Oh, yes. I've known Jennifer Thompson for decades.
And had you had cases with her before?
Yes.
And when she asked you to become involved in the case, what was your understanding about what your role would be?
I didn't really have a clear understanding at the time she asked me to join. As I recall, at the time she asked me to join, her reason was because she needed somebody on her side. It was obviously I didn't know anything about the case. And at that point in time, as I understand it, her and Jim Simmons were no longer speaking to each other. And she needed somebody sort of on her side, is the way I understood it, between her and Jim Simmons.
I'm going to back up just for a second here, just to get some background on you. Just how long have you been practicing law?
I first got licensed in Michigan in 1996 and then in Tennessee in 1997. So 23 years, 24 years.
And what type of law did you practice or do you practice?
Well, currently I practice probably 99% of my cases are in federal criminal defense. A small number in state criminal. I used to do more state criminal, but when I got on the I've been a co-editor in chief on a sociological journal associated with Middle Tennessee State University. So I would be able to access all these journals from my laptop. And I found a number of journals that talked about the expansion of brain tissue. There were some experiments where they would shoot into human cadaver heads and examine the cracks that occurred in the skull pre-mortem and post-mortem. And my conclusion was that those cracks could occur pre-mortem as well as post-mortem. In other words, if you're already dead and you shoot someone in the skull, you can produce the same cracks.
So based on what you're telling me, is it safe to say the focus of your examination was not so much the significance of the caliber of weapon that was used, but whether or not she was killed, she was shot post-mortem?
Right. And part of that was because in my investigation, it's very difficult to determine what size caliber produced a particular size hole, because it depends on range. It depends on whether the bullet is fully metal jacketed. If not, does it expand? Does it have time to expand into a mushroom shape and cause a bigger hole than the caliber of the bullet? So when I was talking to forensic anthropologists on the phone, they were telling me you can't really tell the size of the bullet.
Mr. Gonzalez, were you aware that there was a 380 shell casing found near Holly Bobo's remains?
Yes.
And were you proceeding in this trial in your questioning as if the 32, you were resigning to the fact that 32 was the weapon that was used to make the bullet hole?
No, I didn't necessarily believe that the gun that was introduced into evidence was the murder weapon itself. We went and examined the weapon. We examined the bullets that I think were found with the weapon. But because of the difficulty in determining what size caliber was, I wasn't convinced that it was a 32 or a 380 or something else that caused the bullet hole.
Do you recall what the diameter is of a 380?
I think 0.355, if I remember correctly.
And do you have any understanding of whether or not a 380 was ever excluded as the murder weapon or as the weapon used in this case?
No, I don't think it was.
So I'm going to come back to that. So I want you to remember that I just asked you that. Okay? I'm going to come back to that. Other than the discovery that you said, you went to the discovery about the bullet, the ballistics, that you cross-examined Dr. Ross and you cross-examined Serena Ross, well, it was the firearms expert, correct?
Right. And that was some of the discovery that I did receive, but I don't remember receiving all of the discovery.
Did you ever have any discussions with Jennifer Thompson about Zach's alibi?
No, I remember some discussion about somebody up on a utility pole that saw a pickup truck drive by with a woman in the passenger seat that was slumped over on the dash, something about that. But then that ended up apparently being the dead end. I wasn't involved in that, but I do remember a conversation about that.
Did you have any conversations with Ms. Thompson or Mr. Simmons with regards to the existence of any ATM videos?
No, and I didn't have any conversations with Jim Simmons. He was a fly on the wall.
You mentioned, let me ask you about Jason Autry. When did you become aware that Jason Autry was going to testify on behalf of the state?
I think we were aware for quite some time that he was cooperating.
And did you ever receive any audio recordings or look out of any of the interviews that Jason Autry had been involved with the CBI agents?
I don't think so, but I was not assigned the task of cross-examining Jason Autry, so I didn't concentrate on that very much.
Do you recall either seeing for yourself or having discussions with Jennifer Thompson about any videos or recordings of routes that were ran by Jason Autry, that Jason Autry was alleged to have run on that day for his testimony?
Not that I recall.
And is the trial is not the first time that you appeared before the court, though, right?
No, I had appeared a few times before that. I think the first time was when I presented my notice of appearance and the judge reminded me that I wasn't getting paid. And I said that was fine. I had agreed to do it pro bono anyway. And that I don't remember if I came to court after that before the trial started or not.
What was your initial, as a seasoned trial attorney, what was your initial impression of climate in this courtroom coming into trial?
It was very adversarial between counsel. I even found Jennifer Nichols to be very adversarial towards me, and I had just joined the team, and we didn't know each other from anybody else. And I remember thinking, what did I do? But my impression was that the judge was very confrontational, adversarial towards Jennifer Thompson. Most of the other attorneys at counsel's table on the prosecution side were respectful, were cordial, would greet us in the morning, but not Jennifer Nichols. And that really created, from my recollection, a great deal of tension between the two Jennifers, as I will say, Jennifer Nichols and Jennifer Thompson.
And what was your perception about how Ms. Thompson was handling the case?
Not very well.
In what way?
Well, the judge was very adversarial towards her, and that caused her a great deal of tension and stress. And then Jennifer Nichols was very adversarial towards her. That caused her a lot of tension and stress. Her lack of communication with Jim Simmons was causing a lot of tension and stress. I mean, for capital defendants, you're supposed to have 2 attorneys, and Zach had 1. My recollection was that Jim Simmons, at some point after their break in their relationship, had sort of committed himself to concentrating on the mitigation phase in the event of a conviction. And that was what he saw his role was going to be. I don't know if that was self-selected role or whether they agreed to that or not. I didn't really get in between those two. I wasn't going to get involved in that drama. I was just going to try and do the best I could with what Jennifer wanted me to do to the best of my ability.
Now, how about during trial? As you observed Ms. Thompson cross-examining the state's witnesses, what were your observations of her and how she handled that?
Well, there were a lot of problems. Part of it was Jennifer Nichols refused to disclose the witnesses she intended to call for the next day of trial, which is, to me, unheard of. I mean, we just don't do that. I practice mostly in federal court. The judges require us to exchange witnesses. Even if we object and we don't want to, we have to do it. And even as a professional courtesy, we do it. And so you can go back and prepare for the next day. Jennifer Thompson had all her files on paper. We had a hotel room that the entire wall was covered with banker's boxes of binders of paper. I tried cases off my iPad. I don't use paper. Hers was entirely paper-based. And the problem was that Jennifer Nichols would not disclose the name of the witness for the next day. So we didn't know what witnesses would be called. So we didn't know what banker's boxes to bring with us. So we would get into court. Jennifer Nichols or one of the other prosecutors would announce the first witness, and Jennifer Thompson would stand up and say, "Judge, I didn't bring that banker's box. Can we have a break so we can go back to the hotel and get one?" And the judge would become very perturbed, very exasperated. And we would all march back to the hotel, try and find the banker's box in this wall, collect the banker's boxes, and try and rush back to court to pick up where we left off. Obviously, that creates a whole different level of stress and tension. Then, while the state is directing the examination of the witness, Jennifer Thompson would be concentrating on trying to refresh her memory of the binder on that witness that she had in front of her, instead of listening to what the witness was testifying about. And so I got the impression she wasn't even listening to the direct examination. And there were times that David Hopkins, who's also an attorney on the CJA panel in federal court, but he was acting as a paralegal at the time, so he could get at least some pay, some hourly pay. And he would be listening to the direct examination, as would I. And he would suddenly whisper in Jennifer Thompson's ear, "Object, object." And Jennifer Thompson would stand up and say, "Objection." And the judge would ask, "On what grounds?" Jennifer Thompson didn't know what grounds, because she wasn't listening to the direct examination testimony. And David Hopkins would try and whisper in her ear what the basis was. And it just made for, to me, was an exceptionally frustrating event, to the point where I told David Hopkins, "You're making matters worse. Leave her alone. It's her job to object as lead counsel and as the attorney that's going to be cross-examining the witness. If she misses an objection, then that'll have to be dealt with later. But you're making matters worse by encouraging her to object when she can't articulate the basis of the objection." So, and that went on over and over every day. It was the same thing. We don't have the banker's box. We rushed it. It was embarrassing, to be honest with you. We'd rush back to the hotel, get the banker's box, try and come back. She would start trying to refresh her memory about that particular witness, and was not able to listen to the direct examination testimony. And the rest of us we couldn't object.
Now, During the trial, because that went on for several days, can you just briefly describe kind of what your team's process was in preparing?
Let me ask a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Why couldn't you object?
Well, in federal court, the attorney that is going to cross-examine the witness cannot object, or is the only one that can object.
Is that a rule that Judge McGinley enforced as well?
Not that I know of, but I didn't know any different. So that's the general rule that I followed.
So during those 2 weeks of trial, what was the routine after trial and prep for the next day that you and Ms. Thompson and the team would go through?
Well, we would go to dinner. I think sometimes we would discuss generally what happened that day. But I don't remember a great deal of discussion about strategy or what witnesses are upcoming, what else we have to do. And as I remember, sometimes she would ask me if I would prepare to cross-examine a particular witness that evening. And I would complain. I would say, I don't understand your theory of defense. I don't know what this witness is going to say. I can't properly prepare my cross-examination without knowing those 2 elements. But I'll do the best that I can. And if I remember correctly.
And see, this is great to hear once again, because this shows y'all just how much of a debacle of like this was a whole complete mess. And we saw it live. We saw the trial. Like, this is one of the attorneys for Zach Adams. And when we watched the actual trial for the first Holly Bobo case in 2017, Jennifer was the one that was taking control, taking lead, questioning everybody that was on the stand. So then in some points and times, remember, they stand at a hotel. They don't know what witnesses are being called. She's not able to keep up with the testimony in order to object because of a certain fact that she doesn't know who's being called. So just like he's testifying to, as these people are being called, she's basically like reviewing notes and stuff to try to figure out what to do on cross-examination. How poorly, and I do mean poorly, of a defense. It was just way too much for her to handle. Way too much. Way too much. Way too much. We saw parts of this testimony and these things happening. I remember, I'm almost sure it's when Jason Autry was called. She didn't know he was going to be called. And remember, he was a very important witness, and she didn't have the banker's boxes. And remember, they stopped court for the day so she can go get the banker's boxes. Like, what the fuck? Like that, I've never seen that in the courtroom, ever. And a judge would not require for the state to provide the list of witnesses that were coming up next. So Jennifer and her team with Jerry, they had to guess who was coming up next. I'm telling you, like, man, what a crappy defense. Crappy.
There were a few times where I refused to cross-examine a witness on those grounds. I thought that the medical examiner I could handle because I'd read a lot of journal articles about bullets in the head, and I had explored the possibility of doing our own experiments, shooting into heads to examine the size of the hole. But beyond the medical examiner, I didn't feel comfortable cross-examining witnesses that I really didn't know what they were going to say.
You said that you guys would go to dinner. Were there any, like, after dinner, you guys have prep sessions back at the hotel or getting ready?
Not that I recall. My main interaction was with the paralegal and the investigator, one of the investigators. Not so much with Jennifer Thompson.
And what other preparation did you do with the paralegal for testimony of the next day's witness or closing arguments or whatever?
I don't really remember the specifics. I just remember that I dealt more with them than I did with Jennifer.
And did Jennifer meet with the paralegals also?
Aside from me being present, I don't know. I don't remember a meeting amongst all of us, like me, Jennifer, the paralegal, and the investigator together all at one time. I don't remember that.
Did you ever have any occasion to see Ms. Thompson drinking alcohol
No.
during trial?
No.
Do you have any knowledge of her being taking any other type of substances?
I think she mentioned once that she was taking antidepressant medication.
And if I remember correctly in watching the trial, there was, when Ms. Thompson was giving her closing statement, were there any visuals that were done for her closing statement?
Yes, I developed a PowerPoint for the closing.
Okay, can you tell me about what was done? Did you have a chance to work with Ms. Thompson on preparing that PowerPoint?
No. We got back to the hotel and she took a shower and went to bed. And me and the paralegal and the investigator stayed up till about 3 o'clock in the morning, as I recall, developing that PowerPoint, reviewing our notes to see who said what. I had recorded the trial throughout, and I wanted to play some of the recordings of what some people said. I can't remember specifically what recordings I played, but I worked on clipping the audio of just those seconds that I wanted to play, embedding them in the PowerPoint, and developing the line of thought, the structure of the closing argument as I thought it would be. And my impression was going to be that Jennifer would review it in the morning, and then we would modify it, take parts out, add parts in, whatever she wanted, because she was going to do the closing. And she did it. I encouraged her to look at the PowerPoint. I encouraged her to prep using the PowerPoint or to suggest any changes, and she didn't seem interested. Then I was the one that was going to run the PowerPoint from my laptop. And during the presentation of the closing, she started going so off track of the PowerPoint. I didn't know where she was going or what part she was on. As I recall, at some point I got frustrated and turned off the screen.
Did you ever have any occasion to meet with Zach in person?
I did.
And did you have any discussions with Zach or with Ms. Thompson about Zach testifying in his own defense?
No.
So you've never asked Ms. Thompson about Zach testifying or whether or not she was for that, against it?
I don't remember a specific conversation about the pros and cons, but as a general rule, Jennifer Thompson has told me before, if not in this case, that her clients do not testify. I don't subscribe to that policy. I let my clients decide whether they're going to testify or not. I go through the pros and cons with them. I explain what might happen, how the prosecutors might question him or her. I try and prep them, but ultimately I let the client decide.
And during any of the times that you were able to meet with Mr. Adams in person, did he ever indicate to you at all that he wanted to take any sort of plea deal?
No, never.
Did he ever indicate to you at all that he was in any way guilty of the crime that he was being charged with?
No, never.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Objection is hearsay, Mr. Chief.
Okay.
Objection is sustained.
I want to go back to the bullet and the testimony that you gave from Dr. Ross. And so to your knowledge, a 380 is how large in diameter?
0.355 millimeters, if I'm not mistaken. I didn't know it could be tested on that.
To your knowledge, was a 380 ever excluded?
Not to my knowledge.
So do you recall in Jennifer Nichols' closing, her saying in her closing argument, and Your Honor, I'd like to refer to Exhibit 40 that we have in the record right now. It's page 2734 of the trial transcript.
We need you to hand him Exhibit 40.
I can read it. I just, for Your Honor's edification, is that it is in evidence, and so that everybody can reference it. Mr. Gonzalez, do you recall Jennifer Nichols saying in her closing argument that the 380 had been excluded?
I don't directly recall that, but keep in mind, one of the problems was I was seated way over there, and Jennifer Nichols was allowed to approach the bar of the jury seating area and lean forward and practically whispered her closing to the jury, where I couldn't hear a lot of what she was saying. And at one point, Jennifer Thompson told me, I can't hear what she's saying. And I said, well, then go ahead, you need to object. And as I recall, Jennifer Thompson objected. Judge, I can't hear what she's saying. And the judge said something to the effect of, well, the jury can hear her. So I didn't hear a lot of what Jennifer Nichols was saying. I heard some, but I don't remember her saying the 380 was excluded. In fact, in my recollection, the theory of the state from the very beginning was that it was a 380 until they found a gun that was a 32. Then their theory changed that it was a 32.
I'm going to read real quick from you from this exhibit that's in evidence, the trial transcript of Jennifer Nichols' closing on page 2734. And she says, I have no doubt that the way he measured them, talking about the bullets, is the way he reported it, that he didn't know how to measure them. Didn't know that remove the projectile from the casing and then measure it. So the expert who testified about the gunshot wound to Holly's head said it matched my words perfectly. Basically, a 32. And if you look at those measurements and you remember his testimony, it excluded a 38. Excluded it.
Is she referring to the medical examiner as the expert? I don't remember that part of her closing at all.
But if you had heard that,
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Your Honor, he's an attorney, an experienced trial litigator, and if he knows the facts of this case, and had he heard that, I think it's fair game for him to speculate as to what action he would take.
I would have objected. We really frown on objecting during closing arguments because closing arguments is not evidence. But when one side or the other argues evidence that was not admitted, that is a proper grounds for objection during a closing argument on either side.
Is it safe to say that this trial in and of itself was unique, a unique experience for you?
Yes.
Were there any other unique observations that you made during this trial about the behavior or conduct of any of the court officers that were involved?
There were some things that I thought were strange. The judge required me to escort Zach in from the hallway over there every morning. I never understood why. And we would stand on the other side of the door there, and the judge would be standing there with a gun on his belt, standing right next to Zach. And at one point, I warned the judge, because as a former Secret Service agent, I'm always thinking about this sort of stuff. I warned the judge that it's probably not safe to stand in such close proximity with a defendant while wearing a firearm. And he said something to the effect of, well, if he does anything, it'll be the last thing he ever does. And I found that to be kind of a strange response. And so then I would escort Zach in to the table. And like I said, I never understood why he wanted me to do that when there was plenty of courtroom officers and deputies everywhere, all of whom were very nice and respectful to all of us. Another event that stands out in my mind is at one point during a break, the judge approached me. And again, I don't know why me, but he approached me and he said, "You need to tell your client to take a plea to save his life." And I found that to be really not only strange, but very out of line. I've never had a judge tell that to me. And I told the judge, I said, well, that's really my client's decision to make. I'm not going to try and convince him to do one or the other. And then we left it at that. The other thing that really stood out to me was one time, I can't remember who was on the witness stand. The state was examining the witness, and we suddenly started hearing football announcers coming from the bench. And the judge sort of started scrambling and messing with what I thought was an iPad or something on his in front of him. And he said something like, "Oh, I don't know how that happened." That tells me that he was watching football during the trial. I mean, my jaw dropped. I've never, ever experienced, as a Secret Service agent testifying in federal court, as a lawyer, knowing that a judge was watching football during a trial, much less a trial where a man was being considered to be put to death. My impression was that he either had already made up his mind on the guilt and the sentence, or he just didn't care, which to either one, I'm just speechless thinking about that.
Well, the last thing I'd like to ask you about, after the guilty or the verdict was rendered and you guys moved into litigation, did you have any occasion to interact with Jim Simmons at that point?
Yes, that's where he sort of came alive. I think I had approached, I think it was Mr. Hagerman after that, and I kind of mentioned to him, this really this should not be a death penalty case. And at that point, we started the idea of, well, if he agreed to a settlement for the sentence, then we can resolve the penalty phase. And we finally reached an agreement on the life plus 50, I think it was. And so it was me, Mr. Hagerman, and Jim Simmons in the judge's chambers working on the judgment forms, filling them out. And I made it very clear that the settlement, to Mr. Hagerman, I made it very clear that the settlement did not include any waiver of appellate rights. And he agreed. So we were in the hallway here, and we had said, okay, let's let the judge know what the agreement is. And so we're in the hallway here with the judge. It's me, Jim Simmons, Jennifer Nichols, and I think Jennifer Thompson was there, although I can't remember for sure. And I told the judge, I said, "Judge, as we're announcing the agreed to sentence, I just want to make sure you understand this does not waive any appellate rights whatsoever. He can appeal the verdict, he can appeal the sentence, anything. And Jennifer Nichols, who was standing right next to me, balled up her fist, looks at me and says, "I'm going to punch you." I have never had an attorney, opposing counsel or co-counsel, ever threaten to assault me over something I said that was clearly part of the understanding and the agreement. And I turned to her and I kind of surprisingly said, "Why? What did I say wrong?" And she didn't respond. And I was also amazed that the judge said and did nothing at witnessing another attorney threatening to assault a fellow attorney in the case.
Did anyone respond, or was it a consensus in your opinion, your understanding that this shouldn't have been a death penalty case? Objection, Your Honor, the relevance.
Objection is the relevance, Mr. Chief.
Well, I think it goes to the fact of that the state sought the death penalty in this case. And if there are statements that are made that this shouldn't be a death penalty case, when they entered that pursuit in back date.
I think the question was it his opinion of whether or not it should have been a death penalty case?
No, I said, was there a consensus when, because he had already testified that he didn't think that it should be a death penalty case, and he made that statement. And so my question was there any response or consensus to that by other members of the prosecution team or the defense team?
Okay, response and consensus are two different things. Objection sustained, you can rephrase the
I'll
question.
rephrase the question. In your discussions, you testified earlier that you were meeting with Paul Hagerman, Jim Simmons, and Jennifer Nichols, and you stated that you didn't really think that this rose to the level of a death penalty case. I know Jennifer Nichols didn't, did Paul Hagerman or any of the other members of the state agree with you on that? Objection, Your Honor.
I'm gonna allow the question. Overruled.
When I mentioned that to Paul Hagerman, I don't think Jennifer Nichols was there. At this point, when we were negotiating a settlement, Jennifer Nichols didn't, to me, seem to be involved in that. It was basically me, Jim Simmons, and Paul Hagerman. And when I mentioned that to Paul Hagerman, as I recall, he said he agreed.
One second, Your Honor. My last question is just this: in your professional opinion, having experienced what you experienced in the trial of this case, do you believe that Zach Adams received a fair trial?
No.
I reject it. I don't think that that's really before the court. I mean, we're here on post-conviction.
Well, if he were to be qualified as an expert witness, it's a possible question, but he wasn't. So, objection is sustained.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
I hope you're doing okay.
Yes, thank you.
First, I just want to start off with, you testified that you did not receive discovery from Jennifer Thompson.
I didn't receive all. I clarified later that I did receive some of the discovery. So the photographs of the skull, the medical examiner's report, those sorts of things I did receive.
Witness has been handed a document marked for identification. Exhibit 85, are we at 85?
88, Judge.
Mr. Bates, 88.
And just because you handed over your complete file to this, to the full court, or to the petition for post-conviction.
Yes, to Mr. Bates. I sent a zip file.
And which was also handed over to us. Do you recognize that document from the emails as part of this case?
Yes.
And you still know what that is?
It's an email from Aaron Honeycutt, which was Jennifer Thompson's paralegal, to me, telling me here's the link to the Adams Dropbox folder. The discovery folder alone is over 4 terabytes. Please let me know if you have any questions. And then I responded, somewhat chastising her for sending an open link via email to a client's file. And I said, instead, share the file to my email address. Dropbox will send me an invitation and I'll accept.
And so was that the client's complete file?
I don't remember. I don't think it was. His complete file was in paper format. To the extent that she could send it to me via Dropbox or any other link, it would have been scanned. And I don't think they scanned the entire file.
And the digital hard drive that was provided to Jennifer Thompson as part of this case?
No, I don't remember receiving any hard drive at all.
Do you recall what was in this link?
No, I don't. But I do recall sending another email to Jennifer Thompson complaining about how it was so disorganized that I couldn't make heads or tails about it.
I'll look at that at your desk.
Objections? Without objection, move into evidence exhibit 88.
I'll start over with some preliminary questions. You've been a criminal defense attorney for a long time. Is that right?
Yes.
Experienced criminal defense attorney. You're on the is it CJA panel?
CJA panel, the Criminal Justice Act panel, yes.
So I want to talk about that for a second because that's a criminal, that's a defense attorney kind of a cop above the rest. Is that fair to say? We get onto that panel?
No, I wouldn't put it that way. It's a process where you have to second chair with a first chair federal attorney. I did for a couple of years, and you go through the initial appearance, arraignments, detention hearings, preliminary hearings, trials, suppression hearings, et cetera. You sort of check the boxes of all the different things you've done. Then when you think you're ready to take on cases as first chair, you let them know. You're interviewed by a committee, which includes the chief judge of the federal district, middle district of Tennessee. And then they decide whether to put you on the panel as a first chair. But as I always say, it's a continual learning process. You don't get on the CJA panel and then you're, all right, that's all I need to ever know. I learn new things every day as I go on to my career.
How long have you been on that panel?
I think I got on the panel in 2005, so 20 years.
It's my understanding that Jennifer Thompson is also on that panel.
Yes.
And Jim Simmons.
Yes.
And you testified earlier that you're taking most of your work right now as criminal defense from the CJA panel.
Yes, I do have some private hire criminal cases, but not many.
Have you represented murder claims before?
Yes.
High-end cases in federal court?
I murder cases in federal court are very rare because they only have jurisdiction if the murder occurred on federal property. But I have in federal court tried a murder for hire case where they solicit a murder of a police officer, for example, across state lines. I have represented people charged with first-degree murder in state court as well, but not capital. I'm not capital qualified, no. I've never tried to be capital qualified. I probably could be, but I don't want to be.
So you're brought onto this case by Jennifer Thompson, May or June 2017. Does that sound all right?
That sounds about right.
And from your file, it seems like you're accepted or you're given certain tasks in leading up to trial. Like there was a last-minute appeal that was filed trying to get a continuance of the trial.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I vaguely remember doing something like that.
It seemed to me from the file that you may have been the one doing most of the work on that filing. Would that be fair?
On that appellate filing? I think I drafted the motion or the petition. Yes.
Up to the court, because it was filed for the trial court and denied, right?
I don't know if I did it at the trial court, but I do remember filing the appeal with the Court of Criminal Appeals.
Also, it appeared from your case file that, and in line with what you just tried to on direct, that you were doing work preparing for your witnesses for the trial, the medical examiner and the gun witness. Is that right?
Is the question, did I prepare to cross-examine them?
Yes.
Yes.
That you were involved with certain tests of firing with firearms being used at like shooting PCP piping?
Yes, I had asked our private investigator if she'd be willing to conduct a test. She refused. She was concerned about liability, which I didn't quite understand. So I asked a private investigator that I had used in the past if he'd be willing to do it, and he was agreeable. First, we explored the idea of shooting human cadaver heads, which in my research, there was a company that sold human heads, if you can believe it. But it was discovered, I think, that the human heads were coming from political prisoners in China or India. And so that was either a law passed forbidding it or it became an ethical violation. So then I started exploring using pig heads. But then in my discussions with a forensic anthropologist, the the skull is so much thicker than a human skull that really couldn't mimic a human skull and be any kind of a definitive examination. There was a company that sells spherical PVC that is covered in like a rubber substance that is supposed to mimic human skin, because the human skin absorbs some of the energy of the bullet as it penetrates. And so I explored purchasing those and shooting those with a 32 and various different caliber sizes. That company, I think, was in Switzerland, and it was becoming very difficult to try and get those imported into the United States. It was a complex process, so that ended up being a dead end. So then we just got a PVC pipe and said, well, let's just see what happens.
And what was the purpose of that test?
To see what size bullet hole, different caliber bullet. We were going to try a 10 millimeter, a 45, a 9 millimeter, a 380, a 32. I think Jennifer Thompson and I actually went to a gun show and purchased a 32 revolver for that purpose. But the PVC pipe just ended up shattering. Didn't make any clean round holes like in the skull.
And these experiments were recorded and included in your file?
I think we either filmed it or took still shots of my investigator shooting at the PVC pipe, yes.
For other than that, for the witnesses you were preparing for, you tell me what else you did to prepare for, because you had 3 witnesses by my count at the trial, is that right?
I think that's right. 2 on cross-exam and 1 on direct. I spent a lot of time on the medical examiner question, reading scientific articles, doing this experiment I just described. I don't remember spending a great deal of time on the second witness, the second government witness. As far as my preparation with my investigator, because we were not going to introduce evidence of our experiments because they were dead ends, they were inconclusive, I focused more on him just presenting a chart of the different calibers of bullets and what actual circumference or diameter, rather, those bullets were. And he made a nice little diagram, and we met, I think, the day before, and I went over what my question was going to be with him. I said, I don't want you to speculate. Don't want you to guess. I'm not going to question you about the experiment. All I want you to do is describe the diameter of the different circumferences of the bullets. And on my direct, as I recall, that's exactly what he did. And then when Jennifer Nichols cross-examined him, she got him to go off on the different hypothetical tangents.
But from what it seems like you were able to achieve the purpose of that question.
Yes.
Based on what you're prepared for.
Yes, I think so.
And were those 3 witnesses assigned to you by Jennifer Thompson, or did you have a conversation with her about what you felt comfortable doing as part of the trial? I'm a little unclear about that.
I don't remember exactly whether I volunteered in particular. Of course, I have a bachelor's degree in biology, so I was more familiar with that sort of stuff than her. I had done medical malpractice as a law clerk. And when I first started practicing, so I was familiar with reading medical journals, doctor's notes, medical examiner notes, etc. So I felt comfortable doing the medical examiner. I don't remember whether she invited me to do the medical examiner or whether I volunteered. As for the private investigator, I did volunteer that one. And I took direction. In other words, I directed that one. As far as the second government witness, I don't remember whether I volunteered or whether she assigned it.
And the rest of the witnesses obviously were done by Jennifer Thompson.
Yes.
And she was responsible for preparing for those witnesses, and in fact, did prepare for those witnesses. Did you have her at all prepared for those witnesses?
No. And from my observation, she was preparing as the witness was testifying.
But it would be that there were boxes back at the hotel with documents related to each witness. Is that right?
Yes, but it's really difficult to prepare the night before if you don't know the witness is going to be called the next day.
I understand that point, but would it be true that she is at least preparing materials in some type of format for each witness and has them in a box or something, and she's taking those boxes as needed down the road?
Yeah, my recollection was that each witness either had their own banker's box or their own binder as to that particular witness.
And she did use investigators extensively throughout this case. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I think we had 2 investigators in addition to the one I hired.
So you hired your own investigator.
David Barella, who I questioned on direct in the defense case in chief. That was my investigator.
Okay. Was that investigator paid through AOC?
Yes.
And so that's yours, and Jennifer Thompson had her own investigators.
Correct. And Jim Simmons had his own investigator.
And are you aware that Jennifer Thompson was using those investigators extensively to prepare for these files for each witness?
I'm not aware of what she did with those investigators. I'm sure they were involved. I just don't know exactly how.
I want to ask you about testimony you gave about the trial judge. Your testimony was that you thought that he was watching football during the trial.
I know he was watching football.
Did you put that on the record?
No. This was a judge.
Why would you not put that on the record if you thought that you saw that?
This was a judge who was supposed to be acting as a 13th juror, and if convicted, he was going to be the one to decide upon the jury's recommendation whether to sentence a man to death. I was not about to anger the judge by accusing him of watching football. Not only was that not my role as lead counsel, that was Jennifer's role, but I was not going to take the risk that I was going to anger the very person that was going to decide whether or not to put a man to death.
So you made a decision not to put that forth in the recording record.
Yes.
Same goes for the comment that you testified to that happened in the hallway.
About standing next to Zach with a gun.
Yes.
I didn't think that was relevant to anything. I didn't think it was wise, but I didn't see that as relevant to anything.
And there was another comment you testified to about
when he approached me and told me to get my client to plead to save his life.
and you did not at any point try to put that on the record.
No, I'm not even sure how I would. Would I say, Judge, I just want to put on the record that you improperly approached me and tried to pressure my client to plead guilty to save his life? I'm not even, that was so unusual and so out of norm, something I had never, ever in my life been exposed to, I wouldn't know how to address that with the very judge that committed that behavior.
But how else would you address it? It would be true that the only way you could address it would be to address it before the court, to put it on the record for the appellate court to review.
I don't know how to address it. I'd never been exposed to that kind of behavior by a judge before. I suppose I could have tried to file a complaint with the board of the judiciary and then anger the very judge that's going to decide whether to put my client to death or not. Again, my emphasis is my client's best interests. So if it was not in my client's best interest to accuse the judge of unethical behavior, I wasn't going to do it.
Your client was, in fact, convicted in this case. Is that right?
I'm sorry, what?
Your client was convicted in this matter, correct?
Yes.
And after the conviction, you went to work trying to have the death penalty taken off the table. Is that right?
I had approached Paul Hagerman. I didn't work very hard. He agreed almost immediately. And there wasn't a great deal of deep negotiation or anything. And by the way, to go back to a previous incident of Jennifer Nichols threatening to assault me, I did file an ethical complaint against her for that.
You would agree that you achieved a favorable result by getting the death penalty taken off the table, right?
I would not call a favorable result being a client being convicted of something I don't believe he did.
But he did not receive the death penalty or have a jury decide the fate.
He did not.
Because of your work.
Again, I didn't put a great deal of effort into it. I told Judge Mr. Hagerman, I don't believe this is a death penalty type of case. He agreed immediately, and we went back and started filling out the judgment form. There was not a great deal of work that I should take credit for.
Was there a moment hearing at trial?
A what?
A moment hearing where Mr. Adams went up and waived his right to testify?
I don't remember. I'm sure there might have been, but I don't remember.
And that's usually, that's practice in federal court, right?
No, it's not always done in federal court, but I think in state court it is.
And you are familiar with that practice where in state court, Tennessee state court?
Yes.
Defendant is asked.
In the cases I've tried in state court, we usually will announce on the record that the client decides not to testify.
And again, you don't have any independent recollection that happened in this case?
I do not recall.
Would it surprise you that did happen in this case?
Would it surprise me that it did happen? No. Correct.
And you also were reporting throughout the trial at counsel table to retaining those notes as part of the file?
I did, but I honestly don't think I scanned them. So they probably were not on the zip file I sent, but they wouldn't be any different than the digital recordings that I made. In other words, I didn't make notes about my thoughts and impressions. I just made notes about the.
You testified on direct that you were unclear about the theory of the case. Is that right?
Correct.
Would you agree that the theory, as I see it, as Jared Thompson put on, was that Terry Brick was, in fact, the murderer of here and not your client?
The question is, would I agree that that's how you see it?
I'll agree. Jared Thompson's theory of the case was that Terry Brick was responsible for this one. Is that right?
I know that when Terry Britt testified that was the line of questioning that she went down. I do not recall that was the overall theory of the case. That, hey, we're going to try and show that Terry Britt is the actual person that kidnapped and murdered Holly Bobo.
Not only was Terry Britt called, but Jeff Thompson called the agents that were involved with his investigation while at TBI, like Terry Dykus, correct?
Is that the one that's now an attorney across the street? I don't remember the name.
I think he is an attorney now.
Yeah. The only one I really remember related to Terry Britt was the U.S. Deputy Marshal that testified that went and interviewed him at the jail, I think.
Johnny Wall.
Yes, I remember his testimony because it was pretty memorable.
Did you make a formal complaint about that?
I did.
Okay, and what was the end result of that?
They dismissed it. I don't know why. I've never heard of such a thing.
They didn't send you a reason? for dismissing it?
The board never sends you a reason when they dismiss a case against a lawyer, unless it's to decide to impose discipline. If they dismiss it, and I used to be a panel member for the Board of Professional Responsibility, they would send me the file. If I said dismissed, they send a letter saying the case is dismissed, and that's all it says.
Did you file complaints against anyone else involved in this case?
No,
Defense or prosecution?
no.
One moment. Certainly. That's all right.
Proceed to. Mr. Gonzalez, thank you for your testimony, sir. Sit down.
Thank you, Your
Ready
Honor.
to leave?
Am I dismissed?
You
All right, thank you. It takes me a little while.
are.
Yes, sir.
You certainly not working into the hours of the evening, Mr. Davis.
I'm just the talking. Okay, so tomorrow we'll get into our November portion, which was last year. I mean, not last year. Dang. Oh, good grief. Last month. So we'll get into our November portion from last month, right? And that'll put us into our December hearing that we're going to have tomorrow. I can tell you what we'll have is we're going to be on fire. Up in here is burning hot. It's on fire. To the roof of the mother. Roof on fire. No, Dandy. No, you're not deaf, boo. I'm muted all the way. So Tomorrow, what we will have is Jennifer Nichols' testimony. We'll listen to Zach Adams. We'll listen to Zach testify himself, and then we will also hear Jennifer, his attorney. I can't remember her last name for some reason. He said, I can't feel the heat all the way over here. It's burning hot. We gonna tear the roof off this mother sucker tomorrow. Because I'm telling you, talk about some fireworks tomorrow when that when that Jennifer get on the stand, boy, oh boy, she will not bow down. She don't care what y'all say. Zach did it. She can give less than 2, and now she a judge. Oh yeah. Zach did it. She didn't make no mistake, and y'all better kick rocks. That's what y'all better do. Right? That's exactly what you better do in regards to that. So that'll be absolutely something else for us tomorrow. So we'll get together. I'll get a schedule. We'll probably try to get early. Yeah, because if y'all haven't seen it already, you got a flame retardant. Yeah, we gonna be on fire tomorrow. Yeah, if y'all haven't seen already, I believe they dropped a link in there for Therapist and Rachel's new game trivia night, trial trivia. I see that Film Freak has put it in the chat also. So we will definitely check that out. So I want to make sure that whatever we're doing over here on this side, we are done. And y'all are fresh and have fresh minds, so y'all can participate in the game trivia. It's their premiere tomorrow, so that should be very exciting. If you guys have not went over there and already subscribed, definitely do. Let's see here. Let me see if I can find it for you guys. Here it comes. So here is the link if you guys want to go over there and subscribe. If you want to play some games, it's the first time. It's some true crime trivia. So I'm new to it as well. So I guess we will see. It's the first episode of their brand new channel, True Crime Trivia Night. It's going to premiere tomorrow night at 8:00 Eastern Standard Time. And like I said, it is our own therapist, and Dr. Rachel. So we will put our true crime knowledge to a test. Will you be the winner? Let's see who's going to make history, right? But I'll remind you guys about that tomorrow. Also, we'll put it in the description box just in case anyone needs. You were number 15. Shout out to you, Dandy. Shout out. So if you're on the replay team, please don't forget to go over there and subscribe. We will be back in here tomorrow. And I'll drop the link. Of course, they'll come over here and drop the link, I guess, in regards to it also. And other than that, I think that takes care of everything that we need to do today. And we'll start bright and early tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a better you, a better me. Okay, guys, I'm going to play our outro song so we can head on out of here. I thank everybody for hanging out today. Shout out to all the mods. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to everybody that supported the channel today. I truly appreciate it. We'll continue with our Zach Adams post-conviction hearing tomorrow. Okay, guys?
When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chatter showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Maria from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This Corum crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Paula brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. And Zach's trolls and causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This Coral crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the algorithm like a machine. SD's razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores chasing nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white cloth way, managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside with take sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready. Tilly Bird's the fat queen, receipts on tap. Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard live, try support her with pride. Melly shows up a family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Baka loves her grand, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors, straight up sublime. Barbara, biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvier, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and shadows, yeah, this love is something rare. A Corum crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. To Sweet Pea and the moms in the chat we adore. This isn't just a channel, it's a family. And we couldn't ask for more.